A Sheriff's Fugitive Bride. Westward Hearts Book 5. By Blythe Carver. Chapter 1. Phoebe Reed grumbled and huffed to herself as she recognized her quandary. The fact that it was one of her own making only made things worse. Molly would never let her live this one down. She'd warned Phoebe against going to town so late in the afternoon, had she not? She told her the wiser course of action would be to wait until morning. There was nothing so important that it could not wait until morning. Molly didn't know what it meant to be 20 years of age, and with absolutely no prospects of finding romance. Even in Baltimore, in their old life, Molly might have looked outside her narrow world and found a suitable gentleman. If she hadn't always had her head in her work. Now that she had a husband of her own, it didn't matter that her sisters were without men, without prospects, without anything for at least the next 10 months. Months and months on a ranch in Carson City. Why not make it a lifetime? That was what it felt like. And when she got back to Baltimore, no one would remember her. None of the young men she'd met at the ball or any other event would give her a second look, as they would most likely have found other girls by then. Girls who had not spent the last year living on a ranch. Phoebe harumphed. Molly understood none of this. She was married, she was happy. She all but glowed with it. How on earth was Phoebe supposed to go on with life as it was? Witnessing marital bliss, with no hope of attaining it for herself? Molly thought nothing of the fact that Mr. Stevens, who worked as the assistant in the mercantile, happened to be the most handsome thing on 2 legs. That Phoebe had all but fallen in love with him on the first visit, when he'd assisted in her fetching a bolt of calico too high up for her to reach. In all honesty, she could have fetched it herself. But there he'd been, with his shockingly blue eyes and dashing mustache and marvelous sideburns and his solicitous manner. She'd been unable to help herself. And now when she longed for nothing more than to see him again, while inquiring as to some supplies which Lewis had ordered, all in an attempt to be helpful, her long, lonely ride into Carson City had been for naught. Molly was right. As always. And she would treat Phoebe like a silly little girl, and tell her she should have exercised better judgment. She would laugh or worse, be stern. Motherly. Nothing caused Phoebe greater irritation than that. She sighed to herself as she walked the length of the block, noting how many businesses had already shuttered for the evening. Including the mercantile. There was a light burning in back, but the sign hanging on the other side of the glass door announced that the store was closed. She'd arrived too late in the day. Her chance of running into Mr. Stevens was quite small then. If she lingered outside the store, waiting for him to exit, she would surely appear desperate. While she was willing to admit she had a bit too much interest in him, that her heart opened a bit too easily, she was above behaving in such a desperate manner. Besides, men tended to see through such behavior. Drat that Molly. Always right, always the oldest in every sense of the word. Always knowing best, always certain of her views and her choices. Phoebe knew her sister laughed at her, not always unkindly, never out of malice, but always with the notion that Phoebe was nothing more than an empty-headed flirt. Man crazy. The fact that she was now stranded in town, thanks to her desire to see a certain man, only added to the potency of her frustration. It wasn't her fault she was smitten. And that they lived so far from town. If they lived nearer, perhaps in one of the fashionable homes just off Carson Street, she might have her pick of Carson City's eligible men. No. Circumstances had left her in the middle of nowhere, or just as good as. Who was she to choose from? A bunch of ranch hands who stank of cattle morning, noon and night? Hardly her idea of a suitable beau. She brooded as she walked, the setting sun nearly gone now, casting the town's main thoroughfare in the soft purples and blues of twilight. Men walked up and down the length of the street, turning on gas lights which sat atop iron posts, while the businesses which remained open began turning on their oil lamps and lanterns. The night would turn full dark before she so much as reached the edge of town, and there would be at least 2 hours of slow driving in the dark after that. A grave risk. She was not familiar enough with the terrain to make the drive comfortably at night. Just a bit too far to the right or left, and she might steer the horse straight into a prairie dog hole. They might come across a snake, or worse, which would spook the horse and send them careening off into the darkness. For there were no homes or ranches between the edge of town and Reed Ranch. Nothing to light the way. And of course, though she had little wish to give this more thought than was necessary, there were unscrupulous men who might follow an unchaperoned young woman from town when they spied how rapidly the night approached. She would have to stay the night at the hotel. Lucky for her, there was enough money in her reticule. If that failed, she might pay a call on the sister of their neighbor, Ryan Belton. She'd met his sister, Lena, several times and knew she lived in town with her husband. They might take pity on her when the alternative was so treacherous. Her sisters would be beside themselves when she didn't return. This caused her no end of trepidation. She wrapped her arms around herself, deep in thought, hardly taking note of the few people walking around her any longer. She knew she'd be beside herself with fear if Holly or Kate didn't make it home. Perhaps Louis would come for her. Pounding footsteps stirred her from this train of thought. She looked up to find a young woman running toward her, skirts hiked up nearly to her knees. Her lovely coil of honey-colored hair was loose, strands falling all around her face, and her expression was one of panic. Instinct told her to step aside and let the girl pass, though she had to wonder just what inspired such a display. Perhaps this sort of thing occurred regularly in Carson City, just as it had in Baltimore. There was never any telling just what went on behind closed doors, or what went through the minds of neighbors. Yet she was not quick enough, as the girl's shoulder hit hers. They both stumbled back. "Excuse me?" Phoebe muttered, more than a bit indignant as she patted her dark brown coiled play to be certain nothing had come loose. When she saw just how emotional the young woman was, however, her indignation turned to concern. "Is someone chasing you?" she couldn't help but ask as she looked around, waiting for a second runner to show themselves. "Help me, please. Help me." The breathless, trembling girl all but clawed at her arms. "What do you need? What can I do? Please, please." At the shout of a filthy word, the girl's head snapped to the side to look down the street. She burst into tears. "My dear," Phoebe gasped. The poor thing shook like a leaf. Someone was menacing her, it was clear. "He's coming. Please hide me. Help me." "Who? Who is coming? We can go to the sheriff." She shook her head, sending even more hair falling around her head. "No. No. Hold this." The young woman's tears cut paths through her face paint as she shoved a small bundle into Phoebe's hand. What is this?" she stammered. The sudden turn of events left her shaking so, she nearly dropped the bundle to the boards at her feet. It was made of treated cowhide and bulged with. "Just hold it." The girl picked up her skirts in both hands and ran like the wind, ducking around a buggy before dashing through the narrow space between two buildings. She vanished into the shadows, leaving Phoebe standing alone, holding a wallet fairly bursting with folded notes. Money. The shouts she'd heard before grew louder, and it was soon clear they were coming from a very large man who appeared to be having difficulty navigating his way down the sidewalk. He moved as though the very boards beneath his feet rippled and flowed like the water in Baltimore Harbor, pitching from side to side. "You," he bellowed, staggering toward Phoebe. "Her way." He was pointing to her, glaring at her. "Pardon me," she gasped, backing away as he advanced. There was fury in his reddened face, and the hand with which he did not point at her was clenched in a ham-sized fist. He reminded her of a charging bull, if a bull were intoxicated. "You thief. Here she is, Rance." "No. This is a mistake." Phoebe didn't know whether to run or run screaming or even faint. Fainting did feel like the best choice, in fact, the closer the man came. Only when he was near enough to all but spit in her face, as he hurled expletives that would make a sailor blush, did Phoebe startle out of her frozen shock and move her feet. She stumbled back, then turned with the intention of fleeing, as the girl who'd handed her the wallet had been fleeing only moments earlier. "Rance? That's the one," the man bellowed just behind her. "Get her." She glanced at him over her shoulder, bleary-eyed, red-faced, spittle flying, and thus did not take notice of the man she slammed into until it was too late to stop. He was large, solid, unyielding. He took hold of her arms, steadying her before she toppled over. She looked up into warm, dark eyes, which darted over her face as if examining her. "Are you all right, miss?" Her savior. He seemed a decent man. She'd always been able to tell right off when it came to these things. Some men only pretended to be decent for the sake of earning a girl's trust, but he bore none of the signs of a rake or a cad. His black hair did not even show signs of pomade. Certainly not a dandy. In fact, at first glance, he reminded her a great deal of her brother-in-law, and he was a trustworthy man. This was enough for her, especially in a moment such as this. "This is the one, Rance." The man stank like sour ale and sweat seemed to pour from him in buckets. "I been running all the way from the saloon. This little piece of baggage stole from me." She glared at him, no longer afraid. Oh no, far from it. She had never been so insulted in all her life. The very shock of it was nearly enough to throw her into a fit of rage. She drew herself up to her full height, chest puffing out, jaw clenched hard enough to crack a walnut. "She's holding my wallet." The wallet. Still gripped tight, just where the young woman had placed it. In Phoebe's hand. She looked up at the man, her protector, the one holding her away from the angered, drunken wreck of a man still bellowing and slurring beside them. "She's one of them girls from over in the saloon, and she has my wallet in her hand. Now what are you fixin' to do about it, Sheriff?" "Sheriff?" Only then did Phoebe take note of the badge affixed to the man's coat. She had run into the arms of the sheriff, which would have served her well if she weren't holding a stolen wallet. And if he weren't looking down at her, as if he believed her to be the one who stole it. "I'm afraid I'll have to bring you in," he announced in a rumbling voice. The grip on her arms tightened. "Come on." This couldn't be true. She must be imagining this. It was all something from a terrible dream, only it had to be happening in waking life, for she smelled the ale on the drunken man's breath, and felt the hands which still gripped her arms. The drunken man wrenched the wallet from her hand before opening it, his fingers going over the notes inside. "He's gonna take you to jail for what you did." She gulped. "Jail?"
Chapter 2. If this didn't beat all. Rance Connelly, sheriff of Carson City, Nevada, found himself looking down the barrel of a shotgun. Not a true shotgun, of course, but it sure felt like one. When a man found a shotgun's muzzle aimed straight between his eyes, there wasn't much to be done but to get the hell out of the way. Excepting, there was no getting out of the way of this. "Now let's just wait a minute, Mr. Nielsen," he told old Jake Nielsen, possibly the town's biggest drunk and loudest mouth. Of all the men for a girl to choose to steal from, then again, he happened to be a rather wealthy individual who lacked the common sense the good Lord gave a goat, and who was not above flaunting his money around. Especially at the saloon. What did he expect would happen? "What do you mean, wait a minute?" The man's bloodshot eyes narrowed as he tried to bring Rance into focus. "What more do you need to see? Somebody stole my wallet. She was holding my wallet. She stole it. It don't take a judge to tell me who's guilty. I do wish every case of theft were as easy as you make it out to be, Jake." Rance looked down at the girl he still held. Anybody with eyes could tell she wasn't the type to spend time in a saloon, much less steal from a patron. She was dressed prettily, he supposed, and with great care. She didn't wear face paint or earbobs or anything that normally set such girls apart. The way she'd reacted when Jake called her baggage told him quite a lot too. She was a lady, or had at least been raised like one. This was a simple matter of clearing things up. Or so he hoped. "Well, miss? Can you explain what this is all about?" He stared hard at her, willing her to come clean and put an end to this foolishness. Only the ranting and swearing of Jake Nielsen had stirred him from the jailhouse, where he'd been fixing to close up for a bit and go home for a decent meal. The timing could not possibly have been worse. She opened her mouth, her fair cheeks coloring, her gray eyes widening. Then, just as quickly, her mouth snapped shut. Rance could not have been more puzzled. "See. She can't even defend herself. If she was in the right, wouldn't she defend herself? I know I would. Rance had half a mind to throw the man in jail for the night just for public drunkenness. He was on the verge of causing a scene, all over the wallet he had regained possession of. The man had lost nothing but his pride, which could be the greatest loss of all when things came down to it, and could inspire the worst in a man. It was time to drop the niceties. He'd never been one for them, anyway. Talk to me, girl. Tell me what happened. This can go easily for you, or it can go badly. It's up to you. She pressed her lips in a thin line. Her fine arched eyebrows drew together over the bridge of her nose. What was she debating? It was clear she wanted to speak, but for some reason wouldn't allow herself to do so. Was this stubbornness or something else? Maybe she had no defense. Maybe Rance was wrong about her. It wouldn't be the first time a woman had played him false. There was nothing he could do. Well, girl, you were found with the wallet in question in your hand and you offer no defense. I have no choice but to bring you in. He spoke with reluctance in the faint hope that the girl would find her tongue and explain all. She'd found it on the ground, for instance, where the thief had dropped it while running. That this was all a mistake. I hope you rot there. Jake sneered when the girl remained silent as ever. That's enough out of you, Rance murmured, fixing the man with a cold stare which shut him up but quick. Go spend some more of that money in the saloon, and let me do my job. The girl showed no reaction to this, or to much of anything that was happening to her, as he walked her the short distance to the jailhouse. No more than half a block. Was she in shock? Perhaps. He was beginning to wonder if it went deeper than that, however. Was she deaf? The deaf could sometimes read lips. It would explain why she'd seem to understand what Jake called her. But she might not be able to speak at all. Maybe she could write out her defense. Then again, judging by the cold glare she shot him once they were inside the jailhouse, maybe not. I don't like this any more than you do, girl, he muttered. Remember, this is all you're doing. You'll think better of me, and the justice I try to keep in this town after you spend a little time in a jail cell. The jail cells. He had forgotten that there were already 2 cells occupied, and by men who made Jake Nielsen look like a saint. They had started a brawl outside not 20 minutes before the incident with this girl, and he'd only just locked them up to sleep it off. They would like her. Quite a bit. Then again, they might inspire her to be a bit more forthcoming. This might work in his favor, after all. It was with this in mind that a wry smile played over his mouth as he led the girl through the office he shared with the deputies, which sat just outside the row of cells. He watched her from the corner of his eye as he walked her down the hall, past the first of the 2 cells currently in use. He'd put the men on opposite ends of the hall so as to avoid them starting their nonsense again, and he would place her between them. This way, she would be able to see them both, and even if she couldn't hear them, she'd be able to see what they had in mind if she watched their mouths move. It was nearly enough to make him feel sorry for her, before he remembered her part in all of this. In you go, he said, opening the iron door. The cell was a small one, wider than it was deep, with a cot along the back wall. That was it. None of the conveniences or luxuries a young lady was accustomed to. She would break easily. Hey there, Sheriff. What did you bring her in for? The fiery Curtis Manville sat hunched over the edge of his cot. Was she fightin' in the streets, too? Or did you have to bring her in because she was making men fight over her? Vernon Wilkes eyed her up from his cell at the other end of the hall. I know I would. I'd lay a man out flat if it meant having that one to myself. The 2 men laughed, which Rance found amusing in a strange sort of way. They'd found something they could agree on. It just happened to be this woman, sitting with her hands clasped in her lap, gazing straight ahead. There wasn't so much as a muscle twitch to show she heard what they said about her. She managed to somehow look like she was above all of this. Better than them. A queen on a throne, even if that throne happened to be a metal cot with a thin, pitiful excuse for a straw tick mattress lying atop it. He should have felt sorry for her. Instead, she infuriated him. For now, he hadn't the slightest idea what to do with her. "You two be nice," he warned the men, fixing them with a look he knew tended to shut a man's mouth with ease. It had done the trick with Jake Nielsen earlier, and he was just about the hardest man in the world to shut up. They wore the penitent expressions of choir boys, so he decided to leave them be for a while. He needed a minute to himself, just to think this through. His office was dark, as he'd planned to head home, so he turned on the oil lamp which sat at one corner of his desk before sitting down to brood. It could be described in no other way, what he was about to do. He was brooding, plain and simple, for there did not seem to be a simple way out of this. There was no letting her go. She'd been found in possession of stolen property, whether or not she'd been the one to steal it. Maybe she was in on the theft. Just because she wasn't the one to lift the wallet, didn't mean she had nothing to do with the scheme. But that did seem like an awful lot of trouble to go through, just to take the wallet of a man who would have more than likely been passed out over the bar by midnight. Anybody could have lifted his wallet then. He was no stranger to the saloon either, so everybody knew what an easy target the man made himself out to be. It was a miracle nobody had robbed him blind before. Even if Rance wanted to let her go, Jake wouldn't hear of it. And like it or not, the man held sway in the town. His daddy had been a shrewd man, investing in the town's growth when it was little more than a village, and his son was the result of a life of ease and luxury. But money talked, that much was true, and a man with a fat wallet and even fatter bank account tended to be heard when others might not be. Unfair but true. The stink he raised would be impossible to ignore. Rance grimaced at the thought, grinding his teeth together though he knew he shouldn't. An old habit that liked to come back when he was feeling good and ornery. And he certainly felt ornery at that moment, sitting alone at his desk when he could have been home where it was peaceful, and there was food and rest after a long day. He considered sending for a deputy to take over for him, but both of them were family men, and he didn't want to pull them away from that. If he had anyone waiting for him at home but his sister, he'd certain resent having to come back in just to go half mad with frustration at a woman who couldn't be bothered to answer questions. Rance could handle resentment. Couldn't he? "Why don't she talk?" Curtis asked, looking out through the iron bars of his cell to where Rance sat. He could just make out half of the girl's face, still stony, nearly unblinking. She didn't flinch or give any indication of knowing the man was speaking of her. Deaf. The only explanation. "It's none of your concern," Rance warned. "Do yourself and the rest of us a favor and sleep it off. Let me do my job." Except he had no idea how he'd do his job if she refused to cooperate. He'd never seen her before. He would have remembered her, certainly, with her lustrous hair and skin that reminded him of cream. Wide shining eyes. Delicate features. And a certain tilt to her chin, which caused him no end of curiosity as to her nature. He shook himself, prying his attention away from her physical form in favor of debating a way out of this mess. It didn't matter how pretty a woman was, if she was nothing but trouble.
Chapter 3. This was most certainly a dreadful nightmare. Phoebe sat as still as a statue. Her chin lifted, her eyes straight ahead. As though she'd just taken a seat, in order to refresh herself between waltzes. Yes, she might have been sitting in a ballroom, dance card attached to her wrist, a fan clasped in one hand and resting in her lap. Let these drunken fools see what a true lady looked like, how she conducted herself. Inside she quaked like a frightened child, and wished her mother was there to protect her against these men. These horrible men who leered at her, made jokes about her, whispered suggestive questions that brought the stinging threat of tears to her eyes. They would not break her down. She wouldn't grant them the satisfaction of making her cry. And the sheriff. He was worst of all. She judged him entirely wrong, thinking he was a decent man. Decent men did not cower before others, especially others like the man whose wallet had been stolen. A bully, nothing more, but this so-called sheriff jumped to do his bidding. Coward. The problem was, he'd wanted to help her. She believed this much. While he might not have believed this was nothing more than a mistake, that she was just as much a victim as the man who'd been robbed, He'd given her ample chance to explain herself. And she wanted to. Very, very much. It would be so easy to lay the blame at the feet of a young woman who'd disappeared. No harm done, really, as the wallet was now with its rightful owner. Why couldn't she bring herself to do it then? If it was so simple? The memory of that girl's eyes. So fearful. The more Phoebe thought about her, the harder she worked to recall her face and voice, the clearer it became that the girl was young. Very young. Younger than Kate, probably. 17, perhaps 18. Considering the cheap, flashy sort of clothing she'd worn, deep violet with black stripes, an abundance of ruffles and jets of black lace, and the heavy smell of perfume hanging over all of it, she was likely one of the girls who worked in the saloon. At such a young age, too. Phoebe could not pretend to know much about that sort of life. It was one thing to know the perils of the world existed, but another to have first-hand knowledge of them. She'd never so much as stepped foot over the threshold of such a place. She had no understanding of what went on inside. This didn't stop her from imagining as she sat, hands still clasped, pressed tight together to keep them from visibly shaking. She could imagine quite a lot without anything else to focus her mind on. She imagined the way a girl would have to degrade herself to earn a living in such an establishment. The men would be intoxicated, as the men to either side of her were. How unpleasant, perhaps downright dangerous. There was no telling what a man was capable of when he was in his cups. She'd heard stories of men beating their wives, their children, after coming home in a drunken state. They would start fights with each other, too. Molly would sometimes tell stories around the supper table of what she'd heard while working in the newspaper office. The girl had thought better of the theft immediately, that was clear. She hadn't thought about it before she went through with it. She'd seen an opportunity and took it, only she'd chosen the wrong wallet. The wrong man. If Phoebe described her to the sheriff, word would get around. The girl would lose her position in the saloon if she didn't go to jail, and even a terrible position was better than starvation. It seemed there was no end to the questions and possibilities in her mind, but she had little else to do but think. The brick wall on the other side of the cell doors was hardly enough to capture her interest. A cell. A cell. She was in a cell, like a common criminal. Now none of them would ever let her live this down. Not a single one of them. She'd be a laughingstock just as soon as the initial shock wore off, and the embarrassment faded. The thought of one of the Reed girls in jail. Oh, how Mama would have railed against this, once she woke from the fainting spell it would surely have sent her into. God rest her soul. How she would have ranted and raved. Not one of her girls. She'd raised them to be ladies. Refined, cultured. Light glowed in the office beyond the cells, which the sheriff had walked her through along the way. She'd never seen the inside of a jailhouse. This was a day of many firsts. Her first encounter with the saloon girl, the first time she'd been accused of theft, her first trip to jail. The sudden urge to laugh nearly overwhelmed her. It was all so unreal. The sheriff fidgeted in his office. The sound of fingers tapping on the desk carried back to where she sat. She knew he was angry with her for not being more forthcoming. She couldn't do it. Not to that girl, whoever she was. She'd been through enough, and if there was punishment meted out, her life would only get worse. And the guilt would eat at Phoebe. No true harm had been done. Why punish the poor thing? Yet that was the way of it for poor girls with no money and no family. Only a girl in such a situation would fall as far as the blonde-haired thief had. She'd likely turn to work in the saloon as a last resort. What other reason would there be for anyone to debase themselves so? There would be nowhere for her to go, for she likely had no family to help her. No one to help her once she'd gone to jail. The scraping of a chair against a wooden floor signaled the sheriff rising from the desk. Short, sharp footsteps foretold of his approach. "You're gonna get it now, girlie," one of the drunks whispered, while the other giggled. She wanted to claw their eyes out. Digging her nails into her palms would have to suffice, and she did so until it hurt. Here he came, striding in with a nasty look on his face which she caught from the corner of her eye. He had it in for her, with his already strong jaw set tighter than ever and his broad shoulders nearly up around his ears. He was very angry. It wasn't easy to recall the way his coffee-colored eyes had looked into hers with such warmth when they were on the street, when she'd thought he was a nice man. She could hardly recall this now, as he gazed upon her with anything but that same warmth. "I need you to tell me what you were doing with that wallet," he muttered through clenched teeth. "I've tried every way I know how to get through to you. To treat you with kindness. I can promise you, the same wouldn't be so if you'd met up with just about any other lawman in this part of the country." "He means it," one of the drunkards piped up. "Quiet you." The sheriff turned his attention back to her. The fact that she hadn't reacted to anything he'd said seemed to anger him even more. "I mean it, young woman. I want to know where you got that wallet, and I want to know now." She gave no sign of having heard him. What other choice did she have? It was either describe the girl, who would of course match the description of one of the girls at the saloon, or take the blame on herself. Neither option was any better than the other. Therefore silence was her only safe choice. Let him think she was deaf or mute. Or both. It didn't matter. After enough silence, the sounds of snickering came from the other two cells. The men were enjoying watching their sheriff, as a woman took him down a peg or two. His nostrils flared, the muscles twitched in his jaw. He wanted to explode on them, but clearly fought to avoid doing so. Then it was obvious something else occurred to him. Phoebe noted the way his eyes moved from side to side. He was thinking. A smile spread slowly. "You'll have to sleep on it, I reckon." Sleep on it? Her blood ran cold. No wonder the man looked so smug. Wicked, wicked man. He knew the notion would be abhorrent to her, sleeping out in the open with these strange men, thinking their filthy thoughts. How could one even sleep on this thin, pitiful excuse for a bed? How could she sleep in her clothing? She would certainly not remove any of it. Still she did not move. She showed no awareness. She might have been a life-size doll. And his anger only grew, until she thought he might burst into flames on the spot. "I'll find a way to get through to you yet," he vowed, and there was no doubt in her mind that he meant it. A door slammed shut outside the cells, and a woman's voice echoed through the place. "Rance Connelly, just what do you think you're doing here at this time of night?" Judging by the fleeting look of dismay which crossed the sheriff's cursedly handsome face, Phoebe guessed there was at least one person he answered to.
Chapter 4. Rance darted out into the office at the sound of Martha's voice. There she stood, fists on hips, glaring at him. When she stood that way, with her eyes flashing and the color high on her cheeks, she reminded him of their mother. Especially when she flicked back a piece of black hair when it brushed against her forehead, a gesture of their mother's, one they'd seen hundreds of times. She sounded like her, too, when she berated him, as she was about to do. "I've kept supper warm for you all this time, Rance Connelly. The least you could have done was send word that you wouldn't be coming home for it. Would you please be silent, woman?" He glanced over his shoulder, where he could see both Curtis and the young woman in their cells. "I don't need you undermining me when I have prisoners to deal with. OPSSH. She waved a hand before gesturing to his desk, revealing what she'd brought along. "I thought as much when you didn't come home, so I brought your supper to you. I only wish you would be a little more considerate." He hadn't smelled the rich, savory stew until that second. The thought of what awaited him in the covered pail set his mouth to watering. No one could cook like Martha. He sat down and pulled the pail to him by its handle, before lifting the napkin she'd used to cover it. Inside were several biscuits, and beneath them was a bowl of the very stew he'd smelled. He barely had time to lift it from the pail before indulging in it. Martha pulled up a chair from another desk and plopped down onto it. "He ran me ragged today. Full of energy, as always." "Has that other tooth come out yet?" Rance asked between bites. The biscuits were like clouds, as ever. How she got them so light, he would never know. "Not yet. I've found him wiggling it more than once today," she admitted with a rueful laugh. "Always in a rush. That's another reason why I came over. The idea that I would sit here, hungry and alone, wasn't enough." She rolled her eyes. "Hardly enough. I had to go to the trouble of fetching Mrs. Smith to keep an eye on Jessie. I wouldn't ask her to come over if it were only to bring your supper." He chuckled, knowing this wasn't true, but respecting his sister's toughness just the same. She was what might be described as a piece of work. There was no choice but to be tough, Lord knew. No nonsense. Hard as nails when the situation called for it. After Charles's death, there had been no alternative. "Is there anything wrong at the house? Do you need my help with something?" She shook her head. "Then nothing wrong, no. But I'm afraid I do need your help." "With what?" "My son refuses to go to bed until Uncle Rance tells him his bedtime story, and I'm about beside myself at the moment. I need you to come home and take care of this." He groaned. "Martha. I mean it. I can't have him up until all hours of the night. You're the only one who can get him to bed." Rance rubbed his temples. Would this day ever end? While he loved his nephew the way he'd imagined loving a son, this was hardly the time. Why not tell him I'm coming home, then allow him to fall asleep on his own? Tell him to stay in bed and wait, and if he's a naughty boy and he gets out of bed, I won't be there to tell him any stories at all. Her scowl was exactly what he'd expected, but he had to try. "You know I won't lie to my boy that way. I hate to think of him lying there in bed waiting, watching for you from the window by the bed." When she put it that way, he hated to think of it too. Poor little fella. Disappointment had already touched him far too many times. Many was the night when Rance had found his nephew waiting at the window for his papa to come home. Too young to understand that such a time would never come again. Even so, no matter the love he bore his family, the very real fact of the young woman in the cell buzzed in the back of his mind like an entire swarm of bees. "I can't leave just now," he informed his sister in a low whisper, jerking his head in the direction of the cells. "I'm afraid it simply isn't possible." "What, pray tell, is important enough?" Martha craned her neck to look and barely concealed a gasp of surprise. She turned back to Rance, mouth hanging open. "Who is that?" He shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine, sister." "What does that mean?" "It means I do not have the slightest idea, is what it means. And I'm about fit to be tied. She won't say a word. I don't even know if she hears me. She certainly hasn't reacted to anything Curtis and Vernon have said." "Those old fools," Martha muttered with a roll of her eyes. "You believe her to be a deaf mute, then?" He shrugged again, this time throwing his hands into the air. "It's as good an explanation as any I can think of. Why else would she offer no defense?" "Defense of what?" "Of the fact that she was found holding Jake Nielsen's stolen wallet." Martha winced. Of all people. Precisely. The fact was, as put out as his sister's visit had left him at first, he always felt better for talking to her. Even better than he did after discussing such matters with one of the deputies. Maybe there was something to be said for being the other's first friend, for knowing each other better than nearly anyone else did. Martha folded her arms, her face screwed up in concentration. He knew this expression well, and also knew it was best to sit back and let her think things through. She often noticed things he did not. Maybe because she was a woman, and simply saw everything differently. "Where was the wallet stolen?" she whispered, glancing through the doorway to where the girl sat. She hadn't moved, remarkably, still with her back straight and her hands clasped in her lap. If it weren't for her continuing to blink, he might have believed her dead. "In the saloon." Martha's mouth fell open again. "There? A girl like that? All sorts of people visit the saloon. Not her. Not a girl dressed that way, with no face paint or jewelry. You know how those girls are. It sounds like you know quite a lot more than I would ever have guessed." He grinned. "How much time have you spent in their presence?" "Oh, hush." She scowled, with a half-hearted swat at the side of his head. "Everyone knows. I don't have to sit down for supper with them to know one when I see one at the mercantile. I've never known you to have such narrow-minded opinions." I never said I had a bad opinion of them. I just bet I'd rather be friends with one of them than some of the so-called upstanding citizens of this town. That's neither here nor there. She looked through the doorway again. I tell you, she isn't one of them. Just the dress alone tells me. It's too nice. Nice? It didn't look too nice to him. There isn't anything fancy about it. The way she rolled her eyes, he thought they might fall out of her head. Which is the point. Men don't understand anything. It isn't fancy. It's simply a nice dress. Nicer than anything I've worn in. She cleared her throat. I'm confident she isn't one. I think you have the wrong girl entirely. He thought so too, in the deepest part of his heart. Hadn't he already doubted her? Little difference it makes if I can't get a word out of her. I believe she can read lips, since it seemed she understood what was happening on the street. You believe Lawrence would employ a deaf-mute in his saloon? She whispered, raising an eyebrow. Then she smiled, and her voice was loud enough to carry when she spoke again. Do you suppose she's with child? Or that she might have one of those terrible diseases those saloon girls catch? A gasp echoed out from the cells. A decidedly female gasp. Martha looked down at him, smiling in wry triumph. It looks as though she isn't deaf, after all. Rance could only stare in surprise. Why hadn't he thought of that? Why I never, the young woman murmured. She sounded quite flustered, as if her feathers were good and ruffled over his sister's insinuations. They exchanged a glance. Eastern, he whispered. She had the accent of a woman not from those parts. Martha merely shrugged. It seemed the mystery would not be so easily solved. What was a woman from the East doing in this situation? His sister was just as curious, if not more so. Before he had the chance to hold her back, she went straight through the doorway and down the line of cells. He reckoned this wouldn't end well and followed close behind. My name is Martha. Who are you? She demanded, though she did not ask in the same spirit in which he had. She was curious. Insanely so. Her eyes were wide and bright, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This was the most interesting thing that had happened to Martha in ages. The woman stared at her, brows lowering. She loathed being tricked into speaking. Good luck getting a word out of this one. Curtis laughed. Oh hush, Martha hissed. It's little wonder she doesn't wish to speak, being in the presence of you two. Why don't you go to sleep and leave her alone? The ghost of a smile touched the stranger's lips, curving them upward. Rance blinked, and the smile was gone, as though it hadn't existed. You can trust me, Martha explained as she stepped closer to the iron bars. Truly. I know my brother isn't always the friendliest cuss, and I won't pretend there haven't been times I've purposely gone against him, just because he was getting a little too big for his britches. Rance did what he could to maintain his dignity through this. But I want to help you, she continued. I knew from the first that you aren't one of the girls who works over in the saloon. Not you. And I know you must have a reason why you were holding that wallet. You look like a nice young lady. Why don't you make it easy on yourself, and tell us who you are and how we can clear this whole thing up? There were times when he wondered if his sister wouldn't have made a good sheriff, had she not been born female. Or maybe it was because she was a woman, that she could understand people, and how to speak to them better than he could. To his surprise, none of this seemed to make the slightest bit of difference to the stranger. Instead of admitting her name, what she was doing in town, and with a stolen wallet in hand to boot, she chose to turn her face away with the same stony expression she'd worn earlier. Martha fell back a half step, and a few sniggers sounded from the other cells. Rance merely took his sister's arm and led her away before her temper got the better of her. After years at the receiving end of her flare-ups, he knew how quickly they could appear. How rude, she whispered, incensed. She might not be a saloon girl, but she certainly has no manners. This is what I've dealt with ever since I brought her in, he grunted, glancing the stranger's way. How perplexing she was. Well, what can you do? Martha shrugged. We've both tried to no avail. Let her spend the night here, that will change her tune, I reckon. I can't do that. Why not? When Rance stared pointedly at Curtis, visible from where they stood, she sighed. It isn't as if they can get to her, unless they can suddenly walk through iron. No, but they can say dreadful things to her. It wouldn't be right. She sighed. I know better than to argue when you believe something's a matter of right and wrong. But why can't one of your men do it? Isn't that why the town employs them? Bill's out of town, helping catch those cattle rustlers who've been causing trouble. Henry's wife's been sick, and Pete's got family visiting. I can't ask them to spend the night here, in the office. Besides, it's my job. I'm the sheriff. Which means you have to do everything, because you feel responsible for everyone in town and must keep their welfare in mind at all times, even above your own. I'm not interested in having this argument with you again. You'll never understand. Wouldn't you feel responsible if something were to happen to Jesse, even if you weren't there for it? Jesse is my son. This town isn't your child. The girl isn't in any danger here, and if she's stubborn enough to remain silent when speaking might spare her all of this, then maybe she deserves a night between those two. She jerked a thumb in the direction of the cells. All I know is, Jesse won't go to sleep without his Uncle Rance tucking him in and telling him a story like he does every night. What she said touched him, but it was what she left out that touched him further, for it was Charles who used to tuck Jesse in every night. Charles would tell him a story. His father. Now it was up to Rance to continue that, for Jesse relied on him. Hang it all, he muttered. What if? Martha hesitated, biting her lip. What if? I don't like this idea any more than you will when you hear it, but what if you bring her along? To the house? I must be hearing things. You can lock her in a bedroom if it comes to that, but at least you'll know she's safely locked away, and no one will bother her. And you won't have to spend the entire night here in the jailhouse. Bringing a prisoner home with him. If that didn't beat all. She will not spend the night under any circumstances, but I suppose keeping her in the house, locked away, while I take care of things won't be taking too great a chance. And I can always bring her back. It seems as though you've solved your problem. Now, you need to solve the problem of an active little boy who refuses to go to sleep, and who's been driving me to distraction all day. Martha brushed back the same offending strand of hair which insisted on falling over her forehead, and it was then that he took note of how tired she looked. In the 6 months since Charles' fall from a ladder, the oddest, most pitiful accident, she had aged far past her years. I suppose I have no choice, he decided.
Chapter 5. What were they talking about, out there? Phoebe strained to hear, holding her breath whenever she could, just in the hope of catching their words. Plotting something, no doubt, just as there was little doubt she wouldn't like whatever it was they had in mind. And she didn't like that Martha. Demanding. Probably a gossip too. She'd all but licked her chops at the chance to learn something of the stranger in the cell. Not because she wanted to help, though she might pretend otherwise. Now that he wasn't alone, the sheriff was more likely to come up with a way to make her talk. Why, oh why had she come to town? She made a vow to herself, then and there, that she would give up her romantic ways. No more falling in love, even if the man in question had marvelous sideburns and beautiful eyes and a solicitous manner. A lot of good any of that did her just then. The men to either side seemed to be sleeping finally, or they'd at least given up taunting her in favor of lying across their cots, eyes closed. She knew they were asleep when they began to snore, which might have been amusing had she heard them under different circumstances. They sounded like dueling tuba players. The faint smile this image brought to mind vanished when Rance Connelly appeared once again, this time without his friend. He looked rather grim, though that was nothing new. The man could have been anywhere between 25 and 50. While his face was young enough, his eyes were those of a very old man. A man who'd seen quite enough of life, thank you very much, and was not inclined to see more. And he was looking at her. You sure you don't want to tell me how you came to be in possession of that wallet? And before you decide to ignore me again or pretend you can't hear, I know you can hear me, and I know you can speak. You might at least acknowledge me when I'm talking to you. After all, he reminded her with a faint smile, you are my guest. An unwilling guest. Ah, there's your voice, he marveled. Then, you don't seem unwilling. How can you call yourself unwilling when you could have left by now? Hell, you might have avoided this whole mess. He hooked his thumbs under his belt, which fastened in the front with a wide, silver buckle. Please watch your language, she sniffed. Right. Because I'm in the presence of a lady. Is that it? She stared at him, unwilling to grant him a reply. Well, he continued when she didn't speak, it looks like we're in a bit of a tight spot here thanks to you. See, I'm needed at home. My sister came to fetch me. But going home would mean leaving you here to listen to this. He gestured to the 2 occupied cells. I've heard worse. She truly hadn't. It was a wonder the men didn't keep the entire neighborhood awake, but she was not about to admit that. Besides, her chance of sleeping even if she were there alone was slimmer than slim. Even so, it would sit on my conscience, and I don't take to the idea of having you on my conscience. While you haven't done a doggone thing to make me like you or even trust you, that doesn't mean you deserve to hear whatever comes out of their mouths when they wake up. I'm sure I can handle it. You do know what the buckets in the corners are for, don't you? And how much a man sometimes wants to empty his belly after a night of drinking. And how bad that smells. He took a step nearer the bars. And how bad other things smell. Her stomach churned, and her nose wrinkled before she could help it. He nodded slowly, knowingly. I'm gonna have to bring you with me, then. She glared at him, stunned. You're joking. Wish I was. I won't go. You can't make me go. He growled like an angry dog. You don't seem to understand that I'm only doing this because you're making it impossible for me to do otherwise. You could have been out of here by now, or we could at least have gone about getting things settled if you weren't so all-out stubborn. I can't let you go if I don't know what happened earlier this evening, and I thought you might be more comfortable elsewhere. Even now, when I'm offering you a night in my home rather than here in jail. He trailed off with a few muttered words which she guessed were not complimentary. She chewed on her lip. Look. He lowered his head, looking at her from beneath his heavy brow. You can either come with me in shackles like some common criminal, or you can behave like a lady and come quietly. If you even know what it means to behave like a lady. Her wounded pride cried out for vengeance, and a tart remark sat right at the tip of her tongue. To think. Being mistaken for one of those girls. The indignity of it all. When he held up the shackles he had in mind, heavy iron with a thick chain connecting them, her pride moved back to make room for nervousness. He meant it. He would affix the cuffs to her wrists or worse to her ankles and lead her out of there. People on the street might see her being led around like a common criminal. Even so, pride made her feign the confidence she lacked. I know how to behave like a lady, thank you, and if my choice is between going peacefully and going in shackles, I choose peace. I thought you might. Oh, how she wished she could reach out and wipe the smug look from his face. It was nearly enough to make her wish she'd chosen differently, even though he would still look just as smug if he were affixing the shackles. Perhaps even more so. She was barely able to contain her disgust as he opened the door, swinging it slowly as if he expected her to bolt out. She knew better. Where would she go, after all? The buggy wasn't far, but there would still be the matter of driving home in the dark. Though under the circumstances, she thought she might be willing to risk it. Good sense held her in place, however, until the sheriff waved her out. Come on then, he groaned. Let's get this over with. Indeed. She stepped out, eyeing one of the 2 sleeping men as they walked past him. The sheriff's sister waited in the office, tapping her foot, as though impatient to start out. Phoebe wasn't certain what she thought of this woman. He'll be anxious, she said, leading the way out of the jailhouse and onto the dark street. We've kept him long enough already. Heaven knows what he's put Mrs. Smith through while they were waiting. Who? Who was waiting? Who was anxious? The sheriff didn't offer any response, leaving Phoebe as confused as ever. They were taking her home, but who else was there? Her heart pounded maddeningly, her head spun, her legs shook. She couldn't let them see how she felt. The street was quiet at least, which was a relief. No one to witness her shame. What time was it? No way of telling. Molly would be so worried. They all would. Though even the thought of their worry was easier to live with than knowing what they'd think if they saw her like this. A prisoner. Kate would enjoy it, she thought with a smirk. She'd see the entire affair as very dramatic, even romantic in a way. Sacrificing herself for the sake of another, a stranger. A poor waif who'd robbed someone in a failed attempt at escaping her unhappy lot in life. Perhaps it should have been Kate then who'd taken the ride to town. For even Phoebe found it difficult to see this as anything but a dreadful mistake she would just as soon have avoided. The shame of it. The absolute shame as the sheriff and his sister led her down the street, around a corner and further down a smaller, narrower street filled with modest homes. They came to a stop in front of what she supposed would be a rather pretty place in daylight. The scent of many different flowers hung in the air, heavy in the warm air of late summer. The garden must be lovely, though there was no making it out in the darkness. Not that she cared much. A pretty jail was still a jail. Her heart was just as heavy as she climbed the wooden stairs to the deep porch, as it would have been if she were being led to the gallows. How would she ever get out of this? Mind your manners, the sheriff muttered as they stepped into the house. As if she wouldn't. As if she couldn't be trusted. The indignity of it all. She gave no sign of having heard him. The moment they were over the threshold, a ball of energy came running at them. Phoebe pressed herself to the wall to avoid being knocked over. Uncle Rance? Uncle Rance? A small curly-headed boy slammed into the sheriff, wrapping his arms around the man's knees. This was unexpected. She hardly had time to catch her breath before the little boy turned and looked up at her with wide, innocent, curious brown eyes, which matched the brown of his hair, and the freckles which dusted his nose and cheeks. "Who's this pretty lady?" he asked, all charm. His smile revealed a gap in his front teeth. "This is a friend of Uncle Rance's," the boy's mother explained. So she was a mother. Where was her husband? The sheriff Rance had called this his home. He was taking her home. He lived here with the family? "What's your name?" the boy asked, unaware of the happenings and circumstance around him. "Lucky lad." Rance grabbed him about the waist and tossed him into the air, causing him to squeal and giggle. Now that they were outside the jail, he seemed an entirely different person. As though the hard, toughened sheriff was merely a mask he wore in a play. Once again, this would have been the perfect situation for Kate to stumble into. Phoebe was entirely out of her depth. Now. The boy's mother, Rance's sister, shook her head and waved a finger. "I don't want you getting him worked up so close to bedtime. Remember, you're supposed to put him to bed, not play rough games." "What do you say, Jessie?" Rance asked. "You reckon you might be about ready for bed? I hear you wouldn't go unless you got your bedtime story." So that was it. Phoebe felt herself softening, dangerously so, toward the man who'd jailed her. He had to come home to put his nephew to bed. He wasn't quite the kind of man he pretended to be, or rather he was a man with more than one side to his character. Phoebe remained with her back to the wall, confused and deeply uncomfortable with this turn of events. What was to become of her in this house? "Will you come with us?" Little Jessie asked with one of his disarming smiles. There was a cheekiness to him, a streak of mischief she supposed all little boys shared, and she couldn't help but smile in return. Rance was too quick. "No, she can't come with us. She'll stay here in the sitting room, while you and I go off to your bedroom and I tuck you in. Mama will walk Mrs. Smith home, and she'll stay right here, outside your bedroom, and she won't make a move until I'm finished with you. Isn't that right?" he asked, turning to her. To the devil with him. Only the presence of the child made her hold her tongue. She said everything she needed to say with her eyes, which bored holes into his as he smiled that knowing smile. As if he could read her thoughts and knew how dark and hate-filled they were. She made a show of choosing a high-backed chair near the window, folding her hands in her lap as she'd done in the jail cell and smiling at the boy. He was the only person in the room she liked. Rance looked to his sister, whose creased forehead and deep scowl revealed her hesitation, and the fact that she hated this arrangement. "It's all right, Martha. You can walk Mrs. Smith home. Everything will be safe here." Phoebe wanted to scream and stomp her feet, just to show him he couldn't tell her what to do. There was a lovely china tea set on the small table beside her. Perhaps she would throw it to the floor just to prove a point. But Martha wasn't the one who wore a smug smile. Martha was a mother, worried about her boy, and about the condition of her home. Even a modest home was a home, and it was hers. While she could have perhaps taken better care of it, dust covered the tables, dirt streaked the windows, and the drapes and rugs needed to be taken outside and beaten hard. It was likely all she had. Phoebe wouldn't prove the sheriff right about her. He suspected her of being little better than trash. She'd show him. "It's all right, Martha," she murmured. "I'll stay right here." "Martha?" An old woman stepped into the room from what must have been the kitchen, tucked away in the rear of the house. "I really must get home before it's too much later." "Of course, Mrs. Smith." One more worried look, then Martha hurried into the kitchen. A door opened, then closed. "Mrs. Smith lives in the house behind this one," Jessie explained. "She don't like to walk by herself at night." "She doesn't like to, and it's none of this young lady's business," Rance corrected him. "Come on now. We'll get you settled in." There was a small room beyond the parlor, on the other side of the front door. Through the doorway she could just make out the foot of a child's bed, along with a few scattered toys on the otherwise neat, clean floor. He bounced Jessie in his arms as he carried the boy to his bedroom, now smiling at the sound of his nephew's squeals. How could one man seem like two entirely different people? No matter how many times she told herself she shouldn't, there was no helping the impulse to lean in and listen hard as Rance put Jessie to bed. There had to be something she could learn about him.
Chapter 6. Uncle Rance, tell me all about your day. Jess's dark curls bounced in time with his jumping on the bed, still too full of energy. Perhaps he had worked the tyke up a bit too much, after all. "What do you want to know?" he asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Did you catch any bad people today, and put them in jail?" Rance was keenly aware of the woman sitting outside the room. She could probably hear every word. "I did catch someone and put them in jail today," he responded with a glance toward the open door. "More than one person, in fact, though two of them weren't really bad people. You ought to lie down and get settled, young man." Jessie finally stopped fidgeting and allowed Rance to tuck the sheets around him. "Why would you put somebody in jail if they're not a bad person?" "There's different reasons," Rance explained, choosing his words even more carefully than usual. "Not everybody who does something bad is a bad person, for one thing. They just do bad things. There were two men tonight who started a big fight. Not bad men, but men who were fighting and making things rough for people who just wanted to go about their business." "Who were the men?" Jessie asked, eyes sparkling. "No, you don't need to know that." He'd recognize them on the street and, knowing him, would ask why they were fighting and how long they had been in jail for. Children had a way of asking such questions at just the right, or better put, wrong time. And they had long memories too. "Ah, Uncle Rance." Jessie pouted, sticking out his bottom lip. "You can't get to me like you get to your mother with that pout," he reminded the boy, tussling his hair to show there were no hard feelings on his end. Jessie tried to duck him with a laugh. "I thought I was supposed to read you a story. I want to hear more about what happened at the jailhouse. How come Mama had to go fetch you? You always come home for supper, but you didn't tonight." Children also had a tendency to hold on to a subject, no matter how a person wanted them to forget it. Rance rubbed his temples. "I was busy, like I said." "Who's the lady in the parlor? Was she one of the bad people?" "I told you, there aren't." Rance cut himself off before he said something he'd regret the woman hearing. "She's just a guest. That's all. A guest. But what's her name? Doesn't she have a name? What's it matter what her name is?" She's a guest in our house. Jess's house. Martha's house. The house he'd come to live in after Charles died. Not his, not really, though he did protect those who lived beneath its roof just as he would if they were his wife and son. They were still his blood, after all. But you don't bring lady guests over, especially not at night time. He was too clever by half, his nephew. Though the fact that he'd pointed out Rance's lack of lady friends was not lost. Another skill particular to children, their ability to speak the profound truth without being aware of just how profound it was. He bit back a chuckle at his own expense. You're right about that. So, why'd you bring her over then? I expect you won't be satisfied with a story now, will you? Nope. That's grown-up business. And if you're not asleep, or at least tucked in with your eyes closed, by the time your mama gets home she'll be after both our hides. Jessie appeared to contemplate this. What's her name? I'll go to sleep soon as you tell me her name. I'm not here to bargain with you, young man. That isn't how this works. I can always ask her myself. Sure you can, Rance agreed. Anything to end this so the boy would go to sleep. He had bigger problems in need of his attention. Such as the one sitting in the parlor, more than likely listening to every word of this. You can ask her the next time you see her. That time would never come, but the boy didn't need to know it. She'd be back in jail first thing in the morning. I'll ask her right now. Jessie jumped up and scurried over the bed, then shot to the floor and was out the door in a flash. Get back here, you. Rance chased him to the door, then stopped when he saw it was no use. Jessie was already standing in front of the stranger, who looked genuinely pleased to see him. She also looked as though she was rearranging herself in the chair. As if she had crept nearer the bedroom door and was caught unawares when Jessie made his quick escape. Her cheeks were flushed too, and her chest rose and fell in short gasps. Tricky woman, but not as clever as she believed herself. What's your name, lady? Jessie blurted out. My name. The woman's eyes were round with surprise, and maybe dismay. She couldn't deny him any more than Rance could. No one could deny him. He had a special charm unlike that of any other child. Maybe he would prove very helpful in this matter, too. Rance leaned against the doorframe, arms folded, waiting to hear her answer. She couldn't avoid the boy's questions, even he couldn't, and he was much more experienced with doing so. Her gaze flickered up to his for the briefest moment, and he knew she saw the peril she was in. You want to know my name? She asked slowly. Her voice was pleasant enough, honey, rich and sweet, now that she was speaking to a child, and not to the man who'd jailed her. Him. She smiled. My good friends used to call me Peep C when I was growing up. I think you can call me that, too. His heart sank. She was a smart one. Peep C. Jessie echoed. Does that mean we're good friends, too? It sure does. She beamed. And because I'm your good friend, I'm going to tell you something else that's very, very important, and you'll listen and do as I say, because you're my good friend and good friends listen to each other. Isn't that right? It sure is. His gap-toothed grin tugged at Rance's heart just as he could tell it tugged at hers. She looked upon him with the same affection Rance did. All right then. She waved him nearer, smiling playfully. Here it is, it's very late, and you ought to get to bed before your mother comes home and gets upset with you. Oh gee, Jessie frowned, scuffing the floor with one bare foot. Come on, young man. Rance took him by the hand and led him from the parlor. This time you're going to bed, and you're going to stay there. He made a point of avoiding her gaze. She didn't need to know how she'd affected him, and he had the feeling she'd see it on his face. He was never good at hiding his thoughts, especially ones as angry and dark as his were just then. Peep C. A very clever way around the question. Jessie waved to her over his shoulder, and Rance glanced back in time to see her doing the same. She did seem sincere. That was to her credit, if nothing else. By the time he finished tucking Jessie in, Martha had returned. She was waiting in the kitchen for him, and he noticed a cup of tea in the stranger's hand. Peep C, he reminded himself to call her, though no one would ever mistake them for good friends. "Since when do we serve prisoners tea?" he whispered once he was with his sister. She rolled her eyes. "Since when do we bring them to the house? Jess is in bed now, so I suppose I'll be taking her back with me to the jailhouse." "Wait." She touched his arm. "I meant it earlier when I said she could stay in a locked room and be perfectly safe. You know we have the space." Her eyes lowered until she was looking at the floor, probably thinking of the children she and Charles had planned on. They'd bought a house with plenty of rooms to hold all of those children who would never be born. It's a terrible intrusion, and besides, she doesn't deserve a comfortable bed in a nice home. She doesn't deserve a cup of tea. You still think she's guilty? She's given me no reason to believe otherwise. That doesn't mean you ought to spend the night sitting up in a chair, as though she were a train robber or murderer. She's just a girl who looks younger than me even. Martha was all of 24. And she had a point. The girl was young, though youth had nothing to do with it. She wasn't a violent criminal, and taking her back to the jail would mean sitting up to keep an eye on her. He didn't much enjoy the notion of sitting up in his chair all night. He'd done it before, and had nothing more than a sore back to show for it the next day. So long as you don't feel uncomfortable with the arrangement. If you mean to ask whether I'll be able to sleep tonight with a hardened criminal under my roof. All right, he muttered, knowing when he was licked. They returned to her, where she waited with teacup and saucer in lap. "Thank you for this," she smiled to Martha. "It's very generous of you." "Her generosity knows no bounds," Rance explained. He was feeling rather surly, so it more than likely came out that way, but he was far past the point of caring what she thought. Or even what his sister thought. Martha shot him a warning look which he ignored. "The fact is, I can't let you go, but I don't much take to the idea of spending the night in the jailhouse. So, you'll be spending the night here." Good thing she'd already put the cup and saucer on the table. They would have shattered to the floor otherwise, the way she bolted up from the chair. "Here? In your home? You'll be locked in the bedroom, of course," he continued, ignoring her, "so you'll want to go to the outhouse with Martha here and take care of what needs taking care of." "Rance," Martha hissed, blushing. Peepsy didn't blush. Her gaze was defiant. "If I refuse? You'll go back to the jailhouse, and you can deal with the men and whatever noises they happen to make in the night. Drunken men rarely sleep deep for long," he warned. "Though you might already know that." Her fist clenched as fast as lightning, but she refrained from using it on him. At least if she'd struck him, he'd have good reason to hold on to her. "Enough of this," Martha decided in her customary sudden manner. "Come. I'll show you outside, then we'll settle you in for the night." As she led Peepsy through the parlor, past the dining room, and into the kitchen, she glared at Rance in a way which promised they'd have it out later. He was too tired to care very much. This was a matter of business, nothing more, and he couldn't treat her with kid gloves simply because she was a woman. Still, it was looking like the start of a very long night.
Chapter 7. "Don't worry too much about my brother," Martha whispered on their way back into the house. "He means no real harm." Phoebe remained silent, as she had throughout most of the night. It was the only way to make sure she didn't say too much and give herself away or get herself into further trouble. The way she almost had when she'd come within a hair's breadth of smashing her fist into Rance's face. How satisfying that would have been. "He's the youngest sheriff Carson City's ever had, you know," Martha continued in the same low, confidential tone. "I believe he feels the need to prove himself, but he'd rather bite off his own tongue than admit it. I shouldn't have said it, but—" They came to a sudden halt, with Martha spinning in place so suddenly, she nearly knocked Phoebe off the lower step. "Don't mention that to him. Please. I only wanted you to see why he sometimes acts the way he does. He takes his responsibility very seriously." Phoebe said nothing, because she might say the wrong thing if she spoke. The very wrong thing. For instance, she might have informed Martha that many people took their responsibilities seriously. That Rance Connelly was not in the least bit unique. Her brother-in-law, for instance, had not only taken care of the ranch after her father's death, but he'd also gone a long way toward making it more successful than ever. He'd also become the brother the other girls never had. He protected them the way Molly did. Molly, who'd taken seriously the vow to care for her sisters when their mother died. A lot of people took responsibilities seriously. Yet this young sheriff strutted about like a rooster, proud of himself for doing his duty. Indignation nearly choked her, and opening her mouth to vent her thoughts would have lessened the pressure. Still, she did not dare. The kitchen was just as unkempt as the rest of the house, Phoebe noted as they entered. Hardly slovenly, Martha very clearly tried to keep control over matters, judging by the dishes soaking in the sink, and a floor free from crumbs and refuse, but in need of a thorough scrubbing. There were webs in the corners, near the ceiling, and the wood-burning stove could have used a blacking. It looked dull and on the verge of corroding. Then again, she reflected as she followed Martha through the house, it was likely that a mischievous little boy like Jesse took up much of his mother's time. That, combined with the sense of sadness that hung about Martha like a shroud, might well leave her unable to keep house as well as she might. Rance was waiting for them in the parlor, his body taut with impatience. "Ready?" he asked without looking at either her or his sister, then began climbing the stairs without waiting for them. Martha seemed to take this in her stride, while Phoebe practically boiled. If she had stayed home, she would be safe and comfortable in her own bed. Reading one of her books perhaps, or writing in her diary. There would be more than enough to write about, upon returning home. Whenever that would be. Rance came to a stop just past the top of the stairs. "What do you think?" he asked his sister, his face unreadable in the darkness. "This will do." Phoebe bit her tongue, rather than asking whether she had a say in whether the room would do. He opened the door to reveal a small, modestly decorated room, which held little more than a sturdy bed and a small dresser. This might have been a child's room, though the bed was larger than a child would need. Something to grow into, she decided. It seemed a shame no one slept there. She stepped inside, with the three of them in there, one hardly had room to turn around, and waited. Now that they'd decided where to leave her, it seemed they had little idea of what to do next. The entire situation grew more absurd by the minute. "Well then." Rance gestured to the bed. "Here you are. I'll lock the door behind me. You stay put, and I'll fetch you in the morning." Martha gave him one of her looks, the type that all but screamed of how she felt her brother was behaving like a bore. "If you need anything, I'll be in the room on the other side of this wall." She pointed to the wall behind the bed. "Don't be afraid to knock on the wall." Rance looked at the ceiling. "Prisoners don't get to make requests. Don't knock on that wall, unless you're badly injured or on the verge of death." "I shall keep that in mind," she replied as sweetly as possible, and was rewarded by his deepening scowl. When the door closed, the click of the key in the lock echoed in her head. The sound was louder than it should have been. It signified her loneliness. The first thing she did was open the window and look out. Naturally, being on the second floor meant quite a drop to the ground below. Only the biggest fool, or someone in grave danger inside the house would jump. Perhaps if there was a fire or something. She turned away, vexed. Was her only option to remove her shoes and dress and go to sleep? Was this truly how she was going to spend her night, before returning to the jail cell? No. She couldn't accept that, and she certainly could not allow her sisters to find her missing in the morning. When Lewis rode out to town, as he most certainly would, he'd find her in jail and the real ordeal would begin. She'd never live this down. If only there was a way to get out of the house and away from town. The only name the sheriff knew her by was Peepsy, so there was little chance of him finding her. She could avoid her sisters ever finding out. The house went silent, the minutes ticking by and becoming hours while she sat on the bed, unwilling to lie down. Lying down would be the same as admitting defeat, and she could not bear the thought, much less the action. Yet every minute brought her a minute closer to her cell. She ran her hands over the bedspread, distracted and fretful, praying to her mother and her father and anyone else in heaven who might be listening. "Please help me. Help me see a way out of this." And then, as if her prayer was heard and answered, the solution presented itself to her in the form of the very bedspread beneath her hands. She looked down, wondering. She then pulled it back to reveal the sheets beneath. An idea took shape, crystallizing in moments, and before she knew it, she was stripping the bed with shaking hands and tying the sheets end to end. The bed was sturdy. It would bear her weight. She tested the knots, dropping one sheet on the floor and standing on it while pulling up as hard as she could. They didn't seem to budge. If only they would remain as strong when she needed them to. This was an absolutely terrible idea, but it was the only hope she had of escape. To the devil with that Rance for giving her no other hope but this. Climbing from a window like a common criminal. The fact that she was behaving like what he thought she was only added to her anger. She pulled harder than ever on the sheets until she felt secure in using them, then tied one end to the heavy bed frame. She tested this too, with the ugly image of it giving way while she was still halfway down running through her mind all the while. There was nothing left to do but to do it, then. She could no longer hesitate or put off what was inevitable. It was late enough that the chance of being spotted from outside was slim at best. A quick look back and forth while leaning from the window showed nothing but darkened windows and a silent street. She lowered the sheet rope as carefully as she could, wishing to avoid the noise of it hitting the house or the ground. Then there was nothing more to do than climb down. This was the part she dreaded. It was one thing to read of such narrow escapes, but another to manage one herself. Alone. With no one to catch her if she fell. No, it would be easy. A simple matter of moving from one knot to the other, or even of sliding down with both hands wrapped around. Nothing more. She was strong, healthy, capable. Terrified. She sat on the sill, before turning herself in place so both legs would dangle from the window. This was it. No turning back. Sheets in hand and her feet closed together atop the nearest knot, so as to keep her grip with them as well, she allowed herself to drop from the sill. And she instantly regretted it, but there was nothing to do but get it done. One move at a time, holding on as tightly as she could, she worked fast. Before her nerves could stop her. Even though her hands shook, and her arms and every other part of her body, she somehow allowed the sheets to slip through her hands slowly enough to lower herself without incident. The first bit of luck she'd had thus far. The house was still silent, telling her no one was the wiser. Let them enjoy their sleep. She would be on her way home before they so much as stirred from their dreams. Skirts lifted and gathered close, she tiptoed down the length of the house and through the gate. It squeaked a bit, setting her teeth on edge, and thus she ran as fast as she could manage down the street and around the corner onto Carson Street. Thank goodness, she was finally free. For the moment. The buggy was still in front of the mercantile, along with her horse. Thank goodness for that as well. Someone had thought to water the sweet gray mare too, if the half-empty bucket before her meant anything. There were some good people in Carson City after all. She untied the horse from the hitching post, before leaping into the buggy and starting off down the street at a furious clip. The town was completely dark, the gas lights out, but the lightening of the eastern sky gave her hope. It would be morning soon, and she could be on her way. What mattered now was getting the buggy far enough outside of town that she would have a head start. The moment there was enough light, she would head straight for home, and likely never leave its confines again.
Chapter 8. Rance turned from one side to the other in bed, this time facing the window. The addition of gray light outside told him he was considerably closer to morning. There was no point in attempting to sleep any longer, but he couldn't bring himself to stop trying. Even when he knew he'd only feel worse if he did manage an hour or two. At this rate, he might as well have stayed in the jailhouse. He could have avoided going to the trouble of introducing her to Jessie. Of bringing her into his life, where there was absolutely no room for her. He turned the situation over in his mind more times than he could count. If Jake Nielsen miraculously woke up that morning in a more generous frame of mind, unlikely, but one could hope, he might be able to get away with releasing the woman and washing his hands of the entire event. More likely was the possibility that Jake would head for the courthouse and get Judge Kavanaugh involved. The judge would have no choice but to ask to see the girl. What was there to do about it? None of this felt right, and that was a fact. The wallet had been returned, and no one was harmed. But Jake wouldn't see it that way. Rance had known him long enough, had known him since back before he became deputy. He was a man prone to anger and to holding a grudge. He wished he had never brought her home to see her smiling at Jesse. To see the way the boy took to her, like a bee taking to honey. He was a shrewd judge of character, that one, the way most children were. They didn't know they were supposed to be nice, to put on an act even around people they didn't like or trust. They followed their instincts. What were Rance's instincts telling him? That something was wrong with this situation, something that didn't have to do with the law or the loud, bold voices of those with money and power. If only he could work things out in her favor somehow. If only she would help him. Rance? Martha's shrill cry sent him flying from bed. Images of a blue-faced young woman filled his mind. What if she had done her worst in a fit of despair? What if she truly was the wallet thief? What if she'd made up her mind to make a better life and thus stolen the wallet, but she'd been thwarted? By him? And he'd taunted her, insinuating she was nothing more than a trashy piece of baggage just to get a rise out of her. A reaction. What if she'd taken his cruel words to heart and hanged herself with the bedsheets? He'd seen men go to such extremes. When he reached the bedroom where a white-faced Martha waited, he saw the bedsheets had been put to use after all. Only not in the manner in which he'd imagined. "You heard nothing," he demanded, leaning over the open window ledge to look down at the ground. What did he expect to find? The girl waiting for him, smiling up from the lawn? "If I had, would I not have alerted you?" She followed him out of the room and down the hall, where she waited outside the door as he dressed in a hurry. "I didn't think she had it in her." "I should have known better," he muttered, more to himself than to her as he thrust his legs into a pair of trousers. "I should have seen it coming. Just because she was on the second floor, I told myself she'd stay where she was. We both believed she would." "Yes, but I'm the sheriff. I'm supposed to know these things. To understand criminals." Martha peered around the edge of the doorframe, then stepped into the room once she saw he'd come close to finishing. "Maybe that was your mistake all along," she suggested. What was? Thinking of her as a criminal, instead of seeing her for who she was. A frightened girl. Nothing more than that. A frightened girl is capable of anything. She could have spoken up on her own behalf at any time, he growled as he tied his boots. What was I to think? If she was innocent, why did she never claim innocence? And if she was innocent, why did she run? There is no call for an innocent person to run. Running only makes a person look more guilty than before. If she knew, you would never believe her. I don't want to hear another word about it. Do you understand? Not another word. He brushed past her on his way into the hall. His coat and holster were on the coat rack by the front door. Don't take your anger out on me. Why would she listen to him? Why would she honor his request for silence? Another thing he should have known better than to believe. He jammed his arms through the sleeves, hands fisted. I wouldn't be so angry if it wasn't clear that you were on her side. His jaw was tight enough to hurt, and he knew he'd be feeling the effects later in the day, but there was no helping his intense fury. He could just imagine her dangling from those sheets, working her way to the ground, laughing to herself over how easy it was to escape him. He had failed. I'm on your side, Rance. I'm always on your side. She stepped in front of the door to slow his progress. Let me past. I have work to do. For whom? She challenged, hands on hips. When she planted her feet, as she was currently doing, there was no moving her. She might as well have been a mighty pine. For the town. Do you truly think that girl's presence has anything to do with the safety of the town? Do you believe she poses a threat to the hard-working people of Carson City? She snickered. If she has half a brain, she'll be far away from here by now. And she won't pay for what she's done. What did she do? Martha whispered, staring up at him. Even if she stole a wallet, the wallet has been returned to its owner. She took nothing. If she was the guilty party, she was held overnight for no real reason. She never had the chance to spend so much as a note of the money. Just because you don't care for Jake Nielsen. No one cares for Jake Nielsen but Jake Nielsen. Be that as it may, I have to care for him whether I like him or not. He's a citizen, and by law I'm. She held up a hand very near his face. Near enough that he almost slapped it away. I don't need to hear any of your insistence that the town is all you care about right now. I know it's not the truth. What is that supposed to mean? It's supposed to mean your pride is the only thing that's truly suffered. She escaped you. She wouldn't give you her name, she refused to tell you what you wanted to know. She climbed out the window using bedsheets. And now when Jake Nielsen comes to you and asks after the girl, you'll have to tell him you were unable to bring her to justice. It's a matter of your pride. He snarled so she had no choice but to step aside. There was nothing to say to any of her accusations, nothing he could risk Jessie overhearing in the next room. He jammed his hat on his head as he stepped outside, marching down the stairs and out through the gate. How had he not heard it squeak when he wasn't even sleeping? Maybe he'd drifted off at one point, after all. Otherwise, he was the worst excuse for a sheriff Carson City had ever seen.
Chapter 9. It was well past dawn by the time Phoebe crested the last ridge before reaching the house. The sight of it brought tears to her eyes. For the briefest moment during her ordeal, she'd questioned whether she would ever see it again. Moments later, a pair of horses galloped down the road from the house. On one sat her brother-in-law, Louis Sutton. On the other sat his wife, Molly. And she was already screeching. The sound of her screams carried on the wind, and were just as strong and chilling when they reached Phoebe's ears. Was it any surprise that she was furious? "Where have you been?" she bellowed as she drew her mare up beside the buggy. "Do you have any idea how we worried for you? Do you know how we sat up all night, fretting and fearing the worst? Kate's been crying since just past supper. Holly has paced the floor so many times it's a wonder she hasn't worn a hole through the boards." "All right." Louis rode up beside her. "She's here now, which is what matters most." "Don't you try to placate me, Louis Sutton," Molly warned, turning her wrath on him. "Not just now. Not when you were just as concerned as the rest of us. But now there's no longer a reason for concern." Though the tightness of his jaw and the tension in his shoulders and back told a different tale. He was not as easygoing as he pretended to be. This was all for Molly's benefit, even if it did little good. "Do I get the chance to defend myself?" she dared ask. "No," they replied in unison. "Not until we reach the house," Louis added, bringing his horse around. "The rest of your sisters deserve an explanation, and I doubt you'll want to go through it twice." He was right about that, and besides, this gave her time to work out an excuse. She'd been so caught up in relief that she'd escaped, fear that she hadn't truly escaped, and Rance was hot on her heels, and absolutely fury at the way the night had turned out, that she hadn't thought to put a suitable excuse together. She couldn't very well admit she'd spent part of the evening in jail before spending the rest of it locked in a bedroom of a stranger's home. She couldn't regale them with a recounting of how she'd lowered herself from the bedroom window with a rope made of bedsheets. That part she would have liked to tell. She still hardly believed it. They rode up to the house, and by the time they'd reached it, the door was open and the girls were pouring out. What a fuss, though she supposed she would have behaved in a similar manner were the situation reversed, and it was Rachel or Kate who'd gone missing for the night. "I'm sorry," she insisted again and again, rumpled and exhausted and wanting nothing more than a few hours' sleep after her unhappy adventure. "I truly am. I would have avoided it if possible, I promise you." "You could very well have avoided it," Molly shouted over the others, which of course was exactly what Phoebe knew she would do. "You could have stayed home yesterday, as I told you to do." "You told me to," Phoebe agreed. "Which was why I did the opposite. Did you ever stop to think that we might grow tired of you telling us what to do? All of us. Perhaps I drove to town just to show you that I could." And look what happened, Molly sneered. You were caught there overnight, and you nearly scared us to death. Did you know Lewis was on the verge of gathering a team of men to look for you? Do you ever think of anyone but yourself? What would have happened if the men went out, and one or more of the horses were injured? What if a man was thrown from the saddle? All because you have some childish need to prove yourself. Kate put an arm around her waist, cleverly holding her back before she could throw herself at Molly and claw her to pieces. We were all so worried about you, she murmured, kissing her cheek. We're so glad you're home safe. Where did you spend the night? Rachel asked, taking up her other side, standing close and speaking more loudly than she might have needed to for the sake of distracting Phoebe from fighting with Molly. In the hotel, she replied without much thought. What would they do? Check to find whether she told the truth? Too much trouble. And what reason would she have to lie? She had a very good reason naturally, but they were unaware of this. As far as she was concerned, they would always be unaware of it. You hardly look like you spent the night sleeping at the hotel, Holly observed. So keen that Holly. I was too worried to sleep. She sat in the parlor, her sisters surrounding her. All but Molly, who lingered in the doorway and watched the scene unfold. Worried? You were worried? She scoffed, shaking her head. You had any reason to worry? Phoebe glared at her. I was worried for all of you. I knew what my absence meant. What inspired you to spend the night? Rachel asked. The horse looks well enough, the buggy too. It grew darker by the minute, and I did not wish to risk driving in darkness. The way Lewis men were about to do, Molly pointed out, her tone sour. Yes. The way they were about to do. You see how dangerous it would have been for me. If you had only stayed home, you might have driven out today. I know that, and I cursed myself through the night. Is that what you want to hear? She demanded, standing on shaking legs. Do you want to see me cry? Do you want to hear of the torment I put myself through, knowing it was my fault for being stubborn? You know not how difficult the evening was for me. Molly yawned behind one hand, her gold wedding band sparkling. Staying the night in a hotel. Very difficult, I'm sure. Lewis approached from behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders. All's well that ends well. She's home and safe, and no one is any the worse for it. I think you should get some rest now, all of you, he added, looking over the room. You all spent the entire night worrying, and that isn't to make Phoebe feel worse than she already does. It's just a fact. You'll all feel better after sleeping for a while. For once, Phoebe was glad Lewis had a tendency to act like a father figure to all of them. It fit, she supposed, since his wife insisted on behaving like their mother. I would like to freshen up, perhaps rest, Phoebe agreed. By all means, he encouraged, likely for the sake of getting rid of her. He hoped she was certain, as she did, that everything would blow over once sleep was enjoyed by all. They could start again on waking. It wasn't until supper that they all got together again. Only extreme hunger could compel Phoebe to leave her room. She'd slept the day away, and her sleep had hardly been restful. Who could rest when the image of Rance Connelly refused to leave their mind? She imagined him riding to the ranch, pushing his horse to greater speed and then greater still. Faster, faster, for he had to catch her, did he not? Yes, he had to catch and punish her for her crime. The hand she rested on the banister as she descended the stairs trembled when the memory of his hard eyes, his strong jaw, the pistol in his holster. It all came back to haunt her. Especially the pistol. Upon reaching the dining room, she was relieved to find her sisters smiling and welcoming her. Even Molly seemed more subdued than she'd been earlier in the day. She kissed Phoebe's cheek and patted her shoulder before handing her a plate, that she might serve herself from the dishes on the buffet table. That small gesture went a long way toward easing Phoebe's conscience. All would be well. They could forget this ever happened, and she would forget all about Rance Connelly. That sunny thought lasted for all of 3 seconds, before Molly turned to Lewis, who just sat down with an overflowing plate. His fresh scrubbed face and damp hair told Phoebe he'd just washed up before coming in to eat. How was the ride to town? Did the supplies make it in? He'd gone to town. Phoebe no longer felt so hungry. They did, so it's a good thing I brought the wagon. Though I could hardly make my way through the gossiping crowds up and down the street. There's quite a lot of excitement in town at the moment, Lewis explained, looking grim. Seems a wallet was stolen at the saloon last night, and the girl who stole it, probably one of the gals who works there if you get my meaning, disappeared. Sheriff Connelly is just about beside himself looking for her. Phoebe squeezed her eyes shut. This wasn't happening. It couldn't possibly be happening. Why couldn't he let her go? Why couldn't he let bygones be bygones? No. His foolish pride wouldn't allow for it. Looking for a saloon girl? Seems he wouldn't need to go further than the saloon, Kate quipped. It would appear that he's questioning all of the girls who work there. In fact, there's talk of him wanting to close the saloon until this matter's cleared up. He's quite determined, they say, though I'm sure some of what I heard is nothing more than idle gossip. Close the saloon? What about the people who earned their living there? Not to mention the fact that he was questioning the girls, more than likely bullying them as he tried to bully her. She'd already heard the disgust in his voice when he referred to them, when he thought she was one of them. This was all her fault. What could she do for them? Did anyone describe the girl? Molly asked as she sat down to eat. It seems that even in a town as large as Carson City, someone would know this girl if they heard her described. Oh no. This was getting worse by the minute. She turned from the buffet in time to see Lewis shake his head. Not that I heard. I only heard her name. Must be a nickname, for I've never heard anyone with such a given name before. It was what she imagined watching a train wreck would feel like. Seeing the train speeding in the direction of a wall, or another train. Knowing certain destruction was the only outcome. Knowing there was nothing she could do to stop it. Nothing at all. What is it? Holly asked. A sheepish smile touched the corners of Lewis' mouth. Yes, he would feel silly saying it. It was a very silly name, after all. The name Kate had given her when Phoebe was too much for her toddler's mouth to manage. The rest of the family had adopted it, and then her closest friends. It was only in recent years that she'd begun to demand they call her by her proper name. She was no longer a child. Though at this very moment, she wished she could crawl behind her mother's skirts and hide from the world. From the wrath which was sure to come. Lewis said a single word. Peepsy. And the world came crashing down. Chapter 10. At first there was nothing but stony silence. The silence of utter shock. And in that silence, in that brief moment, Phoebe could fool herself into thinking they would not explode. They wouldn't react at all. Perhaps they would remain silent to spare her. Lewis didn't know her nickname. In his estimation, she was still completely blameless. Perhaps they wanted to protect that blamelessness. Then, 4 voices erupted all at once. Peepsy. No. It can't be. How is this possible? Allow me to explain. Her voice was lost among the rest. No one wanted an explanation. Not at that moment, anyway. Not yet. They first had to react. Loudly. She looked at Lewis, shrugging in silent apology. The poor man looked as though he'd stepped in a pile of cattle excrement, and didn't know how to get it off his boot. What's this all about? He asked, raising his voice to be heard over the cacophony. Peepsy. Molly stood, thrusting an arm in Phoebe's direction. At the end of that arm was a pointing finger. Phoebe is Peepsy. We called her that for years. Kate burst into tears. What's happening? She wept. This can't be so. Phoebe, what did you do? Holly asked, her face twisted in grief. That's why you were in town all night. Rachel realized. How did you get away? Lewis stood, slapping his hands on the table to silence the others. He stared at her, uncomprehending. Is this true? Are you the Peepsy the sheriff is looking for? She swallowed over the growing lump in her throat. Then she nodded. Oh no. He sank back into his chair. What did you do? Molly whispered, still standing. Her hands shook as she pressed them to her breast as if in prayer. Sit, please. Phoebe. I said sit. Not only did this shock Molly into falling into her chair, but it silenced the chatter which still went on. Even Lewis sat bolt upright. She had never taken this tone in front of him before. She had rarely even shouted at her sisters, but this was not the usual situation. Now that you have our attention, Molly murmured through clenched teeth, perhaps you'd like to tell us what happened yesterday. How the sheriff came to mistake you for a saloon girl. How you came to be accused of stealing a wallet. And just where you spent the night. Phoebe told the story. All of it. None of them so much as touched a bite of food throughout the entire tale. She spoke of the girl, how young and frightened she'd been. Like a child who did wrong without knowing just how wrong it was, she explained, hoping they would understand. Perhaps they wouldn't, because they hadn't been there. They hadn't seen her. She spoke of the man whose wallet was stolen, and how angry he'd been. How she'd felt compelled to protect the thief, even knowing she was a thief, and knowing how much easier her life would be if she placed the blame where it belonged. I could only imagine what they would do to her. How tough they would be. I imagined she only wanted to find a way out of there. The man has plenty of money, the wallet was all but bursting with it. I can second that, Lewis murmured. I've met the man. I know how free he is with his money, and how nasty he can be. She thought he was a likely target, and that it wouldn't hurt him much, Phoebe concluded. She told you this? Molly asked. No. There was no time. I can imagine, however. Molly scowled. I simply didn't feel right, getting her into trouble. If the sheriff finds her, that would be out of my control. This I could control. But he won't find her, Molly pointed out. He's looking for you, Peepsy. Not for the girl who worked at the saloon. You are the girl who escaped his house. You are the girl who wouldn't say a word in your own defense. I know you felt like you were doing the right thing, but imagine this from his side. He has a job to do. I should have known. Excuse me? I should have known you would take his side. Lewis tried to intervene, which also did not come as a surprise. That isn't fair. He did not have to bring me to the jail just because that man thought he should, she insisted. He was a bully, just as your sheriff is a bully. He's your sheriff too, Lewis reminded her. For now, at any rate. And he will be until the year is up, at least. She waved a hand at this. Words, nothing more. She'd had enough of them to last her a lifetime. The explanation for why they had to stay at the ranch. The terms of the will. Promises, promises. I stand by what I said. He was a terrible bully, and the sheriff bent to his will. And then he had the nerve to be angry with me. To insult me. I've never been spoken to that way. Maybe you should have been, Molly whispered. Seeing as how Phoebe was the one who spent the night in jail for something she had no part in, you ought to refrain from insulting her so. Kate's fists were clenched tight enough that her knuckles stood out bone white. We were only just this morning before dawn, fretting and crying and pacing the floor, and now you insult her because she only tried to help a poor girl. I believe we all need to settle down, Holly decided. And we need to come up with a way out of this mess. We don't need to do anything, Phoebe was quick to say. She waved her hands, shaking her head. No. Not we. I will do something to fix this. You need be no part of it. Kate, Rachel and Holly disagreed vehemently. Molly did not. She's right. Even Lewis looked surprised. You can't mean it, Kate gasped. I do, Molly insisted. I have to think of the future of this family. Do you recall all of you being so intent on finding eligible men to marry? I seem to recall us speaking about it as recently as a few days ago. Do you think any of them will have you, if your name is entangled with a situation such as this? Phoebe offered no argument, because there was none to be offered. This was what she too had in mind. No decent family would align themselves with the Reeds if word got out of their involvement. Frankly, their social standing was tenuous enough simply based upon who their father was and how difficult he'd been to get along with. People tended to remember past slights, no matter how old, and Richard Reed had never been known for his charm. Even in a place like Carson City, nearly as far removed from Baltimore society as was humanly possible, both in terms of location and lifestyle, the rules applied. Unspoken for the most part, but ever present. Like smoke always hanging in the air. A girl might not even be aware at the moment of breaking a rule, and those around her might ignore it and carry on as though nothing was amiss. It would only be later, when social invitations stopped arriving, and she was no longer acknowledged in public, that the offending girl might come to understand her folly. By then it would be too late. Time might smooth things over, of course, especially if one was careful to stay within the narrow lanes of etiquette. But people never forgot. Some of Phoebe's earliest memories of their settling in Baltimore, some of her earliest memories since she was no more than 5 years of age at the time, were of listening at the top of the stairs while Mama enjoyed tea or played whist with her friends. They would murmur to each other of old family scandals, of missteps taken generations earlier. "You remember Cordelia?" they would whisper. Her mother was of the Philadelphia Drexels. She fell in love with a banker from Boston just after her debut, and ran away to be married. Her father chased their carriage with a shotgun beneath one arm, swearing his daughter would never marry a man who earned his living in a bank. Inevitably, the story would end with Cordelia's mother, or whoever happened to be the topic of gossip, being nearly ruined socially for a scandal which had taken place 30 years earlier. Such would be the fate of her sisters, if word got around that they were involved in scandal. She would not take such a chance. "I am the one who took this responsibility on myself. I alone," she announced, taking time to look at each of them in turn. "I ought to be the one to bear the brunt of the blame. I admit, I didn't think much about all of you at the moment. Everything happened so fast. I felt sorry for that poor girl, and I still do. She might have been any of us. Why, just a week after they'd arrived, Kate had run away and fallen ill. If she had managed to escape, what would have become of her?" Rachel sniffed. "I don't know about that." "I do," Kate murmured, looking down at her plate. It appeared as though she thought along the same lines as Phoebe. A girl can make a mistake. She can run away, headstrong and certain of herself. If she isn't lucky enough to have people who love her, who will come looking for her and bring her home, she might turn to such desperate measures simply to keep body and soul together. Phoebe glanced at Molly, whose slumped shoulders revealed understanding. "I will go to town," Phoebe decided. "I will turn myself over to the sheriff, and beg forgiveness for running away." "You can't do that," Lewis muttered. "And why not?" "He won't take kindly to it. You can't simply ride into town and apologize like this was all some misunderstanding. You took the trouble to climb out of a second-floor window, then you drove your buggy all the way home. It wasn't an accidental escape. And now, he'll have you on an actual charge." The girls' voices combined in a single word. "What?" "Well, certainly." Lewis shrugged. "You escaped. Even though you're innocent of stealing the wallet, you're guilty of running away. If he is angry enough about that, and I believe he will be, he'll want to bring you in and hold you even longer." "He wouldn't do that to a woman." Holly gasped. "Phoebe already said he wouldn't leave her alone with those drunken men. He seems to have some sensibility." "Not much," Phoebe grunted. "I'm afraid that won't matter," he murmured mournfully. "It's a matter of pride now and the law. If Jake Nielsen knows you escaped, and there's no doubt in my mind he'll know by now thanks to the way everyone was talking today, he'll demand Rance bring you back." "What can we do?" Molly asked. Phoebe spoke before he could. "What if you bring him here?" she posed. "This way, there won't be the excitement of my appearing at the jailhouse. We can keep this quiet so long as the sheriff agrees." "And just what makes you think he'll agree?" The memory of Jessie squealing and giggling as his uncle bounced him about, flashed across her memory. A strange time for that to come up, but it was there, and she could not avoid it. As Holly said, he does have a certain sensibility. I believe there will be some getting through to him. I would rather keep the family out of this, of course, but bringing my return to the attention of the entire town would do nothing to protect the girls. She looked at Molly, seated at the head of the table, and offered a slight shrug. It was the best she could do. And Molly saw it. I suppose this is the only alternative. Louis did not appear to agree, but he was well outnumbered. Fair enough. I'll ride out first thing in the morning and tell him he's needed out here. He can leave one of the deputies in charge for a time, I would imagine. First thing in the morning. Rance would be so angry by then. Beside himself. And when he arrived at the ranch, he'd only be angrier. It would be a miracle if she slept a wink or ate a bite until then.
Chapter 11. I want that girl found. I want her brought in. I want her taken to see Judge Kavanaugh, and I want her strung up for what she did. Rance's head was on the verge of splitting open, and that was without the assistance Jake Nielsen's towering voice insisted on giving. It was what he imagined having ice picks jammed in his ears would feel like, every word like a sharpened tool designed to drive itself into his brain. Jake, you'll just have to accept the way things are for the time being. I can't conjure the girl out of thin air, damn it. I have the boys out asking questions of the girls at the saloon, though Lawrence has already said there aren't any who haven't appeared for work. When I described her to him, he said he didn't have a girl like that at the place. Go and ask him yourself if you don't believe me. Jake leaned over the desk in what he probably thought was a menacing manner, but Rance was far past the point of being menaced. He was too tired, too frustrated, too sick of the whole event. He did not flinch in the least, holding the man's gaze steadily, without blinking. Even if she didn't work there, she stole from me, and you let her go, he growled. And there are far bigger problems for me to contend with, Rance replied, calm. You didn't lose a penny. So why not, let's agree the girl was probably from out of town and just stopped through. That it's unlikely she was the one to steal from you, and that the girl who did might have up and left town too after you caused such a scene? You managed to drive 2 women out of Carson City, he smirked. Jake's face turned a peculiar shade of red. This isn't the last you'll hear from me, he spat before storming out and slamming the door for good measure. I'm counting on it, Rance murmured, closing his eyes and letting the back of his head rest against his chair. What in the world was he supposed to do with the man? Like a dog with a bone he was, and he refused to let go even though a man with such gluttonous habits, both in food and drink, ought not drive up his blood pressure so. He'd inherited his daddy's lands, and fortune after a stroke put him underground for heaven's sake, and he ought to have been more cautious with his health. The cells were empty, but that was normal. The most trouble they ever saw in town were drunks, men who started fights over women after drinking, sometimes the occasional thief. He might not have been much for holding a woman in place, but he ran a mostly peaceful town. If Jake got anyone stirred up with his loud talk and threats, it would be another situation altogether. Rance wanted to doubt this would come to pass. Hardly anybody listened to even half of what the man said. But there was always a chance a handful of discontented men would take to heart stories of the sheriff's incompetence. He stayed there for a moment, resting in blissful peace and quiet, before the door to the jailhouse squealed open again and a pair of boots clicked on the floor. He should have known it was too good to be true. What can I do for you? He asked as he opened his eyes, and the person before him brought a smile to his face. Louis Sutton. It's been ages since I've seen you here in town. Don't have the time I once did, Louis grinned as he removed his hat. Now that there's no one to run the ranch but myself. Oh yes. No rest for the weary. What brings you out here today? I have something out there I need you to see. At the ranch. It's very important. Louis turned his hat in his hands, fiddling with the brim something awful. The sure sign of a nervous man. I'm not entirely sure I can spare the time just now. Isn't this something one of my deputies can see to? No, sir. It has to be you. Just you. And believe me, you'll find it worth your while. I promise you that. The man fixed him with a rather intense stare that caught Rance off guard. What was he trying to say? Well, the ranch was within Carson City territory, even if it sat miles beyond the town itself. He supposed any matters which went on out there fell under his jurisdiction, and therefore required his attention. Though he didn't take well to the notion of losing the rest of the morning. Yet it would afford him the chance to be away from town for a bit, to get some fresh air, and perhaps rid himself of the headache which had plagued him for the better part of 2 days. He jotted down a quick note to the other men, before reaching for his hat. All right then. We'll ride out to the ranch and see what it is you have for me. It was a beautiful day for riding, he had to admit. The sky was clear, a deep shade of blue which hinted at the coming autumn. Once they were outside town, he could admire the sweeping landscape, the untouched majesty of it all. While he appreciated living in town and having everything he needed nearby, he sometimes questioned whether the life Lewis led would have been the better life for him. Though he knew the other man's life almost always looked better than one's own. They rode for what Rance knew was quite a spell, but he enjoyed every minute of it. He'd been too long without a good ride like this, too accustomed to walking to and from the jailhouse and perhaps riding through town when the need arose. His body was in terrible need of more stretching, movement. Cramped up from sitting at a desk so much. They crested a ridge, and were suddenly greeted by the sight of a sprawling farmhouse. He'd only been out this far a handful of times, as the ranchers in this area tended to keep to themselves, except in case of emergency. The nearer they rode, the more impressed he was with the house, more like a castle, or very nearly. He'd thought only Mark Furnish lived so grandly, but it just wasn't so. Then he remembered something. You're out here with your wife and sisters-in-law, aren't you? He asked as they dismounted. His thighs were a bit sore after the ride, and he chided himself for falling out of the habit. That's right, Lewis confirmed, gesturing up toward the steps leading to the door. And that's a great deal of the reason I asked you to ride out with me. Is there trouble with one of them? He followed Lewis into the house, admiring the immaculate condition of everything. The wood floor shone spotless, the tables bore bowls of enormous flowers. Silk wallpaper decorated the walls of the front hall, and a wide staircase featured a banister he would have wagered took several men weeks to carve by hand. You might say that. Please, Lewis murmured. If you would step into the parlor. I'm sorry to have brought you out here like this, and I hope you don't hold it against me. Wait. Rance stopped, staring at the man. What is this all about? What am I walking into? Nothing harmful, I assure you, Lewis offered with a faint smile. You'll see. Please. Right this way. Rance entered the parlor with a heavy heart. What could possibly be waiting for him? When he saw her turning from the window to greet him, he dropped his hat. Her. She was here all along. Peepsy. Hello, Sheriff. She folded her hands before her, smiling serenely. Every inch the lady, and now looking around her home, he could understand why. Thank you for coming to see me. Please make yourself comfortable. There are so many things for us to discuss.
Chapter 12. You? He gaped at her, slack-jawed. You live here? I do. With my sisters and my brother-in-law. I believe you two know each other. Please have a seat. Would you like coffee? Tea? A bite to eat, perhaps? She bit back a smile when her show of manners left him looking more confused than ever. No, I don't want a single thing. All I want to know is what's really happening around here. Is this some sort of joke? Why did you bring me all this way? He turned to Lewis with a scowl. You could have told me about this back at the jailhouse, Lewis Sutton. I've half a mind to. Please? Phoebe's sharp rebuke cut through whatever he was about to say. She took a seat on the horsehair sofa and placed a saucer and cup of tea in her lap. Have a seat. Now that we're away from town and away from that terrible Mr. Nielsen, we might be able to come to an understanding. Rance still gaped at her. If you don't beat all, he whispered, shaking his head. Please have a seat. My brother-in-law will leave us in peace, so we might talk privately. Louis took this as his order to leave, and he closed the pocket doors behind him. Not entirely. He left them open a crack, she noticed, likely at Molly's request. She could imagine her sisters piled up out there, listening to every word. Rather than allowing this to make her feel self-conscious, she told herself to be strong with them behind her. But oh, how she shook inside. The fact that she kept her hands steady while lifting the cup to her mouth was nothing short of a miracle. She'd practiced this so many times in her head, sitting in her room, lying in bed, washing up, eating. She'd gone over this time and again, deciding what she would say, how she would command the situation. If she remained in control, he couldn't step in and take it away. He was in her house now. This was where she lived. It gave her courage, that, and the look of shock and amazement he still wore when he managed to fold his tall body and perch it on the sofa's plush cushion. She ran a hand over her striped silk dress, brought out just for the occasion. Thank you for coming. I'm certain there are other matters which needed tending to, but I thought we ought to speak. I apologize for my escape, but I'm sure you can imagine how frightened I was. He nodded. He had brought himself under control, and now brought to mind a man walking a tightrope. She'd seen that done once at the circus. Keen concentration showed itself all over him. I've given a lot more thought to the situation, however, and I realize now that my silence incriminated me far worse than I had imagined. It's merely that I couldn't imagine saying a word without incriminating the guilty party. You understand? I do not. If you were innocent, you should have said so and told me who was guilty. We might not be doing this right now. I could be doing my job, and you could be doing whatever it is you do around here. He waved his hand to indicate the room and its furnishings. The dismissiveness of the gesture and his tone of voice told her what he thought of it. I wish to clear things up now, so we can both go on with our lives. As you've said. She lifted the cup to her lips, watching him all the while. He must be desperate to put an end to it, mustn't he? The circles beneath the man's eyes spoke volumes. He hadn't slept in days. Because of her. When he snickered with a slight shake of his head, her heart sank. You think you're the queen in her castle here, don't you? He looked around the room, sneering a little as he did. You sit here among all these fine things, drinking your tea. Now you're the one holding the reins. Is that it? You call the shots. Yes, in fact. That was exactly what she'd been planning, what this little show was all about. The fact that he'd seen through her so easily almost knocked her off balance. She placed the saucer and cup on the table and turned her attention solely on him. It was time to lay niceties aside. I think it's past time for us to get a few things straight. Oh. He laughed. Such as? Such as my assertion that I was never guilty of stealing that wallet. This is not a surprise to me. I knew it all along. Her brows lifted. Then why did you hold me? You weren't willing to go along with me. You were contrary and refused to obey my orders. Besides, it doesn't matter whether or not I know something to be true or false. I have no proof, and if I can't offer proof of your innocence, I can't tell a judge to drop the charges. She gulped. Judge? Oh, you didn't hear about that? He couldn't hold back a slight smile. Yes, indeed. Jake Nielsen intends to go to the judge and call you out for being a thief, then call me out for being a pitiful excuse for a lawman. If I don't bring you in, I might even lose my job. Surely you wouldn't. Does it look to you like I'm telling a joke? No, it most certainly did not. The man's face might as well have been carved from stone. But I'm innocent. We've already been through that. Now, if you're willing to describe the circumstances under which you received the wallet, and if I can then find the person who stole it, if you saw them, of course, I can put together a case for the whole matter against you to be dropped. She shook her head, fingertips rubbing her temples as the man's words were giving her a tremendous headache. Why would you do any of this? Isn't what you described the sort of thing a lawyer does? Do you truly wish to have a lawyer involved in this? I'll grant that it appears like you could afford it looking around this place, but I would rather keep this as quiet as possible. I don't need to see my name in the papers, and I'm guessing you wouldn't want to see yours. No, and she wouldn't want the family name getting around either. That was what mattered most. She held this close to her heart as she weighed her options. Give up the girl whose panic-stricken face was still clearly etched in Phoebe's mind, or refuse and face her fate. Could she sacrifice one person for the sake of 4 she loved so dearly? To say nothing of herself? Well? Rance prompted. What'll it be? Are you gonna come clean about what really happened that night, or am I gonna take you to town in shackles and put you back in jail? I warn you now that word's out, this won't be one of those quiet, easy affairs. Everybody will see you, and everybody will know why I'm bringing you in. Especially once Jake gets to shooting his mouth off. It'll be all over then. Do you really want that? You know I don't. Who would? She got up and walked to the window, for lack of anything better to do. She only knew she couldn't sit with him any longer. Just being near him made her jumpy, and the fact that they were alone, for all intents and purposes, only heightened her discomfort. What are we going to do, then? Now that I know where you are and who you are, Miss Reed, I can't walk away. You know that. And you must have known it before you send your brother-in-law for me, but you did it anyway. I believe that's because you know the right thing to do. Do not patronize me, she hissed, looking over her shoulder. He fell back a bit, clearly surprised. I'm not Jessie. I won't be swayed. He snickered. I might have been talking to you that way. You're right. My apologies. When she tilted her head to the side, not believing a word of it, he insisted. Truly. It's a bad habit I sometimes fall into now that I've been living with him and Martha. She was willing to let this go. So be it. And yes, you are correct. I knew what it meant, having you here. There won't be any forgetting me now. I can't escape. But I can't turn that girl in either. I just can't. She turned away again, fists clenched, eyes watering to the point of overflow. Did you know her? Is that why you won't tell me who she is? She shook her head. No. I'd never seen her before. But you did see her. Yes? Carrying the wallet. Yes. Running from the saloon. She all but knocked me over, and she was so frightened, so panicked. Like a rabbit in a snare. And I felt for her. I thought someone might be hurting her. She was so young. So very young. She might have been my sister. I wanted to help her. I asked if she needed help, and she gave me the wallet and ran away. Mr. Nielsen was already on the chase. She was shaking so. Crying. I don't know why she did it, I never got the chance to ask. It all happened so fast, I swear I didn't realize she'd put a wallet in my hand until Mr. Nielsen had nearly caught up to me. Her tongue had gotten away from her. She hadn't intended to reveal so much. It was as though she'd stepped back into that night, there on the boardwalk. The pulse-pounding excitement, the fright, the confusion and fear. She placed her hands on the windowsill to steady herself. He was quiet for a long time, still sitting behind her. Only the sound of his light, even breathing confirmed his presence. And you've been protecting her all this time? She nodded. There was a lump in her throat she couldn't seem to get past, and she did not trust herself to speak. Why? You didn't know her, or so you claimed. He didn't understand. No great surprise there, she supposed. He was a man. He didn't understand desperation. Or perhaps he did. Is Martha a widow? She asked of a sudden, turning her head just enough to catch him out of the corner of her eye. He sputtered. Pardon me? Is your sister a widow? Is that why you live with her and Jessie? What has she got? Is she? He sighed. Yes. 6 months now. So much of what she'd guessed was true. The poor woman didn't have it in her to raise a child and run a household while mourning her husband. Only half a year had passed. The pain must have been raw still. I'm sorry to hear that. Truly. For all of you. I suppose having you there with them, living in the house, is quite a comfort. I suppose it is. And I suppose it's kept her from doing rather desperate things to keep a roof over their heads, and food in their mouths. For I assume you support them. I don't believe we ought to discuss this any further. Why not? She turned to him, feeling stronger now, knowing she was correct. And knowing he knew it too, which was what made him so reluctant to answer her questions. This is a common fact of life. A woman loses her husband, and thus loses the money he earned. If she has children, she now has to find a way to support both herself and them. She's fortunate to have you. Truly, I mean that. I wouldn't say it just to get on your good side. I would never imagine you saying anything just to get on my good side, he said with a snicker. She chose to ignore this, in favor of pushing forward. Imagine if she didn't have you. If Jessie didn't have you. The world is a cold place for a woman with no family to lean on. What might she be forced to do if she did not have you? Would pride not fall by the wayside in favor of keeping her boy warm and fed and clothed? Enough of this. He shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable. I'm sorry if my speaking of this has made you unhappy. I am really. I don't like to think of my sisters being in such a terrible predicament, either. But that is exactly what came to mind when I met that girl. What if she were Kate? Or Rachel? Wouldn't I want someone to protect them, so they wouldn't go to jail and lose their position? It might not be an enviable position, but it's a way to earn a living. If I turned her in, she would have nothing. What about you? What about me? What would happen if you went to jail, and the judge decided you were the one to steal that wallet? Wouldn't you want to protect yourself in that position? Of course. She waved a hand. I don't guess I ever thought of it that way. I don't guess you did, seeing as how you look surprised when I mentioned the judge. You don't spend much time on the wrong side of the law, I suppose. I try not to. He let out a long breath. What am I going to do with you? You could pretend none of this ever happened, and the girl in question disappeared. And you'll never be able to step foot in town again without the threat of Jake Nielsen finding you. Right. Him. I could go before the judge and swear to everything I've told you. I don't know that he would believe it, especially with Jake screaming in his ear. Are you willing to risk that? She barely refrained from stomping her foot in frustration. What else is there to do? I can't leave you here. That much is true. I'm going to have to bring you back with me, if only to appease the townfolk. With that, the doors flew open and into the room poured her sisters. Phoebe almost felt sorry for the sheriff, as four outraged, indignant women tore into him. Their shouts and questions and accusations had the man's head spinning. Molly thrust a finger in Phoebe's direction. My sister was a housekeeper in Baltimore. Did she tell you of this? I'm certain her former employer would send glowing reports of her honesty. Would that make a difference? Yes. Rachel nodded, quick to jump on this. She had all the opportunity in the world to steal something from a wealthy family, but she didn't. That ought to speak for her character, yes? Why, yes, Rance sputtered. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt. You can't put my sister in jail. Kate began weeping loudly, inconsolably. Holly embraced Kate while shooting daggers with her eyes at the sheriff. Shame on you, she hissed. Talking of putting an innocent woman in jail, when you know she's innocent. Rance tried several times to speak, holding up his hands and raising his voice to be heard over the cacophony. When this didn't work, he put two fingers in his mouth and blew a sharp whistle which brought everything to a halt. Thank you, he gasped. Now I see it runs in the family. He threw his hands in the air. How Louis manages, never mind, he was quick to amend when Molly drew a deep breath as if preparing to give him an earful. I only want to remind you, all of you, that I didn't say I would bring your sister with me in shackles. I didn't say I would put her in jail. Now that I have her statement, what there is of it, I can say without a doubt that I know her to be innocent. Why would you take her back then? Molly demanded. That's for me to understand, and I would thank you to remember I'm sheriff of Carson City, and I have a badge and a gun, and that's enough for many people to accept my word without challenging me on it. If Phoebe hadn't been so beside herself, she might have found the sight of Molly's mouth snapping shut rather amusing. At last, someone knew how to silence the indomitable Molly Reed Sutton. He looked at her from across the room, over the tops of her sisters' heads. He wore an expression she'd seen before. When he was thinking about how to get her to talk. When he realized she would have to spend the night with two drunkards otherwise. Sure enough, the same slow, wry smile stretched his mouth. I intend to take your sister back to my house, in fact. Until this is worked out and smoothed over, I need to be able to keep an eye on her. Your house. This set off another round of tears and questions, yet Rance had only to insert his fingers into his mouth to stop it. No one wanted to hear him whistle again. My house, he confirmed. My sister could use a housekeeper, and you tell me Phoebe has the experience. The room fell completely silent, as four nearly identical sets of gray eyes turned her way.
Chapter 13. You can't be serious. Molly Sutton gasped, one hand over her heart. She was just as big a piece of work as his own sister. He thought the two of them might have been friends if they ever had the chance. I am. Very much, he grimaced. This might have been the biggest mistake he'd ever made, but he'd never been one to back down from a decision once he'd made it. Especially when he'd made it while in the presence of several witnesses. Most especially when the witnesses were a group of screaming shrews who looked prepared to claw his eyes out if the situation called for it. He happened to like his eyes where they were. This is outrageous. The woman in question looked just exactly like Molly. He guessed they were twins. Two of them, he thought to himself, wincing inwardly. It is rather, he agreed. But that's the way it's gonna be. I either bring her with me willingly to my home to act as housekeeper for my sister and nephew, or she comes with me in shackles, and she returns to the uncomfortable cell which I had her in 2 nights ago. They exchanged a meaningful look then, one which made it seem as though everything around them fell away. Even the Reed sisters faded into the background, in favor of her. She must have seen how needed she was. He would never admit it aloud, but he'd been concerned over whether Martha was recovering from her loss as well as she might. Tasks which were once the work of 5 minutes sometimes took hours if they got done at all. Sometimes she simply stared at the wall. He understood how long it took some people to recover from loss, and he was well aware that he'd never loved anyone the way Martha and Charles had loved each other. A silly sort of love, the kind that had once made him roll his eyes and clear his throat loudly whenever he was in its presence. But he'd never once doubted their sincerity. Their devotion. She'd had no warning before he died. She'd sent him up to the roof one morning to check on a spot where the shingles had come loose, and by dinner he was dead. That was it. No chance to say goodbye, to offer words of love or comfort. Just nothing. No wonder she hadn't emerged from the fog of sorrow which hung around her except for in brief moments, few and far between. She needed help. He needed to provide proof that he was working on finding the thief. This was the ideal solution, whether or not she agreed. He couldn't have been more surprised when she did. You're right, she murmured with a firm nod. I'll go with you, willingly. No need for shackles or a scandal. Her sisters surrounded her, good thing, since they were starting to make him uncomfortable. Do you mean it? You can't mean it. How long do you think it will be? She went around, answering all the questions she could. He had to give her credit for handling the situation well. She showed no surprise, and almost none of the stubborn nature she'd displayed while under his care. In fact, it was almost too easy to bring her around. Which, of course, gave him reason to question her motives. Then again, she'd gone to great lengths to protect a girl she didn't know. She'd revealed real depth of emotion earlier, describing what she'd seen that night and what went through her mind when she decided to deceive him. He believed her intentions were pure. He might even have respected her a good deal for it, against his better judgment. "When will you take her?" The dramatic one, the one who'd been weeping since he arrived. Her large eyes still swam with tears. How much could a woman possibly cry? He reflected on the question, as it was serious. It might be best to wait until later in the day. We can arrive at night, under darkness, and there might be fewer questions that way. Fewer eyes to witness. "Do you believe you can keep her presence a secret?" Molly asked. "I can at least spare her the indignity of arriving with hundreds of people watching," he smiled. "Unless you'd like to see your names in the newspaper tomorrow. It seems to me you've written for the paper before now, haven't you? They might like the idea of one of their writers being involved in a scandal such as this." "Enough," Phoebe warned, taking her sister's hand. "Worry not. All will be well. Come, help me get my things together." She herded her sisters out of the room, casting a glance over her shoulder before following them. Leaving him alone. But not for long. Louis joined him moments later, grinning sheepishly. "Sounded quite loud in here for a while." "You're one to help a man in need," Rance grumbled. 5 against 1? I can't say the odds were in my favor. I would have come in if it had gotten much worse. "Come on." Louis waved him out of the room. "Join me in the study. You look like you could use a drink." Truer words have never been spoken. Rance followed him across the hall, where a decanter of amber liquid waited. Louis poured them both a drink, before handing one of the tumblers over. "You'll have to give me the secret," Rance murmured before taking a sip, letting it run a slow trail down his throat. He wondered if this was Louis or Richard Reed's. Regardless, it was excellent. The secret of what? Louis sat behind the desk, propping his feet up on its surface. A practiced gesture, one he'd performed many times. Rance stood by the fireplace, leaning one arm against the mantel. The secret of how to deal with these women. How do you manage it? Louis laughed. You should have been here when we announced they'd have to stay a year, all of them, or else they'd risk losing the ranch. Rance frowned. Will my bringing her on as a housekeeper ruin that? I doubt it. We can say she got a job. She'll still be in town, it isn't as if she went home. And it won't last forever, will it? Doubtful. Especially seeing as how I can't imagine how we'll live under the same roof, without one of us killing the other. Pardon my frankness. Louis shrugged. I felt the same way at first, believe me. How did you manage it? I married her. Rance choked, surprised, and was about to assure Louis that nothing of the sort would ever happen, not for him, certainly not with her, when Molly entered. I'm glad to see you two are enjoying a drink while my sister packs her things. The sheriff was in need of a little relaxing after the going over you all gave him. Louis grinned. He's only doing his job, dear. I realize that, but I didn't know that doing one's job meant enjoying a drink. She folded her arms, one eyebrow lifting in challenge. He met her gaze straight on while emptying the tumbler. You're right about that, Mrs. Sutton, but this is hardly an everyday type of situation. I think we can agree on that. I suppose we can, she allowed, though her voice was sour. She was about as prickly as a cactus, and he had to wonder how love had ever bloomed between the two of them. You said you live with your sister, she asked. Yes. And her son. For the last 6 months or so. She was widowed quite suddenly. Molly's shoulders dropped. She let out a soft sigh. I see. I'm sorry to hear it. She needs the help, Rance shrugged. I've been living there with them, doing what I can, but I can hardly be a housekeeper. I've been taking care of myself for years, of course, but I can't manage the house and be a lawman. There's never any telling how long I'll be away, as today proves, he added with a wry grin. I certainly hadn't planned on coming out all this way. I'm sure no one expects you to keep house. Her tone had suddenly changed, and her demeanor. How old is your nephew? 5, and every bit as cursedly mischievous as I was at that age. Now I understand why my sainted mama was always beside herself. Phoebe is good with children, she mused. Jessie took to her right off, he assured her. They're already good friends. And Martha's an easy one to get along with. So long as a person doesn't happen to be me, of course. She surprised him by chuckling. I suspect they'll have something in common, something to bring them together. What's that? How easy it is to disagree with you. He cringed. You might be right at that. Hours later, after a rather uncomfortable dinner and a tour of the ranch, courtesy of Lewis, an impressive spread to be sure, he deemed it an appropriate time to leave. We'd best be going if we want to be finished with the bulk of the ride by nightfall, he announced. His horse had already been hitched to their buggy, which he promised would return to them once the entire affair was over. Phoebe's sisters clung to her. The weepy one, who he now knew was Kate, soaked Phoebe's shoulder with her tears. Don't forget us. You know I never could. Phoebe chuckled, kissing the top of her head before kissing the cheeks of her other sisters. She even stood on tiptoe and kissed Louis' cheek before ignoring Rance's offered hand in favor of climbing into the buggy alone. Just to prove she didn't need him, he figured. He also supposed he had a lot of this coming his way, and he'd better get used to it sooner rather than later. Off we go, he muttered, putting the reins to the horse's back. Phoebe turned to wave a lace handkerchief at her family, as the sun's final rays painted the landscape a striking shade of amber. He supposed he would miss this too, if he were on his way into town. There was not so much empty space there, not so much room for a person to draw a breath of fresh air. Once she turned to face forward, he cleared his throat. Your father built an impressive ranch here. You should be proud. Why should I be proud of something I had no part of? I wasn't here. He never even wrote to us, nor did he telegraph to say he was ill. He made a mental note not to mention Richard Reed again. Maybe it would be better if they didn't speak at all. So they didn't, all the way into town. They didn't say a word.
Chapter 14. It was difficult to be in a sour mood when Jessie barreled at her the moment the door opened. Peepsy, he shrieked as he threw his arms about her knees and nearly knocked her to the floor. I knew you'd come back. You did? That's funny, since I didn't know I was coming back until just this morning, she laughed, ruffling his hair as she'd wanted to do since they first met. He had a delightfully thick mop of unruly curls. I see you lost another tooth. I did. He pointed proudly to the new gap. I kept wiggling it, and Mama told me to stop, and then she gave me an apple to eat with my dinner and it popped right out. Clever Mama. She giggled. The knees jutting out from beneath his short pants were hopelessly scabbed, and there was likely a permanent sunburn on his cheeks throughout summer, but he was the most charming thing she'd ever seen. Jess's clever mama emerged from the kitchen, brushing back her hair with distracted hands. What are you doing here? She gasped. Rance, what have you done? Rance patted the top of Jess's head. Why don't you entertain our guest for now, while I go in the kitchen to talk to your mama? Are you in trouble with Mama? Rance glanced her way. I'm afraid I might be, young man. Show Miss Phoebe your bedroom, maybe. Phoebe? Jessie asked, taking her hand and leading the way. That's my name, but you can still call me Peepsy since we're such good friends. Are you good friends with Uncle Rance too? How come he doesn't call you Peepsy? I wouldn't call us good friends exactly. This was becoming a rather treacherous conversation. But he brought you home with him 2 times now. Yes, treacherous indeed. They reached his bedroom, which Phoebe was glad to see as it meant a diversion. You have such wonderful toys, she exclaimed, sitting on the edge of the bed. Which is your favorite? The child was loved, no doubt. While he didn't strike her as the spoiled type, he wasn't selfish or temperamental, at least not that she'd seen thus far. He was an only child and had therefore received the bulk of his parents' affection. Now he received his uncle's attention, and plenty of toys with which to occupy his time. She would have wagered he'd rather be outside making a mess and getting into trouble, than playing with wooden blocks or a boat, which she found was full of small, carved animal figures. Noah's Ark? she asked when he handed it to her. Hum. And I have a yo-yo and a top that spins and... My goodness. You fairly take my breath away. Before she knew it, she was surrounded by toys, and there were still more on shelves which lined one entire wall. There were books there too, thin books with pictures and animals and bright colors. Who bought you those books? She asked. Uncle Rance. He wants me to be a good reader. Jesse meanwhile played with his yo-yo. It's important to know how to read and to read well, she advised. You want to be a man someday, don't you? I suppose. And men need to know how to read, so they'll be able to read letters and newspapers, and you will likely need to be able to read when you take a position somewhere. I'm gonna be a sheriff someday, he informed her with great confidence. I'm gonna be a good man, just like Uncle Rance. I believe you will. She smiled, deciding it was better for the child not to know that his uncle wasn't always such a good man. Suddenly his charming gap-toothed smile faded. My papa went to heaven, and he was a grown-up man. A good man too. I'm sure he was, she whispered. So maybe when I grow up to be a man, I'll go to heaven too. His little chin quivered so, and her heart went out to him. She took a chance and reached for the boy, drawing him into her arms. He nestled there, as if she'd been hugging and comforting him all his life. I'm very sorry your papa went to heaven, she murmured. My papa went there too, not long ago. He did? Jesse looked up at her with amazement. Yes, he did. Did you cry? Phoebe's conscience plagued her, but only for a moment. A child did not understand such intricacies. He would never understand what it meant to have a disappointing father, as his only memories of the man would be warm, loving ones. Perhaps he was fortunate, at least in that. I did, she lied, thinking back to the day when they left the ranch for Baltimore. She'd cried then, though her tears were more the result of confusion at the suddenness of her life turning upside down than anything else. I cried, but only a little. Boys aren't supposed to cry, he informed her with great seriousness. It's all right to cry when you're crying over somebody you loved, who you know you're going to miss. It's all right. You can cry if you need to. The sound of a throat being cleared drew her attention, and she looked up to find Rance standing in the doorway. He'd been silent enough so as to avoid detection from either of them, and Jessie was still unaware of his presence. She couldn't understand his expression. Was he gazing upon them with affection or resentment? Had she gone too far, been too affectionate with the child? He broke his silence, approaching them. She's right, he agreed, crouching before his nephew. It's all right to miss your papa. He loved you very much, and he was a good man. I know he would want to be here with you right now if he could. How about when you feel sad about missing him, you come to me and talk to me about it? Jess's eyes glimmered. You mean it? Sure I do. Because Mama gets so sad when I ask about him. Phoebe winced, suddenly uncomfortable with the direction the conversation had taken, and Rance seemed just as uncomfortable when he suddenly lifted the boy into the air and settled him on one hip. We'll just talk about him to each other then, he suggested with a wink, which Jessie returned. Phoebe looked up at him, expectant. He read the meaning in her look and nodded. It's all right. She's a little perturbed, but she sees it's for the best. I know she could use the company too, if you don't mind, he was quick to add, his glance toward his nephew speaking volumes. Martha sometimes got sad. Would she mind that? I don't mind at all, she assured him. While she did not know what it meant to lose one she loved so deeply, she had lost her mother, the woman around whom all of their lives had revolved, and could still remember the searing, bitter pain. Grief which did not seem willing to leave, ever. She'd had her sisters to talk to cry with. Who did Martha have but her little boy? A sweet child to be sure, but unable to understand. This young man has had his supper already, and his mama wants him to get ready to go to bed, he said, bouncing Jessie. Oh gee. I wanted to visit with Peepsy. Well, Peepsy is going to be staying here with us for a while. The way he grimaced when he said the name brought a smile to her face, which she tried to hide behind her hand. Jess's gap-toothed smile shone. You are? He asked, as if he was afraid to believe it. I am. I'll be helping your mama around the house. And we'll have some time to play too, I promise, but you have to obey your uncle and get ready for bed now. That's the rule. Jessie pouted, but it was a rather half-hearted pout. She could tell he was excited just the same. With a pat on the top of his curly head, she left the room in favor of visiting with Martha. I'm sorry, she said on entering the kitchen. This wasn't my idea. I know, Martha sighed, her back to the doorway. And I know my brother has good intentions. It's only... No woman wants to be told she needs help, Phoebe whispered. She would rather ask for it. Yes? Martha turned, wooden spoon still in hand. That's exactly it. I know I've let things go. Phoebe was quick to shake her head. She then crossed the room and took the spoon from Martha, then began stirring the stew. Why don't you sit down and rest your feet for a minute while I finish supper? I smell biscuits in the oven. When will they be finished? Martha hesitated, but only for a moment. Shortly. I'll tell you when to check on them. You know, Phoebe said, mindful of the silk dress which she should have changed out of before leaving home, but stepping up to the stove regardless. You're doing me a tremendous good deed by allowing me into your home. It's very generous of you. How do you reckon? Martha asked, as she sat at the kitchen table. She winced as she turned to her hostess. Thanks to you, I don't have to spend my time in jail. But now you have to toil at housework, which I can't imagine is much better. She shook her head. Not at all. I was a housekeeper for nearly 2 years. You weren't. Phoebe imagined Martha examining her silk dress with skepticism, and again she wished she'd thought to change into a work dress. Her hair was a bit much as well, all done up in curls and rolls, all with the intention of impressing Rance and gaining the upper hand. Now, standing in this modest kitchen, stirring a pot of stew, she looked downright ridiculous. I was. She turned away from the stove, and picked up a folded towel with which to fetch the biscuits. When our mama died, we sat down and had a talk, my sisters and me. Oh, I'm sorry, Martha murmured, clicking her tongue in sympathy. Mama left us a nice bit of money, but we knew it wouldn't last forever. My sister Molly, she's the oldest and prides herself on her good sense, decided those of us who were of age ought to find employment. Kate might have. She was 16 at the time, and plenty of girls work even earlier than that. But Molly wanted her to first finish her schooling, as the rest of us did. Educated too. Yes, that was important to Mama. You see. Phoebe put the biscuits to rest on the windowsill before sitting down. Her marriage didn't end well. I was too young to understand, and she never said much about it, but suffice it to say we were all born in Carson City before she took us to Baltimore. She could do that, you see, for her family was moneyed. She knew she could fall back on it, especially since her father all but threw a ball in her honor when she announced she was finally taking her leave of my scoundrel of a papa. Was he truly a scoundrel? Have you ever heard of Richard Reed? Martha's jaw dropped. You're one of Richard Reed's daughters? Didn't your brother tell you just now? Rance has a talent for leaving out the important parts of a story, Martha informed her in a dry tone. I suppose you can understand why my wealthy grandparents were against the marriage then. He was rather rough. Surly. Difficult to get along with. And of course nothing but a rancher, in their estimation of course, she was quick to add. Now that I've seen with my own eyes what it takes to build a ranch and see to its success, I know they were wrong. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes. Education. Mama didn't want to imagine any of us having nothing to fall back on, should our lives not go the way we planned. While she left us a comfortable amount, as I said, there are 5 of us. It would not have lasted long. So as we learned needlework and drawing and music, and all the things a lady needs to learn, we were also educated in literature and mathematics. And we learned to keep house and budget the household money, and cook and mend. My goodness, Martha shook her head. Did you ever have time to sleep? I'm sure it's no different than what many people do. Phoebe shrugged before returning to the stove. I only wanted to assure you that I know how to do the work. I won't burden you. I didn't think you would, my dear. Martha patted her hand. You've already made it possible for me to take a seat for the first time in hours. I truly can't remember the last time I sat before now. Phoebe turned to find Martha smiling really and truly, and her heavy heart lifted. Then this is all for the best. If only that would turn out to be true.
Chapter 15. Living with one woman was bad enough. With two, Rance was hopelessly outmatched. He asked himself while walking to the jailhouse exactly what he'd expected. Had he imagined the girl behaving the way a prisoner ought to? Mild and meek, not speaking unless spoken to. Had he imagined she'd fade into the background, that she would simply be grateful for the chance to live outside a jail cell? What was he thinking? He'd already been treated to a tongue lashing from both her and his sister during the previous evening's supper, when they'd presented him with plans for what he ought to do the next time Jake Nielsen came around. Tell him there simply isn't reason to hold her any longer, Martha suggested. With nothing permanently stolen and no cause to believe the thief will steal again, there's no reason to continue on with this. Remind him what a fool he's making himself out to be. Phoebe had eaten sparingly, he noted, and he'd wondered at the time if she was doing so out of good manners. She hadn't been a planned guest and didn't want to take food out of their mouths, no matter how warm the welcome. There certainly couldn't be a complaint about the quality of the food. A sure way to earn his ire, he'd groaned. The last thing to do with a man like that is remind him he's acting like a fool. He'd only double his efforts. Of all the men for that girl to choose. Phoebe had rested her chin in her hand with a sigh. I just wish I could have the chance to tell him myself. That is the last thing you ought to do, and I'd better not see you step foot anywhere near the jailhouse. Kindly take your finger out of my face, she'd hissed when he shook it at her. I'm not a child. You don't need to tell me how to behave the way you would tell Jesse. The mention of his nephew had brought to mind the scene from earlier in the evening, when he'd found her holding Jesse and speaking softly to him as he sniffled. How tender she'd been with him, how kind. Knowing the lad was only in need of someone to listen to him from time to time, that he needed to know there was no cause to forget his father. That it only hurt sometimes to talk about him. She had a good heart. If he'd suspected as much after her description of why she hadn't turned over the true thief, he knew it for certain while standing in the doorway to his nephew's bedroom. Still, good heart or no, she also had a wicked temper that would cause a saint to swear and maybe even take to drinking. Then over breakfast, they'd reminded him, as if he'd needed reminding of the importance of keeping her presence a secret. Have you forgotten which of us is the sheriff of Carson City? He'd finally shouted, pushing himself away from the table, though he'd had yet to eat his fill of the griddle cakes Martha had prepared. He'd finished his coffee, at least, before storming through the house to fetch his holster. A good thing he didn't wear his six-shooter to the table, or the temptation to use it on certain meddlesome, quarrelsome women who weren't related to him by blood might have been too much to ignore. Now he walked with fists clenched, jaw set firm, teeth grinding together. He'd be lucky to have any teeth left at all by the time this was over. He might grind them all down to nubs. Henry and Pete had already reported for work that morning, the two of them perched on the desk the three deputies shared among themselves as they discussed some business or another. They were both younger than himself and both eager to do well. Just as he'd been when he was a deputy, wanting to prove himself worthy. He'd done a good job of it. So good, he'd been named sheriff when it should really have been Bill Davies, a man with many years more experience. Bill had seemed pleased enough to avoid the position, preferring the freedom to wrangle cattle rustlers outside city limits when extra men were needed. There were times when Rance envied him. Like at that moment. "Mornin', Sheriff," Henry grinned. "How's the day treatin' you so far?" Rance merely glanced at him with a sour expression which evidently said everything the young man needed to know. "How is your wife faring?" Henry beamed. "Much better, thank you. Doc thinks she'll be up and about in another day or so." Tell her Martha and I have been thinking of her. Rance sat down to review reports of activity in and around the area. He asked himself whether it was wrong to hope for a big dust-up somewhere, something to take the attention away from his runaway thief. No such luck. Have we had any visitors this morning? He asked, eyeing both men. They glanced at each other. Pete's prominent Adam's apple bobbed when he swallowed before speaking. Yes sir, we have. Jake Nielsen. It was not a question. Both Pete and Henry nodded. Rance sighed, wondering when this would ever end. Likely he'd be an old man by then, brittle and broken, aged far beyond his years. He ground his teeth again, before waving them closer. There's something I have to speak with you about, but I don't want a word of it breathed outside these walls, and certainly, under no circumstances, should you speak of it to that no-good big-mouthed Jake. Understood. The men exchanged another look, before nodding. You know you can trust us, Sheriff, Henry murmured. Whatever it is. Thus with a heavy heart did Rance explain what he'd done. I just want you to know she's safe and sound, where I can keep watch on her until this is cleared up. She told me what happened, that she had nothing to do with the theft, but she still won't give up the girl who did it. Who is she? Pete asked. What's her name? Rance winced. It isn't that I don't trust you, Pete. Or you, Henry, he added, turning his gaze upon the other deputy. It's only that she has a family, and they have a good name, and I would hate to see it dragged through the muck on this. But she's not one of those girls? Henry asked, and they all knew what he meant by that. No, she's most certainly not. He couldn't so much as try to imagine her doing that sort of work. The image simply wouldn't bring itself to mind. She's well off, in fact. No need to steal. And you must trust her, or else you wouldn't have her in the house with Martha and Jesse, Pete mused. He was a sharp one, Rance had always thought so, and he might make a decent sheriff one day. He had the sort of insight into the way people lived, how they thought, what made them do the things they did. That's exactly right. I do trust her. I think she got in over her head is all, and she wants to protect the girl that did this. Felt sorry for her and all. Noble reasons, even if she's been a damned fool about it. There's a point where a person has to listen to the law, and she's well past that point. Sounds like the two of you have argued this quite a bit, Henry grinned. You don't even want to know just how much, Rance groaned. At any rate, I tell you this so you'll know we're making progress. What do we tell Nielsen when he comes sniffing around here? Just tell him I have everything under control, and that he can take up with me if he has anything he wants to say. I won't have him bullying my men or my town. It's about time he remembers just who's in charge around here. Rance stood and picked up his hat, still sitting on his desk where he'd all but thrown it upon first entering. Now that he was away from the house and away from her, his temper was under much better control, and he could think again. I believe I'll pay a visit to Judge Kavanaugh, and see what he thinks about this, if he has the time for me. I'm sure Jake's been in there to see him already, and he'll want to hear our side of the story. I might even pay a visit to the saloon, as I didn't get the chance to do that yet, and would like to get a look at the girls over there. The deputies chuckled and elbowed each other, but Rance ignored this. They were still young men, and would naturally think along those lines. Not that he was that much older than them. Barely 28. How was it possible for a man to feel twice his age? Life had a way of doing that, he reckoned, as he stepped out onto the boardwalk and placed his hat on his head. A pair of pretty young things passed as he did, and bowed in greeting, and he heard them giggling to each other when he tipped his hat before going on his way. When had he stopped looking at women as anything more than citizens of his town? A long time ago. It was easier that way. Less damage, less disappointment. Less entanglement for a man who had no time for entanglement. Though even he could admit, set in his ways as he was, that life had been a bit more colorful when he'd been interested in women. They still seemed interested in him, maybe more so, as there was hardly anything so attractive to a person as someone who kept to themselves. The women he met in the street wanted to know about him. Why was he still unmarried? Was there a secret heartbreak in his past? Had a woman wronged him so terribly, he could never bring himself to love again. Martha told him that once, and he'd never forgotten it. She'd informed him of the way women thought, especially when it came to eligible men with good looks. Her words, not his, and perhaps the nicest thing she'd ever said to him without there being something in it for her. He would have hated to end all their speculation with the simple, boring fact that becoming sheriff had wiped away almost everything else in his life. That had it not been for Charles's passing, he might have gone days at a time without seeing his sister and nephew. When something mattered, he tended to go all in. No holding back. The town had become his life. There was no room for anyone or anything else. While moving his things into Martha's house showed him there was something to be said for finding a sort of balance between responsibility and the rest of one's life, it was hardly enough to convince him to settle into domestic bliss. Judge Kavanaugh isn't in at the moment, Sheriff. A young man barely old enough to shave sat outside the judge's imposing offices. He had some matters to attend to, but promised to be back after dinner. Please let him know I stopped in to see him and will return later. Rance left in an even worse mood than he'd been in earlier. Nothing bothered him so much as the sense that everything and everyone was against him, intent on holding him up or slowing him down. Though it was merely mid-morning, the streets of Carson City were still abuzz with life and activity. He found himself comparing the noise and bustle, things he typically enjoyed, with the quiet serenity of the ranch he'd visited just yesterday. The majesty of so much wide-open land, stretching as far as the eye could see. No black clouds of smoke from the train yards or the many chimneys jutting up from so many roofs. No shouting, bickering folks getting in the other's way. Sometimes a man simply wanted peace and quiet. Rance was not destined to find either on that particular day. Jake Nielsen burst from inside the barber shop, bits of shaving lotion still visible on his throat and beneath his ears. "I think it's about time you and I had it out, Sheriff," he barked, quickly drawing the attention of numerous passers-by.
Chapter 16. What are you doing? Phoebe sat back on her heels, wiping sweat from her brow. Even without the stove on for the purposes of blacking, the room got quite warm at midday. Blacking the stove, she explained to the little boy who'd just come inside from playing in a tree out behind the kitchen. Blacking? Jessie asked, perplexed. What's that? She held up the pot of stove black. It's a polish, sort of. It keeps the stove from? She sighed when she remembered how young he was, and how she would have to explain things carefully. But she did want to explain them so he would understand. There was nothing worse to a child than being dismissed when an adult had not the time or the patience to answer a question. See, the stove is made of iron. She waved him nearer, away from the screen door. It hasn't been used since very early this morning, and now it's cooled so I can work on it. The iron will rust and fall apart over time. Have you ever seen an iron gate with rust on it? Oh yes, he nodded. It gets red and dirty looking. Right, and we don't want that. We want this stove to last for a long time. The blacking helps prevent that rust from forming, and it makes it look pretty, doesn't it? Certainly, the area which she'd managed to polish up to that point looked far more appealing than the rest. Jessie frowned at this, however. Things aren't pretty. Just people and flowers. But a stove can't be pretty. I don't know if I agree with you. She grinned. I think a shiny stove, or a shiny copper kettle are very pretty. Your mama's china set is pretty. I suppose. With that, he ran off to some new adventure. Something else had captured his attention. She returned to her work. It was pleasant work, for all that the kitchen was so warm. She had always enjoyed this sort of task, something which allowed her to stop thinking and focus her attention on doing a good job. Something she could then stand back from once all was finished, and feel proud that she'd accomplished something real, something she could touch. Something others would see and appreciate. She had the feeling that a certain sheriff did not find her capable of much outside of causing trouble. It meant something, the idea that she might prove herself to him. Perhaps that might help make up for the trouble she'd caused, even if she hadn't meant to cause him any. Martha entered the kitchen then, rolling up her sleeves as she did. Having you here is like a breath of fresh air, she smiled. I hope that's so. Jesse is a charming boy, but there are times when a woman wants to talk to another woman, aren't there? I suppose you've never had trouble with that, all those sisters of yours. Martha went to the sink, where she pumped water into a bucket. She intended to scrub the stairs leading up to the house, which in daylight were clearly in need of the work. Darkness concealed the ways in which the house was falling into disrepair, but the sun's light allowed for no such mercies. That's true. I can't tell you how many times I've wished for them to be silent, just for the sake of hearing myself think. You've never had to face having no one to talk to. Phoebe stopped, looked up at Martha. Though the bucket was full, she remained in place with her face toward the window. Are there any friends who live nearby? Women friends? Martha chuckled. Oh yes, and they were a great comfort. Bringing food to the house, offering to take Jessie in to play with their children for an afternoon. But now. Her shoulders slumped when she sighed, turning from the window. Now they have their lives to get back to. Their families. Their homes. I'm only a reminder of something sad that happened a while back. I'm sure that isn't true. But it is. She shrugged. I'm not upset over it, do not misunderstand me. I know how they feel, and I know why they feel that way. I can see it in their faces. Oh, here comes Martha, the one whose husband died and left her alone with her boy. I make them uncomfortable. Phoebe abandoned her work for a moment, in favor of springing to her feet and wrapping her in a hug. Martha went still for a moment, before returning the embrace. You don't make me uncomfortable, Phoebe assured her with a kiss on her cheek. You can say anything you want. They stayed that way for a while, simply hugging in the middle of the kitchen with a bucket in the sink and a pot of stove black on the floor. Phoebe resolved to hug her as long as she needed, just as she would have hugged Molly if anything happened to Louis. Excuse me, ladies. They gasped to find Rance standing at the screen door. I took the back way because you told me you were scrubbing the steps today, he explained with a sheepish look. I didn't expect I'd interrupt anything. You haven't, Martha laughed, touching the hem of her apron to her eyes. And I'm just about to go out to do the scrubbing. What brings you home so early? Are you hungry? I wanted to see how things were going here, and I already had a bite to eat. Good thing, since we only have cold meat and bread with the stove being blacked, and I know that isn't your favorite. Martha rolled her eyes as she lifted the bucket from the sink. The only man I've ever met who prefers to eat a hot meal even in summer. When she'd left the room, intent on going about her work, Rance stepped into the kitchen. Don't let me stop you from whatever it was you were doing. She held up hands stained with polish. You can imagine, I'm sure. I hope I didn't get any on Martha's shirtwaist. She folded her skirts in front of her knees, before sinking to the floor to resume her task. What if it's not too much to ask? He cleared his throat behind her. What were you talking about? Was she? She needed to be hugged. Sometimes people simply need to be hugged. She glanced over her shoulder. Have you ever found that to be the case? For women, maybe. For all people. But especially when they've lost someone. I remember feeling so raw and bruised when my mama passed away. The only thing that ever helped was somebody, usually one of my sisters, giving me a hug. We would stay that way for as long as we needed to. It helps to feel like another person understands what you're suffering. Even if they don't say a word. Hum. She glanced back again in the middle of polishing. It's just that I never would have thought of it. Thank you. I didn't do it for you. I know you didn't. But she happens to mean a great deal to me, and I had hoped that bringing you here would help her. Not just with the housework. I understand. I'm glad to be here, really. I wasn't doing anything at home that I'm not doing here. Is it true that you and your sisters have to stay for a year before you can claim ownership of the ranch? She was so surprised by this, she nearly dropped the cloth she was using. Yes. That's so. I see you were talking with my brother-in-law, while I got my things together. He folded his arms, leaning against the wall behind her. What of it? There was nothing else to do, and I had just been attacked by a band of screaming. Watch what you say, she warned, holding up the polishing cloth. I might lose my grip on this, and there's no telling where it will go. He surprised her by laughing. Fair enough. I'm a pretty fair man, once you get to know me. Yes, well, as there isn't a chance of that happening, I suppose I shall take your word on it. As you'll be leaving Carson City at the end of your year. She opened her mouth to deliver a quick reply, then hesitated. I don't mean that. Oh? You simply don't want us to be friends then. There was no telling from his tone how he felt about this. You're not my friend and I'm not yours. I believe that's fairly clear, don't you? She made a point of smiling back at him to soften her words, but this did not mean she was insincere. You put me in jail, I ran away from you. Hardly the start of a friendship. And I've made your life uncomfortable since then, haven't I? I've caused you no shortage of hardship. You make a good point. I wouldn't call us friends at all. He dusted off the brim of his hat and went outside again. I'd better be on my way. I have work to do, and so do you. And by the by, I saw Jake Nielsen earlier and nearly laid him out flat in the street. If this comes up to a choice between you or my position, you know what I'll choose. Rance? But it was too late. He was gone, and now she wished she hadn't said a word.
Chapter 17. Rance strode into the saloon with a mission in mind. No more playing nice or taking it easy. No more letting things die down, no more trusting people to do the right thing. He needed to be rid of her. Life had to get back to some semblance of normalcy before he forgot what normalcy was. The spectacled Henry Lawrence hurried across the room when Rance entered, already speaking and waving his hands. We don't want any trouble here, Sheriff Connelly, he insisted, eyes wide behind wire-rimmed glasses. When you and your men come around, you tend to drive away my customers. How are men supposed to relax and enjoy themselves when the law's hanging about? I'm not here to do anything to any of your girls, and I could not care less whether the few men who are here instead of at work, where they ought to be at this time of day. He glanced about, finding a handful of men scattered throughout the place. A pair of them played cards while another few sat at the bar and enjoyed their drinks. There wasn't a girl to be seen. He wondered where they were hiding themselves. Why are you here then? Just because I don't want to bring any of the girls in, doesn't mean I don't want to talk to them. Where do they keep themselves during the day? At home as they should. The little man puffed out his chest. Is there anything wrong with that? They don't live here during the day, Sheriff. I don't run that sort of establishment, no matter what you believe. Yes. I'm sure of that. Rance rolled his eyes as he brushed past the man. Is there any way you can tell me where the ladies live, then? I would like to speak to all of them, but I don't much take to waiting until tonight. I won't have you harassing my girls, sir. Henry followed him around the saloon's first floor between tables, moving chairs aside. It isn't harassment, sir. Not if I have questions I want answered. I don't plan on beating the truth out of them, if that's what worries you. No, sir, that is not what worries me. Rance turned so abruptly, the little man nearly slammed into his chest. You know what should worry you? He asked, peering down. You have a thief among your girls. I would be more concerned with her, and what she'll continue to do to your customers, than I would be about the sheriff questioning and finding out just which one of the girls she is. Wouldn't you agree? Henry fell back a step. I can take care of my girls and my business, Sheriff. That's reassuring, Rance murmured, but I'd still think you would welcome any chance to get a little extra help with that. Girls might be more willing to speak to a man of the law than they are to their employer, after all, especially if I tell them they won't come to any harm, even if they were the one who stole the wallet. They wouldn't. Henry hardly looked as though he believed this. I don't see any reason for them to suffer, seeing as how the wallet was recovered. This could all be smoothed over with a few words and assurances. But I want to know who it was. I need to know. And Jake Nielsen wants to know even more than I do, and he's a lot less pleasant than I am. Wouldn't you agree?" Henry's unlined brow creased at the mention of the man's name. "I still don't see why you have to visit my girls at home. Why can't this wait until tonight when they're here?" Rance tipped his hat back, grinning wryly. "You sound a lot like a man who doesn't want me speaking to his girls when he's not there to hear what they say. What's the matter, Henry? You afraid they'll tell me something I shouldn't hear? Maybe they've been doing things they shouldn't." Color flared on Henry's cheeks. "Now wait just 1 minute, Sheriff." Rance held up his hands. "Spare me. I don't have the time, and I'm sure you're a busy man too. I only wish to speak to them about that evening, and nothing more." When Henry didn't offer a reply in what Rance considered to be a timely fashion, he added, "The longer I'm here, the worse it is for you. You see how uncomfortable I'm making the customers, I'm sure." In fact, a pair of men had already entered, then left immediately after seeing Rance standing on the other side of the room. After a put-upon sigh, Henry whispered, "Some of the girls live at Mrs. Nettles. That's the most I can tell you without breaking their trust. Now would you please go?" Rance had half a mind to tell him he would not go. That he would set up an office right there in the middle of the saloon if he had a mind to, as he was the law in those parts and could, therefore, do just about anything he damn well pleased. That was what old Samuel Matthews would have done when he was sheriff, and Rance was nothing more than his deputy. Of course, some would have said that attitude played a large part in the man's untimely death at the end of a shotgun. And they would have been correct. Rance's memories of that night may have been hazy at parts, but he knew for certain that the tragedy had been Samuel's own making. All right then. He'd won, no need to rub his victory in the little man's face. He tipped his hat before nodding in acknowledgement of the few men who watched his movements, while doing their best to look as though they weren't watching at all. Mrs. Nettles' boarding house. Only women lived there, and the woman running the place made it a point to put on airs and graces whenever she was in public. She might have been a fine person who truly lived by the rules she set down for her boarders, but Rance was old enough to recall when her sprawling home belonged to her husband, who was about as mean a cuss as ever he'd had the misfortune to meet. The sort of man one knew could not sit at the head of a happy household, for no one could be happy living with him. Until one day, he'd fallen down the stairs and broken his neck. The insurance he'd taken out on himself years earlier had brought about repairs to the house, and his widow had decided to turn it into what it was to this day. There were always townsfolk, including Rance, who'd questioned whether the fall had been entirely an accident. Those who'd heard screaming from inside at all hours of the day and night. These same questioning townsfolk never thought to contest the official report of the death, however, all of them of a mind that the poor woman deserved to live in peace. Still, it was enough to give one pause when they crossed paths with her on the street, and she looked down at them over the tip of her long nose. Like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. This was precisely the sort of look she gave him when she opened the door. "Sheriff Connelly," she said, the words flat and dull. "What brings you here today?" He removed his hat. "I take it from Mr. Henry Lawrence that several of the girls who work in his saloon live here. I need to speak to them, one at a time. In privacy, if possible." Her sharp eyes looked him up and down. "To what purpose, Sheriff?" "That's a matter between the girls and myself, ma'am, but I'm sure you've heard of the incident which took place a few nights back. I believe it's in Mr. Lawrence's best interest to know if one of his girls is a thief." He leaned in ever so slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper. "And wouldn't you like to know as well? I wouldn't imagine you'd sleep well at night, always with the threat of a thief going through and liberating you of your silver and such." "The girls under my roof are all honest, hard-working young ladies," she insisted, pulling a handkerchief from her sleeve and patting her forehead, as if the very thought of a thief under her roof sent perspiration flowing. "I don't doubt they are, but there is still a thief on the loose, and I have to do my job. I'm sure you understand my uncomfortable position. I don't wish to menace any of your young ladies, believe me. There are other matters in need of my attention. But I don't get to decide what deserves attention and what does not. I only serve the townsfolk and do what's best for them. Now, Can you please tell me which of the girls living here make their living at Mr. Lawrence's saloon? Or do I have to go through the house myself? She let out a snort of indignation. Why, I never. I'm sure you never have, he muttered to himself, as she turned to a girl who had just descended from the second floor. A pretty thing and quite young. But that didn't mean she was the girl Phoebe had met, seeing as how he doubted anyone older than 22 would be considered worth employing. She was as good a place to start as any. Mrs. Nettle waved her onto the front porch, where he urged the girl to have a seat. They were behind a tall hedgerow on that side of the house and could not be seen from the street. There are 6 girls in all, Mrs. Nettle finally saw fit to inform him. I can send them out when you wish to speak with them. That would be very helpful, thank you. 6 girls. This was shaping up to be a challenging day. Though there was no challenge too great, so long as it meant clearing up this mess and getting Phoebe out of the house. It had been a mistake to bring her. A dreadful one.
Chapter 18. Don't worry about setting a place for Rance, Martha explained as they busied themselves with supper. He sometimes doesn't come home until all hours. I always tell him to send word if he's going to be late, but I expect you know but now how he is. He seldom does what I ask. As you said, he takes his work seriously. Martha paused in the act of pulling bowls from the cabinet. He does. Sometimes too much so, as long as we're being honest and keeping this between us. That seemed to be the way Martha's confidence worked. She enjoyed opening up, and had been doing so all day, but almost always under strict secrecy. Naturally, Phoebe murmured for at least the dozenth time. I worry about him. He would rail against me if he ever heard me say it, but it's the truth. I believe he works too hard. Cares too much. Before. She took a breath, turning away for a moment. Before he had reason to move his things into the house, I never saw him. He was always in the jailhouse. I can't tell you how many nights he must have spent there. He's very fair, mind you, and he doesn't enjoy placing men in jail. Or women? Phoebe asked, her mouth quirking up in a wry smile. Or women? Martha shook her head with a chuckle. I wager you were the only one he's ever had reason to place in a cell. A dubious honor. What I mean to say is, I believe his coming to live with us was as much a blessing for him as it has been for us. I only wish he would allow it to be so. Phoebe turned away from the stove. Martha was sitting at the table in the middle of her much cleaner kitchen. In the course of one day, Phoebe had managed to scrub the floors, free the corners of all webs and dust, scour the dishes, wash the windows and black the stove. Now it was much more cheerful, down to the handful of flowers she'd asked Jessie to pick from the garden. Martha turned to gaze upon them, sitting in a small vase in the center of the table. A fond smile lit her face. A person needs more in their life than their work. I agree with you. There have been times when I've wondered whether my own father would have been happier if we'd stayed in Carson City. All he had was the ranch, and all of his efforts went toward growing it. He hardly made it possible for us to live with him, however. Molly tells stories of how afraid the older girls were to even tiptoe past his study. That isn't a way for children to grow up. No, I suppose not. I believe Mama did what she felt was best, and perhaps it was for the best. She turned back to the stove to hide the sudden flush which touched her cheeks. I wouldn't want Rance to become hardened and embittered, as my father supposedly became. He was already hardened and embittered toward her. She hadn't stopped thinking about his reaction all afternoon. She'd hurt his pride. How was she supposed to know he would take what she'd said personally? He'd done nothing up to that point to give any indication of wanting to be friendly. He'd been downright rude on more than one occasion. And he treated her as nothing but a nuisance. Martha, unaware of this, continued speaking. I believe he would have if it weren't for Jessie. At least he has Jessie to come home to. And it means the world to me that my boy still has a man in his life. A little boy needs a man to look up to, especially when he adored his father so. He thinks the world of Rance. That he does. Wants to be sheriff one day just like him. Do you think Rance would wish that on him? Martha laughed. I doubt it. Jessie entered the room. Were you talking about me? I heard my name. Little pitchers have great big ears, Martha chided, holding out her arms. Come here, young man. Have you washed up for supper yet, the way I asked? I sure did. Why do your hands look so dirty then? He shrugged. Because I been playin'. As if it made all the sense in the world. Phoebe bit her lip to stifle a laugh. You're supposed to not play in anything dirty after you wash up. Martha ruffled his hair. Wash your hands again and your face. I want you squeaky clean when you sit down for supper. He's a delight. Phoebe chuckled once they were alone again. That he is. The light of my life. Martha's smile faded somewhat as her eyes took on a faraway look. She was lost in memory again. It always happened suddenly. Some word, some phrase would send her back. Phoebe finished preparing supper, suddenly embarrassed. What was it like to love someone that way? To be completely bereft at their passing? To merely drift through life, as Martha had confessed earlier in the day. Phoebe suggested the image of a boat being untied and left adrift on the open water, and Martha had nodded enthusiastically and said yes, exactly that. Phoebe had been in love before, heaven knew. She'd fallen in love more times than she had fingers and toes on which to count. Her tutor, her dancing instructor, the man who'd delivered milk, the man who'd run the streetcar. Mr. Stevens was only the most recent man to whom she'd fallen victim, and now his marvelous sideburns and warm, gentle eyes seemed silly. For in the face of such love, untouched by death, she began to understand the hollowness of what she'd felt before. It was mere infatuation, nothing more, and it always came to an end. Afterward, once the flames of passion had died to little more than the dimmest embers, she would ask what she'd ever seen in the man who she'd been so certain she loved. The three of them soon took their seats for a pleasant supper, though Rance sat heavy on her mind all the while. Where was he? Why had he not sent word that he wouldn't be able to join them? Was it her fault? She feared it was. Would you like me to take supper to the jailhouse? She asked when they were finishing up. I hate to think of Rance sitting there all evening with nothing to eat. That would be a nice gesture, though isn't it a bit dangerous? Allowing yourself to be seen about town? A fine rain had begun to fall. If I carry a parasol to stay dry, I can conceal my face. In my work clothes, I might as well be any other woman walking along the sidewalk at this time of night, taking supper to her man. A man, she quickly corrected, ducking her head in an effort to hide her flushed cheeks. Martha showed no sign of noticing this slip of the tongue. I know he would appreciate it. I'll pack the pail. Minutes later, Phoebe hurried down the street, her head low beneath a black parasol. The rain was more of a mist, but it still provided the cover she required. On reaching the corner of Carson Street, she looked both ways before emerging from the shadows. There was no sign of Jake Nielsen anywhere. A small blessing. Still, she put on extra speed and all but ran to the jailhouse. Imagine running toward a jailhouse and not away from it, she thought with a grim chuckle as she pushed open the door. Rance was alone, bent over his desk. Don't pester me. I know I didn't send word, he grumbled, not bothering to look up. I wasn't here to pester you. He looked up then, shocked. Oh. Ah. I didn't know. I know you didn't. What are you doing out like this? I thought you understood your presence was to be something of a secret. She held up the pail, full of stewed chicken and dumplings with carrots and cornbread. Are you hungry or aren't you? Because this is so delicious, I could just be persuaded to eat your entire helping. Give that here. He cleared room on the desk for her to leave the pail. To answer your question, I was careful to avoid notice. The rain helped. Rain? It's raining? He turned in his chair to look out the window, where mist floated around the glowing lamps. Oh. So it is. I wouldn't have taken such a risk otherwise. And I knew you must be hungry. She couldn't help looking over the papers he'd pushed aside. He'd been writing something down when she entered. What is this? It isn't any of your concern. I only asked a question. And I only gave you an answer. He stopped to lick his lips. How she manages to get these dumplings so light is beyond me. She's really a gifted cook, isn't she? It's a good thing cooking isn't my forte, or else there would have been no reason for me to stay with you. He snickered. Have a seat. Might as well sit down now that you're here. The only other chair in the room was the one sitting behind the second desk, which she assumed was meant for the deputies. What has you here so late? I often work late. Alone? Where are your deputies? At home, I would imagine. Why do they get to go home when you do not? His gaze chilled her. If you came here to berate me, you can leave. I've taken about as much berating as I can stand for one day. I wasn't trying to, she stopped herself, then stood. You needn't worry. I'll be leaving now. Wait. He pushed back from the desk and blocked her exit. Don't go. Not yet. I'm in a foul temper, but I shouldn't take it out on you. You're correct about that, she said with a sniff. It's been a long day, is all. He gestured to the chair, which she returned to after hesitating a moment. His mood seemed to swing up and down to where she couldn't tell where she stood with him. You mentioned Jake Nielsen earlier, she murmured, blushing at the memory of how they'd parted ways that afternoon. While she hated to bring it up, she couldn't help asking. He grimaced. Yes, I did. I'd like to say we enjoyed dinner, but I can't imagine enjoying a meal with him. It wasn't easy. What happened? The same as always. He threatened me on the street, in front of people, so I invited him to join me at Ruby's. We could discuss it there, I thought. All he did was order the most expensive dishes on the menu, and leave me to pay. He made certain I knew he has a spot on the town council too, and that they could remove me from my post if he bent enough ears. They wouldn't. They could. I don't know that they will, but I would bet my bottom dollar he'll try. When he wraps his fist around a grudge, he doesn't like letting go. Stubborn, willful. That sounds like somebody I know. You're not as stubborn as him. She burst out laughing. I was speaking about you. I know I'm not that stubborn. I don't know. She looked around. Alone in the jailhouse, with only a single light burning. Everyone else has gone home. Yet you insist on remaining, as though you have something to prove. I have notes to write out and cross-reference, after speaking with Henry Lawrence's girls today. You could do that at home, after seeing your family. Who knows? Being away from this place might help you think better. That's not what a sheriff does. It could be what this sheriff does. What of the one who came before you? Rance snickered. He would have told Jake Nielsen where he could stuff his wallet days ago, and been done with the whole thing. Why didn't you do the same? We're not the same sort of man, Samuel and me. I don't intend on meeting the same end he did either, but it was that sort of brash attitude that did him in. Phoebe knew she shouldn't ask. It might be rude, and he would most certainly tell her to mind her own affairs while letting him mind his. What happened? She asked nonetheless. Her curiosity was too much to be ignored. Rance shrugged. It's a funny thing. I was there, but I hardly recall how it started. I know how it started, mind you, but I don't remember it. I remember the stories. Does that sound odd? Not at all. It did, rather, but she didn't want to tell him so. We rode out to the edge of town, when we got word of a couple of men fighting out there. Figured they'd both had too much to drink, and were feeling ornery. There isn't much to do out here, even a city this size, the state capital. A man can drink, or he can mess around with women. He winced, glancing at her. Forgive my language. I know the way of the world, she assured him with a thin smile. I forgot how worldly you are, he muttered. At any rate, the men were fighting and causing a lot of ruckus, even firing guns, though not at each other. Into the air, at the ground, acting like fools. One of 'em was bound to shoot each other, or their fool selves. So we went out to talk some sense into 'em. Rance fell quiet for a moment, and Phoebe allowed him to be. It was dark when we rode up, and they were staggering around and shouting at each other. You never saw anything half so pitiful, I'm sure. They could hardly stand up straight, either of them. It wouldn't have taken much to calm them down, probably. Just a few words, maybe a joke or two. Something to break up the mood. What happened? Samuel got a bit too loud. He was never good at talking to people. Don't misunderstand me, please. He was a good man, a fine sheriff. He had a strong sense of right and wrong, and he didn't take it easy on those who broke the law, but he had a good heart. He once beat the living tar out of his own brother when he found out he struck his wife, and promised much worse if he ever did it again. Even threw him in jail for 3 nights straight to make sure the message got through. She nodded, to encourage him to keep talking. He sighed. But he had a way of riling people up, too. He would throw his weight around, you could say. Threatening. Shouting. It was sometimes the right way to go about things, but only sometimes. Not always. Not that night. He got too loud. He threatened to put both men in jail for disturbing the peace. Told him to lower their guns, told him he'd shoot both of them if they didn't. I knew it was wrong. I warned him, told him to stop. They were angry, and he wasn't making things better. They weren't afraid of him, they were too drunk and already seeing red. He should have calmed 'em. He made it worse. One of 'em shot him. He died right there, in the middle of the street, staring up at the sky. And there was nothing I could do about it. That was why you became sheriff? That was why. Because I couldn't stop a drunken fool from shooting the man who had the job before I did. It feels like somebody up there's laughing at me. Phoebe took this in. What happened wasn't your fault. He sounds like he was a headstrong man. He wouldn't have listened no matter what you did. And if you tried to get in the middle of him and the man who shot him, you might have been the one who got shot. Where would that leave Martha and Jesse? I should have known better. You can't know everything. I should have. That was my job. You don't understand because I'm a woman, and I don't know how difficult life is for a man? Phoebe waved this off. Forgive me, but I don't believe that. If the town didn't think you would be a good choice for a sheriff, they wouldn't have given you the job. It's as simple as that. You're the only one who needs to believe it, since everyone else seems to. This mess with Jake Nielsen has my head in a vice, he admitted before casting an apologetic look her way. I don't blame you for that. This is his fault. He can't accept what happened, and I don't know why. So he's calling into question whether I'm fit for this job. He'll complain to everybody and anybody who's willing to listen. Everyone knows he's full of hot air and not much sense. No one listens to him. Martha told me so, and from what I've seen of him, I believe it. He's not a nice man. No. He isn't. Anybody else would have moved on from this by now, and let bygones be bygones. The man was so intoxicated, he can't remember what the girl looked like. He probably wouldn't even recognize you, if you walked straight into him. While that posed some relief, she was unwilling to test this theory. I never thought there would come a time when I was called on to do something I didn't think was right. Rance rubbed his temples as though a headache was coming on. What would I do with the girl, if I found her? Arrest her. Take her before the judge. This is all a terrible waste. Something strange and unpredictable happened then. Phoebe certainly never would have guessed it possible, but it was true, her heart went out to him. And she knew what she had to do to make things right.
Chapter 19. Well. Martha looked astonished as he crossed the threshold behind Phoebe. I sent her out with supper, but never expected her to come back with you in tow. He handed her the supper pail with a withering look. I thought it best that I come home, but I can always go back. No, please. I'll have to lock the door to make it more difficult for you to leave. She nodded toward Jess's bedroom door. He's waiting, by the way. I told him not to expect anything tonight, but if I know him, I know he's hoping you'll come in. Rance removed his coat and holster. He made it a point to take off his gun when he arrived at home, and to always keep it out of Jess's reach, before knocking on the closed door. Sure enough, the little boy sat up in bed, playing with a set of wooden soldiers Rance had given him as a gift on his last birthday. "You're home," he beamed, showing off the gap in his front teeth. Just like that, the pressure of the day melted away, if only for the short time that he'd be with the boy. There was something to be said for leaving the outside world outside, and allowing the simple joy of a child to take over for adult concerns. For the first time in his life, he wished he had a little boy or girl of his own to greet him this way. A wife to nag him into coming home for supper, rather than staying late at his desk. "I had to come in and say goodnight to my favorite young man," he explained, gently removing the toys from the bed and settling Jessie back against the pillows. "But I'm afraid it's now far past your bedtime." "I'm in bed." Rance chuckled. "I can see that, but we both know what I mean. You ought to be asleep." "Is Peepsy gonna come in and say goodnight too?" Jesse craned his neck that he might see past his uncle. This was a surprise, though he guessed it shouldn't have been. The boy was taken with her, plain and simple, and had been since the moment he set eyes on her. "I didn't think to ask her, since I'm usually the one who puts you to bed. But I want to say goodnight to her, too. Mama had me get ready for sleep while she was at the jailhouse with you." "Oh. I see. This was unfortunate. He should have thought of this." Jesse was far too attached to the girl, and when she left, "Peepsy," Jesse called out, his voice as sweet as honey. "Can you come say goodnight?" Rance winced. Who could resist him? Phoebe poked her head into the room. "Did you call me?" "Yes. I wanted to say goodnight, since you weren't here when I went to bed." She cast an almost apologetic look Rance's way before coming in. "Good night, young man. Pleasant dreams." He held his arms out. "A hug, please?" She hesitated, torn between the boy and the man sitting beside him. Rance knew when he was in the way. "Please don't let me stop you," he murmured with a wry smile as he stood, moving to the side of the room so she could take his place on the bed. "Good night," she said again, kissing the top of his head. "We'll see each other in the morning." "You'll still be here?" "I'll still be here." It was nearly enough to break his heart, watching this unfold. The shining hope in Jess's eyes, the sweetness of her smile as she smoothed the hair from his brow before tucking him in. He'd done wrong bringing her here. Everyone was getting too familiar. Martha already looked at her as a confidant. Jesse loved her. It didn't matter, since there would soon be no reason for her to remain in their presence. Just as it should have been. And life would return to the way it had once gone when she went back to the ranch. He'd never thought things were so bad before, and they weren't. Jesse was a happy little boy, if a bit lost without his father. Martha was progressing, if a bit slowly. He wasn't sure he could stand seeing his sister retreat back into her shell once she was alone again. Maybe they could afford to hire a real housekeeper, a young girl she could get along with. Anyone but Phoebe. She turned to him with a smile, and he wished she wouldn't. It was all too much what she stirred up in his heart. In all their hearts. And he wanted to hate her for it, to send her away because he couldn't make sense of anything, and it was all her fault. Wasn't this supposed to make his life easier, bringing her into his home? They left the room together, with Phoebe shutting the door quietly. "He's impossible to resist." She grinned, leaning against the door. "I've never been so taken by a child." "No. No, normally the young men who interest me are much older and a bit more dashing." She giggled behind her hand. "Forgive me, but it's been a long day." "For both of us," he admitted with a grin. "Thank you for being good to them. Both of them. You could have treated this as a jail sentence, but all you've done instead is make them both happier than I've seen them in a long time." "I'm glad I can do that," she whispered, suddenly shy. Her gaze lowered, brushing the tops of his boots. "It's only a shame that I make you so unhappy." I wish it didn't have to be so. His throat clenched. This was a chance to explain that she hadn't made his life so terrible, after all. That the reason he'd stayed so late at the jailhouse wasn't because he had work to do, but because he was so looking forward to seeing her, and the anticipation frightened him some. Even though they'd parted on bad terms that afternoon. Even though she might easily have described the thief and put an end to this days earlier. Even though Jake Nielsen insisted on haunting him thanks to her determination. In spite of everything, he'd been looking forward to seeing her again. To sharing a meal with her and hearing her laugh. To watching her love Jesse, the same person he loved. It was all wrong. He cleared his throat and stepped back. She seemed to understand this. I'll be going up to my room now. Good night. With a sweep of her skirts, she brushed past him on her way to the stairs. He thought he caught the scent of lavender in her hair as she did, and he found himself wanting to bury his nose in it and breathe deep. It was all very wrong. Martha was sitting in the kitchen with a cup of tea when he entered. He's half in love with her, I think, she said with a chuckle, and it took him a moment to realize she was speaking of Jessie. Little boys tend to feel that way about pretty young ladies, he reasoned, choosing coffee over tea. There was a pot sitting on the back of the stove, and he poured a cup. Something to help clear his head. Do they now? She smiled. He ignored this bit of teasing, and that's what it was. He could hear it in her voice, in favor of looking around the room in amazement. All of this in one day, he asked. It was almost too much to be believed. The kitchen looked the way he'd remembered it looking before, when Martha was more herself and her husband was still alive. I'm ashamed of myself for letting it go so far, she admitted with a tremble of her chin. Now. He was quick to sit with her, taking her hand as he did. None of that. No one could blame you for letting little things go. Who cares whether the floor is scrubbed or the windows are washed? It doesn't really matter. But it does, or else you wouldn't have brought her here. I brought her here for a number of reasons, the least of which being the fact that you need a little help. Don't you already feel better, just having someone else in the house with you during the day? It's a breath of fresh air, she admitted. I didn't feel alone today. See, I was thinking of you, not of the house. That was merely a pretense. She's a housekeeper, you needed help. It all seemed meant to be. Seemed? Always so sharp, his sister, picking up on words he hadn't chosen with enough care. He didn't much like the thought of coming clean, but saw no choice in the matter. I worry for Jessie. When it comes time for her to leave, I mean. Oh. I see. She frowned, staring off toward the parlor. Yes. I can understand that. I hadn't thought of it until now. We'll simply have to be sure he understands that this isn't for always. Just for now. Rance didn't give voice to the concern this raised, but the question of whether his nephew had already lost enough plagued him as he drank his coffee and discussed the day with his sister, a habit they'd fallen into over the last several months. I truly wish somebody would give the man a taste of his own medicine, she snarled when he told her of his dinner with Jake Nielsen. He's a menace through and through. I don't disagree. One of the least pleasant parts of my job is having to pay equal attention to everyone, even if it's all in pretense, just to get them to leave me in peace. I won't tell a soul, she promised with a wink. You say you spoke with some of the girls employed by Mr. Lawrence? He chuckled. Oh yes. That was the highlight of my day. How so? She asked, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Not in the way you're thinking, sister, he warned. They seem like genuine, sweet young women. All of them. None of them seem particularly enthused to work for the man, but they all agree it's a way to earn a living, and that's why they do it. They all swear they don't take customers up to the second floor, which of course I don't believe. How so? Because every single one of them brought it up before I did, like they were defending themselves without cause to do so. And if none of them do it, then who does? I know some of them must, for I've heard enough stories. Maybe that's all they are. Stories. The bragging of men who wish to impress their friends. I know how you men talk when you get together. It's no worse than the way you women whisper and giggle to each other. That just isn't so, she said with a laugh, swatting his arm. We might gossip, but it doesn't go much further than that. Suit yourself, he shrugged as he laughed with her. Just the same, it struck me as an unnecessary lie. I told them I wasn't there to discuss that. It's not my business, honestly, and unless one of those girls comes out of the saloon with a black eye or worse, I don't intend to make it my business. Did any of them strike you as the thief? All of them did, which is the trouble. I can't imagine any of them not having reason to take a man's wallet, if it meant buying a train ticket home or just about anywhere else. Maybe they're protecting the girl who did it. They could very well know which of them it was. I have no doubt, he agreed, marveling as he always did at her perception. They would be bound to know which girl ran out in a hurry that night. Which one was spending her time with Jake. It seems like there will never be an end to this, she announced as she stood, patting his shoulder before going to the sink with her cup. I can't say I'm entirely unhappy about it. Why on earth would you ever say a thing like that, when you know how this has plagued me? She rolled her eyes. This will blow over, and you know it. But I wouldn't have had reason to meet Phoebe were it not for this, and Jessie certainly enjoys having her here. She seemed to study him, as she poured a little more coffee into his cup. It would appear you're the only one who doesn't, brother. Why should I? He grumbled. She shrugged. I don't know. I'm sure I don't know.
Chapter 20. The next day dawned dark and rainy, with a surprisingly cool breeze which was a welcome relief from the hazy heat they dealt with for weeks. A sure sign the weather was about to change for good, and Phoebe welcomed it with all her heart. The rain meant Jessie would remain cooped up inside the house, however, which he was in no mood to do. I want to go outside, he groaned, flinging himself back upon the sofa. I only just fluffed those pillows, Phoebe moaned, turning away from the windows she was washing to see. How can I get the parlor sparkling clean for your mama, if you're going to undo all the work I did? I'm sorry, he muttered, sitting up and making a half-hearted attempt at fluffing them. Biting her tongue was almost not enough to keep her from laughing, but she somehow managed. The rain will let up soon, and your mama will let you back outside. See? She pointed out the window. It looks like the clouds are lightening up. Soon they'll break apart. He looked pensive rather than relieved. Why doesn't Mama let me play outside in the rain anymore? Phoebe winced as she turned back toward the window. She let you play in the rain before? All the time. Whenever I wanted to. I used to splash and play in the mud and sail little boats, but now I can't. She says it's dangerous. It can be, she reasoned. Where I came from, I would sometimes see accidents in the street. Wheels would slip, people would get hurt. Did they get killed? Asked, with all the innocent curiosity of a child. Sometimes yes. No sense in lying. I don't think your mama is worried about anything like that happening to you, though. She only wants you to be safe. I want to go see Uncle Rance. Your uncle is hard at work, dear. You'll see him when he comes home tonight. It was little wonder Martha hadn't managed to get much work done around the house. Can I help you? He asked, coming over to where she stood on a stool near the window. The image of him falling through the window sent a shudder through her. Foolish, seeing as how it was more likely he would make a mess of the soapy water she was using. I'll tell you what let's do. You can play on the porch, right outside this window where I can see you. All right? His dark eyes lit up. What about Mama? She's doing the shopping, and I'm sure she won't mind so long as you stay right where I can see you. Once I'm through with the windows, though, you'll have to come inside. I promise. He was in his room before she could say another word, and moments later he emerged with his toy soldiers and horses. It was sweet, really, watching him play with them, making the horses trot by bouncing them along the floor. If she hadn't been watching him, she would have missed a familiar face passing on the street. A face she had decided she was going to look for and talk some sense to. That was what she'd decided, when she saw how stricken Rance was the night before. "Oh my goodness," she whispered, jumping down from the stool in an instant and running for the door. "Come with me." She took Jesse by the hand and led him down the front stairs. This was positively providential, the girl just happening to walk past as Phoebe looked out the window. "Where are we going?" he asked, but she was too busy following the young woman's progress to answer right away. "Shush." She held a finger to her lips. "We're following that girl. We must be quiet." "Why?" "Jesse, please." It was difficult to keep frustration out of her voice as she trotted along, her gaze fixed on the back of the girl's head. Her honey hair was pinned up neatly this time, but it could be no one but her. She wasn't dressed nearly the same as she'd been that night. Her striped lace-trimmed dress had become a calico work dress, not unlike the one Phoebe wore. She no longer wore earbobs, and her face was free of paint. She looked young, fresh, like any other girl returning home after shopping in town. Only Phoebe knew better. She would have known the girl's face anywhere. It had haunted her for days. The girl did not look over her shoulder, yet for some reason she quickened her pace as she crossed the street. Jess's short legs couldn't keep up, though that didn't stop him from trying as they ran down the street and across, then around a corner. The houses were thinning out, no longer places just next to each other, and past this last block the land was devoted to farming. Was that where she lived? On a farm outside of town? What reason would she have to? Suddenly, the girl spun in place and glared at them. Phoebe came up short, surprised by this, and Jesse seemed glad for the chance to stop. "She was walking so fast," he gasped, though his face still shone with excitement over this adventure. "Why do you follow me?" the girl demanded, lifting her chin. Even her voice was the same, though the hard edge she spoke with was nothing like the whimpering, pleading tone she'd taken before. Phoebe took a step nearer, still holding Jess's hand. "You don't remember me. I remember you." The girl frowned, ready to deny any memory, then recognition dawned. "Oh," she whispered, her face falling. "It's you. It's me. You've caused me a bit of trouble." With a glance at the top of Jess's head she continued, "Trouble which we can't discuss now, but I know you know what I'm speaking of." "I'm sorry." "You don't know how sorry I am. Please?" "As I said, we can't discuss it. I don't want things to end badly. I could have told the truth right away, but I didn't." "Thank you," the girl whispered, eyes filling with tears. "Thank you so much. I only wanted to talk to you, but now isn't the time. Just knowing you exist is a relief to me. I was beginning to think I had imagined you. Can I speak to you sometime later? I'm staying with the sheriff and his family." The girl's already pale face went even whiter. "No. I can't. You don't have to go there, but we can meet someplace else. There must be a way we can solve this. I want to help you, and I believe he does as well." "No." The girl backed away, shaking her head. "I can't do that. You'll have to solve it without me." "But I can't." It was no use. The girl, still unnamed, turned and ran as she had that night. Phoebe watched with a sinking heart. If it weren't for Jesse, she might have followed her. "Are we gonna keep after her?" he asked, all but jumping up and down with excitement. "No, dear. We're going to go back home. If your mama comes back and finds us gone, she might be upset." Phoebe turned around, her mood now dark and heavy. Of course, the girl wouldn't want to reveal herself. Who in their right mind would? Why did she work in the saloon if she lived on a farm? Wasn't there work to be done there? Or was she supporting an ailing relative, perhaps? That would be more reason than ever to need gainful employment. "How did you know that lady?" Jessie asked, swinging her arm back and forth as they walked. "She's just someone I used to know." "You weren't friends, though." This amused her. "How could you tell?" "Friends don't look at each other like that." She was scared. "Friends aren't scared of each other." He spoke with such conviction, as though he had decades of experience on which to draw. "I think you're right," she agreed. "We're friends and we're not scared of each other." "Why would she be scared of you? You're nice." There are a lot of reasons for a person to be afraid, she murmured, pensive. You'll understand more about that when you're a little older. Oh gee, he grumbled. That's what people always say. I'll understand more when I'm older. She was laughing as they rounded the corner for his street, the house only 2 down from the end. This gave her full view of the front door flying open, and a wide-eyed, frantic woman running down the stairs and through the front gate. Martha! Phoebe gasped in surprise. Where have you been? She screamed, running to them with her eyes tear-filled and wild. Her face was red as a beet, her body shaking from head to foot. Phoebe was at a loss for words. She'd never before seen a woman who looked as though she was literally on the verge of having a fit, and didn't quite know what to do. Martha pulled Jesse into her arms, falling to her knees to cradle him. Oh, my boy. My boy. I thought you were gone forever. We just took a walk, Mama, he explained, though her shoulder muffled his voice some. That's all. What right did you have to take him for a walk? You didn't even lock the front door. Martha glared up at her with such contempt it nearly stopped her heart. How dare you take him away from the house without asking me first, or leaving a note? I wasn't home, you had no right. Martha, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. That's right. You weren't thinking. Martha bundled Jesse up in her arms. Just as I know my brother wasn't thinking when he convinced me to have you in this house. You've gone too far. You've become too familiar with my son, and you think you have the run of the place. I could have lost him. But there was no defense to be made, and she wouldn't have been able to make it even if Martha hadn't hurried up to the house and slammed the door behind her. Phoebe swayed on her feet, looking up at the house. A house in which she was no longer welcome. What was she to do now?
Chapter 21. The sun was only just setting when Rance headed home that night. Martha would be so surprised. He might actually have the chance to spend time with Jesse before he went to bed. He told himself as he walked down the still busy street that it wasn't Phoebe he was excited to see. No, not at all. Even if it was, he only saw her as a distraction. Nothing more. She was something interesting. Something new. Something that wouldn't be around for much longer. And that was for the best. No one could make him believe otherwise. He was even whistling as he rounded the corner, already looking forward to a nice evening at home. A man could get used to this sort of life. He believed that right up until he spotted Phoebe sitting on the front stairs, her head in her hands. Phoebe! He hurried to her. What happened? Is Jesse all right? She nodded, remaining silent. Her head was down, her eyes on her feet. Why are you out here then? It was damp out there, and she must have been terribly uncomfortable sitting as she was. When he touched her hand, he was shocked to feel the chill of her skin. It had been a cool day, at that. She'd been sitting there for a long time. He sat beside her. Tell me. What happened? I can't go in there. I can't. She's so angry with me. Martha! I can't imagine why. I took Jesse for a walk. She lifted her head, and then he saw the true depth of her despair written on her face. Tears had soaked her bodice. Her eyes were bloodshot, swollen from crying. That's all I did. I took him for a short walk. We didn't even go as far as the first farm. But Martha came home and thought. Oh no, he muttered as she burst into fresh tears. He could see the entire thing clearly. Martha had returned to find Jesse missing from the house and had flown into a fit. She closed the door and hasn't come out since. I've sat here all afternoon, hoping she would change her mind. She said, why, you were wrong to let me come here. Rance felt as awkward as he ever had while patting her heaving shoulder. It isn't as bad as that. She's most likely calmed down by now. Some things can't be taken back, she whispered, shaking her head. She can't take back what she said, even though I understand why she said it. I wasn't thinking. It all happened so fast. What happened so fast? She gulped, and something in that moment of hesitation told him this wasn't just a walk they'd been on. Where did you go? Why did you go? Jessie will more than likely tell you anyway, she muttered. I saw her. The girl. The girl? Yes. And she knew who I was when we caught up to her. Where? Who? W.H. I don't know her name. She was so frightened. But she was walking out of town, in the direction of the farms out there. I don't know which she was heading for, but she was going that way. Carrying a basket. I assumed she'd come from shopping in town. I was washing the windows and happened to see her, and I don't know, I ran out and took him with me. I had to know where she lived. I would have done the same thing, he murmured, this time rubbing her shoulder instead of only patting it. I would have. Did you get the chance to tell Martha? No. There was no talking to her. And I don't blame her, truly I don't. I never thought she would take it that way, is all, or I wouldn't have gone. I'm glad you went. I am. Now at least I know I've been looking in the wrong place. He gazed out in the general direction of which she spoke. Now that you mention it, the Fosters live out there, and I know Dennis Foster injured himself not long ago. Kicked by a horse, the way I heard it. I can imagine they'd be in need of extra money. Oh no. Now I feel worse than ever. So do I, he agreed. To his surprise, he put an arm around her and pulled her to him for the briefest moment. It seemed like the right thing to do for someone so obviously miserable. Come on. You're coming in with me. I couldn't, she gasped when he took her hand, pulling her to her feet. Your hand is little better than a block of ice. Though it did feel good in his, just the same. He took it in both of his and rubbed briskly. You need to warm up. Come in now. I'll talk to her. You go upstairs, change into something dry, freshen up. By the time you're finished, I promise I'll have her turned around. The only problem was, he hadn't the first idea of how to do this. Martha was a hard woman to convince otherwise, once her mind was made up. If she'd decided Phoebe was a problem and didn't belong in the house, which was rightfully hers, there was little he could do about it other than try to talk sense to her. She was in the process of angrily chopping potatoes when he reached her, having shooed Phoebe upstairs on entering the house. Don't talk to me, she warned as the knife slid through one potato after another. He found himself wondering just how much she felt they needed, but he didn't dare ask. It wasn't wise to ask such questions of a woman holding a knife. I wanted to ask if you're all right, he explained. Do you think I'm all right? Does it seem as though I should be all right? She turned to him, having left the knife on the chopping block. A relief. Would you be all right, Rance, if you returned home to find your child missing? He wasn't truly missing. I didn't know that. I know, but you let the boy run from place to place all day long. He plays the way all boys play. He doesn't always stay close to the house. And that's never been a problem before. Why is it now? Because she was gone too, and that, it didn't sit right with me. I understand that. You reacted. But now that you've had time to think, don't you see how unlikely it is that she would ever hurt him? Or take him from you? You don't understand. Her eyes welled up, and just like that, he had another weeping woman to handle. He held out his arms, which she walked into, and sobbed against his chest. He's all I have. He wrapped her in a tight hug, wondering if she would ever be aware of just how it broke his heart to see her like this. To hold his sister and know she suffered so, while knowing there was little to nothing he could do about it. You can't always be afraid. You just can't. There's too much you're missing out on. I don't know how not to be. I don't know anymore. No one can blame you for that. I'm sure it'll take time, but one day you'll wake up, and you'll find you're not so afraid anymore. Life is so cruel, she whispered, still shaking with sobs. She was right about that. Life was too cruel. There was a girl on a farm just outside of town who'd taken a position as a saloon girl, possibly to bring in money for her ailing father. There was a girl upstairs who had remained silent to protect her, and ended up being put in jail herself. There was a little boy who'd spent night after night waiting for his papa to come home, only to find himself alone when he woke up in the morning. Life could be very cruel indeed. She was only doing what she had to do at the moment, Rance whispered, rocking his sister back and forth. She pulled away, eyes blazing in spite of the tears which still flowed. Don't defend her to me. She was following the girl. The one who stole the wallet. She saw her walking past and took Jessie to follow her. That's where they were going. That's what was so important. Don't you think it was important? Would you have taken the time to write a note if it meant the difference between catching her and losing track of her? Indecision floated across Martha's face, creasing her brow. She would never hurt Jessie. You must know that. She cares for him. A bit too much, if you ask me. A wounded mother, afraid of being usurped in her child's affections. Things were becoming clearer all the time. He's the sort who makes everyone around him love him. It can't be helped. But he has a protector, too. Don't forget that. I have no doubt she would throw herself in the path of danger for his sake. She wiped her eyes. I hope you never know how this feels. I truly hope. How it feels? To lose everything you thought you had. To lose your future. He hooked a finger under her chin, tilted it up. You haven't lost everything. And your future is what you intend to make of it. There's never any accounting for what the good Lord will put in front of us, but if there's anybody who can go through the fire and come out stronger on the other side, it's you. She let out a shaky sigh and tried to give him a shaky smile. You like her very much, don't you? The abrupt change in subject surprised him, to put it mildly. What? Phoebe. You like her. I can tell. I don't hate her. I don't mean that. You know what I mean, Rance Connelly. You're still a man, no matter how you try to pretend like this sort of thing is beyond you. You're still a man. Where is this coming from? Her mouth screwed up in a guilty sort of pout. I might have been looking out the window when you came home. I heard you two talking out there, and it made me angry. I was going to open the door and rail at you both, but then I saw you put an arm around her and pull her toward you. And I saw the look on your face. And I admit, it angered me even more because I knew you would be on her side. He sneered at this. What look was that? You looked like you cared for her. You didn't just feel sorry for her. You wanted to comfort her. I'm the sheriff. That's not your job, she said with a knowing smile. Don't try to use that line on me, because it doesn't work. Comforting a crying young woman is not your job. And you can comfort someone without putting your arm around them. Enough of this. I might have known this would turn around on me somehow. Why do I bother trying to help? Why when this is all I get for it? Smooth your ruffled feathers, she said, pushing him toward the door. Go up and tell her I want to speak with her, that everything's fine. I need to apologize. Why can't you go? He asked as she shoved him unceremoniously out of the room. I have work to do down here. One final shove, and she left him on his own. Why did the notion of going up to her room leave him quaking inside? Was Martha right? Damn her for planting the idea in his head. He didn't care for the girl. That was just the notion of a silly, romantic woman. Nothing more. Though Martha was usually far too realistic to be considered a romantic. Something must have changed then. There had to be some reason why she'd say such an outlandish thing. He climbed the stairs with great resolve, telling himself he would only inform Phoebe that Martha wished to see her, that he'd smoothed things over. Nothing more. Just delivering a message. He would then wash up, and maybe drink half a bottle of whiskey because he deserved it after the happenings of the last few days. He rapped on the door with his knuckles. Phoebe. For one brief, heart-rending moment, he imagined her having climbed out the window again. Phoebe, are you in there? She opened the door. Where else would I be? He let out a shaky laugh. Do I need to remind you? Her sheepish smile tugged at his heart. What happened? I only heard a minimum of shouting. Because we worked things out, and Martha wishes to see you now." Her face lit up, and again he felt a pulling in his chest. "She does? Is she still angry?" "I don't think so." When she threw her arms around his neck, he was more than taken by surprise. Surprise would have meant rocking back on his heels, chuckling, maybe letting out a grunt of surprise at the sudden embrace. Surprise would have meant taking her by the shoulders and easing her back, writing it off as the relief of knowing a friendship had not been destroyed that afternoon. His reaction was more than that of a surprised man. A surprised man wouldn't have returned her embrace. A surprised man wouldn't have looked deep into her eyes when she pulled back to look at him. Those wide, clear, honest eyes. They always showed everything she thought and felt. Everything going through her head could be read in those eyes. Just then he saw anticipation. As if she held her breath, waiting to see what he'd do next. What he did next was run one hand up her back until he was holding the back of her head, tilting it so she was at the proper angle for his mouth to fit over hers. God, how long had it been since he'd kissed a woman? Too long. The thrill of her soft yet firm lips yielding under his, the way her body molded to him as her hold around his neck tightened. The racing of her heart against his own, the breathless thrill of it all. He didn't know he was going to do it, before he did. Now he wouldn't have let go if the Lord himself commanded it so. Now that he had her in his arms, now that he tasted her sweetness and heard her even sweeter sighs, sighed for him, there would be no giving her up. She was the one to end it, her breathless little laugh going straight to his heart. How had it happened? He could have sworn he loathed the woman, that he had no interest in any of her kind. Women were a foreign country into which he had no time or inclination to wander. "Sheriff," she whispered, eyes now half-lidded and searching his. "You've quite taken my breath away. I hope you won't hold it against me." "Not at all. In fact, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to take it away again. But first, I have to speak with Martha. She'll be waiting." He stroked her hair, her cheek, cupped her chin in one hand. It seemed so silly, such a waste of time, to ever have denied what she'd already come to mean. She'd opened his heart when she told of protecting the girl from the saloon, then had wedged herself firmly in place when he found her comforting Jessie. "You ought to go then," he murmured, kissing the tip of her upturned nose. "She doesn't like to be kept waiting."
Chapter 22. It was like floating in a dream. A soft, warm, delightful dream which she prayed would never end. How did it happen? So many years of waiting to fall in love, of dreaming about love. Opening her heart to so many men who she sometimes never spoke to, or if she did, never said more than a few words to in passing. She would dream about them, create an entire future for them in her dreams. Only ever in her dreams. Reality was not quite as romantic as those girlish dreams, the sort she had gleaned from books which her mama would not have approved her reading. She wished she had never seen those books or even knew they existed, for they had misguided her terribly. She'd spent her life waiting and wishing and yearning for something that didn't exist. What did exist, as it turned out, was much better than anything she'd ever dreamed. Knowing he was there in the house while she readied herself for bed. Knowing she would see him in the morning. And in the morning, opening her eyes with a smile and a light, joyful heart before jumping out of bed. She couldn't wait to see him. Perhaps they could share a quiet moment before he left for the day. Just the possibility set her heart to racing. As did the memory of his kiss. Of the thrill of being in his arms. The very masculine scent of him, leather and shaving soap, and something she couldn't put her finger on but was willing to spend time exploring. His whiskers brushing against her cheek, his arms around her, holding her close. His lips. A shiver ran up her spine, and she hurried faster than ever to get ready, torn between speed and wanting to look nice for him. But not too nice, or else Martha would sense there was something going on. And she had only just gotten back on Martha's good side. She sensed there was still a bit of undiscussed unhappiness which she hoped would pass. If she knew of the kiss, she might think Phoebe was only struggling to maintain her place in the house. That she was taking advantage of a good man. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, Until that final moment when she'd embraced him, she hadn't understood the attachment which had grown in her heart. She was just finishing pinning up her hair when there was a knock at the door. Her heart fluttered, her stomach tied itself in knots. "Yes," she answered, fighting to keep from running to fling the door open. It wouldn't look right for her to be too forward. "I was hoping to wish you a good morning before I head out." That was enough to get her to fling the door open, and there he was. So handsome, his eyes warm and bright and dancing as he looked down at her. "You look like the first day of spring," he murmured with a shy smile. It was hardly the flowery sort of language she'd read in books, but it was far more beautiful coming from him. "Thank you," she whispered, blushing. "Aren't you having breakfast?" "Already did. It seems I have a ride ahead of me. Out to the Foster farm." This dampened her spirits. "Oh. Don't be too hard on her, please. I'll do my level best. This I can promise. Perhaps I should go with you. Do you think Martha could spare me?" A frown touched his rather tender expression. "Do you believe that to be a wise idea? I might be able to get her to speak to me. You're the sheriff, she'll know you right off. She'll be less likely to trust you. Not that I intend any offense." He chuckled, opening his arms to her and pulling her close when she went to him willingly. "Why should you stop trying to offend me? That's when I like you best, come to think of it. I wish I hadn't just admitted that." She pressed her lips to his shoulder to stifle her laughter and took another deep breath, filling her lungs with him. That might have been a mistake. He bent his head, catching the corner of her mouth, and she turned her face toward his that he might kiss her properly. He was very good at it. Granted, this was her only experience with being kissed except for once or twice, but she knew instinctively that he was good at it. That she didn't ever want to be kissed by anybody but him, ever again. A frightening thought, though the fear had a bit of a thrill to it. She supposed this was what falling in love with a man was truly like. Wondering if she was falling too hard, too fast, if he had any intention of being her man and hers alone. If this was anything more than a mere dalliance. It didn't feel like one when he looked at her as he did when their kiss ended. When he held her in his arms longer than he needed to. His heart was beating just as hard as hers. "I suppose you could come along," he reasoned, though he still looked unconvinced of this being the best plan of action. "You might loosen her up a bit." "I'll do my best." He pulled away, turning toward the stairs, then took her by the waist and pulled her to him again. "I can't help myself," he grinned before kissing her again. She hoped he would never be able to help himself, if that was the case. "We'd better get downstairs," she whispered between swift, sweet kisses. "She'll wonder." He groaned softly before planting one more kiss on her upturned mouth. "So be it. We'll have to return to this at some other time. Maybe while we're in a more appropriate place." She managed to maintain her composure through breakfast, when Rance explained her idea for visiting the farm. "I believe that's very wise," Martha agreed with a sage nod. "The girl will feel more comfortable with someone she feels she can trust." "She won't trust me once we reach the farm," Phoebe fretted. "She'll know I told." "There had to come a time when you would tell the truth," Martha reminded her, patting her hand. "None of this is your fault. And when she finds out, she isn't in any trouble." Rance winced when she said it, shifting in his seat. This drew the attention of both women. "Do you mean to tell me you intend to arrest the girl? After all this time?" Phoebe whispered. "I don't quite know what the best course of action would be, and that's a fact." He looked from one of them to the other, then shrugged. "What do you want me to do about it? I'm not going to lie and tell you she'll get off free and easy. I truly don't know what I ought to do with this." Phoebe's nose wrinkled, a nose he had just kissed, and this memory did not fail to rise to the surface at a most inopportune moment. She didn't do anything wrong. She stole a man's wallet. That's still a crime. She needed the money for her father. Martha protested. "We don't know that yet, do we? I put that together on my own, but none of us will know if she's even a member of that particular family. I shouldn't have said a word about it. It's too late for that now. Phoebe finished her biscuit and swallowed back the last of her coffee. I'm ready to go. Are you? It would appear I have little choice, he grimaced. She brushed past him on the way out to the buggy. Her buggy. She bit her tongue to refrain from pointing this out. Hadn't they just been kissing and whispering minutes ago? Now she wanted to give him an earful. You're angry, he announced as he climbed in beside her. She was careful to draw her skirts around her, keeping her legs far from his. Even casual contact was too much at the moment. She didn't want to look at him, much less brush against his trousers. What gave you that idea? She folded her arms and looked pointedly away from him. Is this how it's going to be? We disagree about something, and you freeze me like this? I won't have it. I'm not a child and neither are you, though you like to behave like one sometimes. I thought you liked it when I told you how terrible I think you are, she snapped. Not like this, I don't. I suppose it isn't up to you when I think you're being terrible. You understand nothing about this. I understand a bully's pride was injured, and now that he made a big stink about it to the whole town, he wants justice. That's what I understand. And because you're afraid of him. His jaw muscles worked. You think I'm afraid of him? It wasn't a question, and the coldness of his voice sent a pang of dread to her heart. She had gone too far. I meant. I know what you meant, he growled. You don't. You're afraid of what he's going to do to you. That isn't what you said. You didn't give me the chance to finish. It was only when a pair of women walking across from the buggy turned to look their way that she realized she was shouting. Rance gave no indication of noticing anything. He stared straight ahead, driving the buggy. How had things gone so badly so quickly? She hardly cared anymore that they were riding up to the farmhouse, a pretty little place with red shutters which stood out smartly against the white painted walls. The windows shone clear and clean, revealing lace curtains inside. There was a pair of rocking chairs on the porch. This hardly looks like it's been in disrepair, she murmured more to herself than for his sake. They could be using the money she's made to hire help, he replied, barely getting the words out through clenched teeth. She'd noticed how he tended to grind them together when he was especially angry or feeling overwhelmed. The fact that she was the reason for this overwhelm tore at her. Rance, I'm sorry. The front door swung open with a bang, revealing an old man with a shotgun raised to his shoulder. Just what do you think you're doing on my property? He demanded, leveling the gun at them.
Chapter 23. Phoebe stiffened beside him, a tiny gasp coming from her tight throat. Stay still, he whispered out of the side of his mouth before raising his voice. That you, Dennis? What are you doing with that gun when I only came to pay a friendly call? The old man blinked hard, leaning in a little as if it would help him see them. Who is that? Phoebe didn't have reason to worry. The man was blind as anything, and would have better luck hitting the side of a barn than he would a slim young woman sitting half concealed by him in a buggy. It's Rance Connelly, you fool. Who'd you think it was? Oh, Sheriff. I didn't know you were planning on coming to see me. The gun was forgotten, left leaning against the wall beside the door. Dennis shuffled down the steps and cast an apologetic smile Phoebe's way. Forgive me, ma'am. I couldn't see so well from way up there on the porch. Rance took note of his shuffling gait. How's that leg of yours? Healing up any? Doc thinks I should stay off it more than I do, but what's he know? I'm a farmer, I have a farm to oversee. I can't lie around in bed all the doggone day, pardon the expression, he was quick to add. Do you have any help around here? Phoebe asked. Surely someone can take some of the burden off your shoulders. If you don't rest, you'll never heal completely. Where'd you find this one? The old man laughed as though this was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. She makes a good point, you know. You need to follow doctor's orders if you'll ever be able to make it around the way you used to. Fact was, the man should have sold the farm or passed it down to someone younger who might run it in his stead. He'd settled down at a rather old age, not marrying or having children until he was nearly 50. Now, over 70 years of age, he didn't need the strain. He could hardly even see from a distance. He waved this off. "What brings you here today, Rance?" "Well, now that you mention it, I was wondering if your daughter Sally was at home." He'd asked around a bit the day before, seeing if either of his deputies knew the name of the youngest foster girl. She would be around the correct age, if memory served. He frowned. "Sally? What would you want with her?" "She hasn't done anything wrong, Dennis. Believe me. But there was a bit of trouble in town several nights back." "What's she got to do with any of that?" "I heard about it, all right, and I never did trust those no-good saloon gals." "Pardon, ma'am," he murmured. If Sally was working for the saloon, he didn't know about it. This made sense, naturally. A man such as the one standing before him, who would pull a shotgun on a man simply for driving a buggy onto his property, wouldn't take to such a notion. "I've been asking everyone who has a job in town." "She does have a job in town, doesn't she?" "Certainly. Working at the dressmaker's." He all but glowed with pride. "She brings in enough money to help me quite a bit, and somehow finds time to keep house. She's my treasure, no doubt about that. Her sainted mother would be proud of her." Phoebe let out something between a strangled sob and a cough, which she managed to hide behind her handkerchief. Rance merely nodded with a smile. "I'm sure she would. Do you have any idea where I might find Sally?" "I only want to ask a few questions, as I said." "She was just finishing up the breakfast dishes when you arrived." "Sally," he called out, turning toward the house. "Sally. Somebody here wants to speak to you." If she'd looked out the window, she would have seen them by then. And she would have taken off somewhere. Phoebe seemed to understand this, and alighted from the buggy without wasting a moment. "Would you mind if I took a drink at your well? It's awfully warm out this morning." "Not at all. You'll find it around back." Once she was out of earshot, Dennis leaned in. "Who is she anyway? Not used to seeing you sportin' around." Rance chuckled, keeping one eye on the side of the house where Phoebe disappeared to. "A friend of Martha's, new to town. Martha asked me to show her around, and I wanted to take care of this before I did. Don't make the same mistake I did." "What's that?" "Waitin' too long to marry. Thought I didn't need it. I was wrong, and I was an old man before I finally settled down. Don't do that." "I'll keep that in mind," he smiled, still waiting for Phoebe to return. "She's taking a while, isn't she? I'd better go make sure she's all right. Maybe she felt faint or something." He hurried around the house, expecting to see her with Sally. The two of them might be talking, with Phoebe convincing the girl to give herself up and face whatever came her way. Instead, he found Phoebe lying on the ground with young Sally crouched over her. "Stop right there," he shouted, one hand on his pistol. "Just stop whatever it is you're doing, and back away from her." "Please, Sheriff." The girl raised her hands into the air, and when she did, a blood-stained handkerchief fell onto the grass. "I was only trying to help her." "She's telling the truth." A rather dazed Phoebe worked her way onto one elbow. "I tripped and fell and scraped my forehead. Sally came out to help me." "I was watching from upstairs," Sally whispered, still with her hands raised. She began to tremble. "You can put your hands down," he told her, feeling foolish as he went to Phoebe. "Can you stand?" "I'll try," she whispered, shaking her head. "So clumsy of me." Sure enough, blood trickled down the side of her face in a thin line. "It's a good thing Sally was watching," he said, glancing at the girl. "Thank you for coming out to help me, though you were likely worried over why we came," Phoebe murmured, reaching for the girl's hand. "I knew you were a good person. Decent, honest. You only did what you did because you felt you had to, I imagine." While Rance wasn't overfond of her putting words in the girl's mouth, the genuine emotion which all but crushed her face told him she'd struck home. "We need the money," she whispered. "My pa thinks I work with the dressmaker. He would kill me if he knew where I really work. But we need the money. I thought it would help." I thought Mr. Nielsen wouldn't miss it. For the first time, Rance took her in. A pretty thing to be certain, and very young. Sort of fragile, like a china doll. He could see as she wept, and Phoebe comforted her why the woman he suspected he might be in love with would protect her. She needed protecting. Perhaps even from her father, with his shotgun-wielding ways. Phoebe looked at him over the girl's trembling head, questioning with her eyes and maybe even saying she'd told him so. This girl needed help. Rance removed his hat, clearing his throat in discomfort. It seems to me we don't need to take this before the judge, he decided in a low voice. We'll keep it here now, and it won't go any further than that. Truly, the girl sniffled. I promise I won't ever do it again. That Mr. Nielsen frightens me. As soon as I took it, I knew I'd done wrong, but it was too late. We understand, Phoebe murmured, patting the girl's back. You needn't worry. If there's anything you need to concern yourself with, it's your position, and what your father will think if he finds out. A glance over his shoulder revealed Dennis Foster examining the horse and buggy with great interest, as though he'd forgotten why Rance left him there alone. I don't know what else to do, she sniffed. We need the money, goodness knows, and I can be here during the day with my pa. Does he really think you work at the dressmaker's so late at night? Well, that matters not, Phoebe decided. Perhaps I can help find you something more suitable. My sister writes for the newspaper. Perhaps she can help you find a position in the office. I'll ask her. If that doesn't work, we'll find something else. Rance could only watch and wonder. Did she truly believe things always worked out for the best in the end? And that she had some special ability to make things happen? Only someone with a great deal of confidence in themselves would speak with such easy authority. The thing was, as he listened and reflected, she did seem to have that ability, and it all started from a warm, caring heart. A good thing he'd been smart enough to see it. To see her. We'd better be on our way before your pa starts wonderin', he said, waving Phoebe toward himself. I can come by to visit you, Phoebe offered, but the girl shook her head. I'll come to see you, if it's all the same. I can't speak freely here. That's understandable. Phoebe kissed her tear-stained cheek and patted her back once before joining him. You'd better hurry in and wash your face now. As they were walking back to the buggy, Rance looked aghast at her injury. You're still bleeding some, he observed. She dabbed at the scrape with her handkerchief like it was nothing. It wasn't until they were in the buggy, and bidding farewell to Dennis, that Phoebe came clean. I didn't really fall and hurt myself, she whispered, though they were already well on their own as he drove down the road leading into town. What do you mean? Why are you bleeding? Did she strike you? He was prepared to turn around and arrest the sweet-faced girl. A sweet face could conceal a good many things going on in the heart. She waved her hands at this notion. No, that's not what I mean at all. I did trip, and I knew she was watching. I noticed her standing in the window, looking down over the side of the house. I may have scraped myself with a small stone and made a show of bleeding and being in pain. It took a moment for this to sink in. On purpose, he gasped. It's nothing but a tiny scratch, but wounds of the head always bleed more. You cut yourself? Oh, you make it sound as though I took a knife to myself. I merely gave myself a scratch. Whatever for? Because I knew she would come to my aid. I knew she was a decent girl. And it was the only way to get her out of the house. When he didn't answer right off because he knew nothing to say, she threw her hands into the air. Do not bother thanking me. I only scarred myself for life for the sake of drawing a girl out of her home, that we might speak to her. You only just said it was nothing but a scratch. Now you're scarred for life. Which is it? She shook her head with a sigh. You're welcome. This was both infuriating and strangely touching all at once. That she would go to such lengths in order to speak to Sally quite impressed him, even if it struck him as not entirely the action of a clear-headed person. He burst out laughing at the utter improbability of it. If you don't beat all, does that mean I did a good thing? I suppose it does. He brought the buggy to a stop in front of the jailhouse and turned to her. In fact, I suppose it means I love you." Her face went slack, and for a moment he thought he shouldn't have said it. What was he thinking? Right out there in the street. Only his heart was so full just then, with this woman seated beside him. Someone who was willing to do nearly anything for him, not to mention for anyone in need. "I know this isn't the time or the place," he continued, as every part of his body trembled. "I've never exactly been one for doing things the right way. I should have waited until we were alone. I should have." "No." Her fingers were tentative as they touched his, winding around them. "No, this is right. This makes sense. It's near where we first met, after all." He chuckled as fear left his body and hope flooded it. "You're not upset with me?" "Not at all," she breathed before laughing shakily. "Not at all." He leaned closer, wishing he could take her in his arms. If he could only hold her, whisper in her ear all the things he longed to say. He had to settle for asking, could you? "Sheriff Connelly." They both jumped, their heads snapping around in the direction of that voice. That very loud, very angry voice. Jake Nielsen sauntered down the sidewalk. Well, you found her at last. Everyone, look. The sheriff finally did his job." Jake hooked his thumbs into his suspenders. "I didn't think you had it in you." Phoebe went rigid, glaring at the man. "Stay here," Rance warned. "I mean it. Just stay in the buggy." He began to climb out. "Where are you going?" she hissed. "Remember. Stay, please." He didn't take his eyes off Jake, as a crowd began to form around them. "What are you doing then?" Jake demanded. "You bringing her in? Talking her to see the judge?" "That's not your concern, Jake. The lady did you no harm." He glanced around at the wide-eyed, curious faces of those who'd surrounded them. "Why don't you all go back about your business and allow me to do mine? This is nothing of any interest to you all. Why can't they decide that for themselves, Sheriff Connelly?" The man's voice fairly dripped with sarcasm. "Isn't it their business when their sheriff decides to finally do his job?" "You don't know the first thing about my job," Rance murmured. Anyone who knew him knew he was far more dangerous when his voice went low than he was when he raised it. Jake Nielsen didn't know him. He turned to Phoebe, still seated in the buggy and as still as a statue. Her icy glare did little to get Jake to back down. "And you? You have a lot of nerve showing your face. Nothing but a common thief. Did you think I would forget you, girlie?" "You watch the way you speak to her," Rance cautioned. He then raised his voice for the benefit of those who'd refused to obey his wishes, and continued to stand about. "This was a simple mistake. This young lady didn't steal anything. She came into possession of the wallet outside the saloon, when the young lady who took it handed it over out of fear and guilt. The girl knew she'd done wrong and was afraid of this man, and of me, I suppose," he added. "But that's it. I know who the real thief was and have dealt with the situation. That's all. There's nothing more to be done. Nothing was lost here. Now all of you, go back about your business and allow me to go about my own." This wasn't enough for Jake. It would never be enough. "Is this your idea of justice, Sheriff?" he bellowed. "Letting a thief get away like that? You dealt with it. Doesn't it matter that I want the girl jailed for what she did?" "No, it doesn't," Rance snarled. "There is no longer a reason to jail anyone. Now get out of here and don't tell me about the law. You have no right to cause a public scene like this." "Wait, please." To his horror, Phoebe stood and stepped out of the buggy. "Don't," he warned, but she ignored him. As was her nature when she got a mind to do something. She took a few tentative steps toward the threatening man. "Sir, the sheriff is right. This was only ever a mistake. The girl who stole from you knows she did wrong, and she's terribly sorry. She needed the money." "I don't want to hear about it from you," he snarled. "Or from anyone. I want the thief brought to me, and I want to look her in the eye and spit in her face. She's nothing but a trashy piece of baggage, whoever she is, and she doesn't deserve sympathy. No thief deserves sympathy." The man had all but lost his mind. Was it already gone before this happened? There was no way of knowing. All he knew was the increasing dread unfurling in his chest the longer Phoebe was in Jake Nielsen's presence. In fact, looking at the man's flushed face and wide rolling eyes, Rance began to fear for the safety of all around him. "Everybody, go back about your business," he ordered, staring at the man in front of him. "Phoebe, get back in the buggy and go." "Phoebe." Jake blinked, a smile beginning to form. "Phoebe, is it? It's a pleasure to meet you, Phoebe. I can tell the sheriff thinks a great deal of you." "Phoebe, go," Rance hissed, but she remained stuck in place. Whether she was just being obstinate or fear had frozen her, he couldn't say, though she did have the look of a frightened animal about her as she trembled before the large, imposing man. "He doesn't seem to understand what it's like to have something taken from him," Jake mused, eyes red and bloodshot. The smell of whiskey about him. To be a public laughingstock. Yes, that's what the girl made me. A public laughingstock. A fool who let a pretty girl flatter him and ply him with drink until he was too intoxicated to protect himself. She made me that. And he doesn't care. Jake looked from Phoebe to him. "Maybe you'll care now." In an instant, the man drew a gun from the waistband of his trousers, hidden before then beneath his suit coat. A shrill scream cut through the air as bystanders ducked and ran. Phoebe stood still, eyes widening as Jake leveled the gun at her. "No." It was the only word Rance had the chance to shout before he threw himself at her, knocking her to the ground. Somewhere in there, a gunshot rang out.
Chapter 24. Phoebe was in a daze, sprawled out on the ground where Rance had sent her. He was on top of her. There was a gunshot. She didn't feel any pain except the pain of having a full-grown man knock her to the ground, then fall on top. Her bones ached. That was all. From her position, she saw two men run to Jake and take him by the arms. One of them took his gun. The men wore badges. Deputies. Where had they been when they were needed? There was so much noise. People crying, screaming, shouting, cursing Jake Nielsen while crouching beside her to ask if she was all right. She was fine, she wanted to tell them. She'd only had the wind knocked out of her, but she couldn't seem to find her voice. She thought if she opened her mouth, she might scream. If Rance would only let her up. If Rance would only move. "Oh no," she breathed when reality caught up to her and she finally understood why blood spread over her dress. It wasn't her blood. No, no, no. He groaned, rolling onto his back. When his coat fell open, the blood which had poured from him and soaked into his clothing was evident. More screaming. "Rance? Please speak to me." She knelt over him, holding his face in her hands. "Please, darling, please. Speak to me. Be awake. Please." "I'm awake," he muttered, gritting his teeth. "Wish I wasn't." "Don't say that. I'm sorry it hurts, but don't say that." She looked up. "Fetch the doctor, somebody. Quick." Feet took off running down the boardwalk while she turned back to him. "You all right?" He opened his eyes, looking up at her. "Did you get hurt?" "Not a bit." She smoothed the hair from his forehead. "Not a bit, thanks to you. You saved my life. You were supposed to stay in the buggy. Isn't that just like you? Chiding me now when I was only trying to help, and now. Tears overflowed. He took her hand, holding it tight. His fingers were coated in blood, but it didn't matter then. "I only wanted to keep you safe. And you did. You did it. Thank you." She leaned down, kissing him as if it were the last time. Thank you. I love you, Rance." He loosened his grip on her as his eyes started to close. Her heart clenched, her throat tightened, she couldn't breathe. She couldn't breathe without him. "Do you hear me?" she whispered, her face inches from his. "Tell me you hear me. Tell me you know I love you. Please, dear, please. I love you." A soft chuckle. "I know you do." His eyes closed. His hand loosened. No, she wept. "No. Come back. Please let me see him." A man with a black bag knelt at Rance's other side and pressed fingers to his throat. He has a pulse, but it's very weak. Someone help me get him into the station. Several men gathered, lifting him under the careful guidance of the doctor. Easy now. Watch his head. Somebody clear off his desk, we'll use that for now. I need light. She was about to follow them, but a stranger held her back. A kindly older woman. No, my dear. The doctor knows what's best. You shouldn't watch. But? She's right, another one agreed. Then Martha? Someone should fetch Martha. Martha? Phoebe sank to the ground, her face in her hands, weeping for Martha and Jessie and Rance and knowing it was all her fault. Everything. The man had tried to shoot her and wound up shooting Rance. Rance had people who needed him. He was important. Phoebe? What is all this? She looked up at the sound of a familiar voice, and was weak with relief at the sight of Louis. What happened here? He gasped when he took in the full sight of her. Oh, Louis. He helped her to her feet, and she leaned against the jailhouse wall for support. Louis, he's going to die, and I want to die too. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Phoebe. Molly's scream startled her out of this line of thought. She climbed from the wagon across the street, and ran to them. Phoebe. You're hurt. I'm not hurt. It's him. Rance. He. She burst into fresh tears and leaned on her older sister. One of the men who'd witnessed the event told Louis and Molly of it, while Phoebe cried until she didn't have the strength to cry any longer. Martha came on the run only moments later, her skin nearly gray and her eyes red-rimmed. Where is he? She ran straight into the jailhouse before anyone could answer. You need to sit down, Molly decided. I'm worried you'll faint and hurt yourself. She led her to the buggy and sat her inside. Molly, if he dies. Molly stroked the hair back from her face and brushed dirt from her shoulders and arms. It seemed silly, seeing as how the front of her dress was caked in drying blood. She was only keeping herself busy, Phoebe knew. Nonsense. He won't die. You didn't see him. You don't understand. I understand men like him. They're tough. He's tough. He won't die just because of a bullet. Not when he has things to live for. People to live for. Molly sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Phoebe leaned against her. You love him, don't you? Most terribly. What does he feel for you? He told me. She closed her eyes, willing herself not to cry anymore. If he lived and wanted to see her, she didn't want him to know she'd been crying. He told me he loves me. He loves you. He won't leave you so easily. Molly rocked her back and forth. There. All will be well. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I had to come to town today. I'm glad I'm here with you. They sat there for a long time, with Phoebe pointedly avoiding looking at the blood on the sidewalk and Molly telling her of everything she'd missed at home, until Martha stepped out of the jailhouse and leaned against the stone wall. Phoebe leapt from the buggy. What is it? Is he? Martha took her hands. He's alive. The doctor believes he'll be well, but he needs quite a lot of rest to recover. He lost a great deal of blood, and there's still chance of infection, so we'll have to keep a close watch on him. She didn't know if she should jump for joy or dissolve onto the sidewalk. She settled for falling into Martha's arms, and the two of them rejoiced and comforted each other all at once. I'm sorry, she whispered again and again. It's my fault. If I hadn't gotten in the way. Nonsense. Martha held her at arm's length, her eyes hard. I don't want to hear you ever saying something like that again. You didn't do this. The man with the gun did. He shot my brother when he was intending to shoot you. You didn't make him do anything. It was his choice. Just as it was Rance's choice to keep you from being hurt. Martha, we. Oh, I know, she chuckled, hugging Phoebe again. You don't think I have eyes? The two of you glancing at each other across the breakfast table, smiling when you didn't think I saw. Like a couple of school children with a secret. I'm glad of it, I truly am. He needs you. I need him. Martha grinned. Well, just make certain he doesn't get a big head about it. Less than an hour later, the doctor led 4 men out of the jailhouse. Between them was a makeshift stretcher. Rance's eyes were closed. He's unconscious, the doctor informed her when he caught sight of her alarmed expression. I gave him a little something for the pain. He'll need it by the time we get him home and in bed. Martha went on ahead to warn Jessie, while Phoebe chose to walk with the men who carried Rance. Molly walked with her, the 2 of them holding hands the entire way. Had she ever thought poorly of her sister? She couldn't recall why she'd done it now, with Molly providing such comfort in these trying moments. Peepsy! Jessie exclaimed on seeing her in the front yard, his eyes as round as saucers when he took in the state of her ruined dress. The poor boy's face went pale, making his freckles stand out darker than ever. She sank to her knees. I'm unharmed, she promised him. Your uncle made sure I wasn't hurt. He was very, very brave today. Mama told me about it. Did he really jump in front of a man who was gonna shoot somebody? Wise Martha. Better he didn't know she was the one about to be shot. That's right. Because your uncle is the bravest man in the world. He didn't care that he might get hurt. All he wanted to do was protect somebody, because that's the sort of man he is. And we should all be very proud of him, and glad that we know him and love him. Mama said he's gonna be sick for a while. His little forehead creased in thought. Is that so? I'm afraid it is. He'll need a good deal of time before he gets better. We mustn't bother him too much. He'll have to sleep a lot, especially at first. But soon he'll be back up on his feet. You know how strong he is. She cupped the side of his face in one hand. Everything will be all right now. His eyes lit up. Maybe I can read him stories when it's time for him to go to sleep. Phoebe laughed and kissed his forehead. I know he would love that. Phoebe. Martha motioned for her to come. He's settled in now and awake. And he wants to see you. He won't believe me when I tell him you're unhurt. Phoebe made haste, taking the stairs 2 at a time and hurtling herself down the hall. The doctor was by the bed, listening to Rance's heart when she entered the room. I'm here, she whispered, taking his hand in hers as she knelt by the bed. He smiled, eyes closed. You hurt? Not at all, thanks to you. Don't you remember? You asked me outside the jailhouse. I told you I wanted you to know something, and I wanted you to hear me. Do you remember what it was? He frowned, concentrating. She supposed there was a good chance he'd already been near unconsciousness when they spoke. It's all right, she assured him, kissing his knuckles before resting her cheek on the back of his hand. In spite of the doctor's presence, she couldn't hold back. Not when she'd come so close to never having the chance to say it while he heard her. I told you I love you. A slow smile spread. Now I have a witness, and you can't take it back. You remembered all the time, she chided, her face flushing with embarrassment. The doctor chuckled. Now that the panic had subsided, he struck her as a kind old man. I won't tell a soul, he whispered, holding a finger to his lips while packing his leather bag. Rance looked at her, smiling in spite of the pain which etched itself into every line of his face. I had to take the chance while I had it. I suppose I can't fault you for that. I'm just so glad you made it through. He scoffed, though jokingly. Do you think I would go through all this trouble, taking a bullet for you just to die? I had to stay alive, so we could be together and you could keep driving me to distraction. You're the one who drives me to distraction. Let's say we both do it to each other, he suggested with a wink. Then he winced. You'd better sleep. While she hated leaving him even for a moment, he would need time. She'd warned Jessie of this, hadn't she? It was only a matter of following her own words and giving him the chance to heal. You'll be here when I wake, he murmured, eyes sliding shut. She leaned over him, pressing her lips to his forehead before whispering in his ear. I'll be here always, my love. You'll never be rid of me now. One corner of his mouth twisted up in a grin. That's how I want it.
Chapter 25. Rance scowled at the man sitting across from him in the parlor. He'd taken pains to present himself well in spite of the pain which still plagued him, and the cursed weakness which was sometimes a problem a week after his gunshot. What was the purpose of all that effort if he couldn't get what he wanted? There were no allowances in the will for anything such as this. J.J. Brown, the lawyer in charge of Richard Reed's estate, placed his coffee cup on the table a bit harder than he probably needed to. "I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do about it." "You mean to tell me if I want to marry this woman, there's nothing to be done until her year on the ranch is up? I have to wait another 10 months. It would appear that way, though the total is closer to 9 now than to 10. Rance wondered if the man knew how lucky he was that the 6-shooter was in its holster, clear across the room. He felt ready to blow this lawyer's head off. Smug, arrogant. Thinking he knew it all. He held their future in his hands, and yet refused to be reasonable. He took a slow, long breath before speaking, that he might avoid offending the man. It does not say anywhere in that document that the daughters can't be married. What did Richard think would happen if one or more of them were already married with a family by the time he died? JJ's eyes widened behind his spectacles. Do you think it would have been advisable to have a married woman come all this way with her children in tow? Or should she have left them behind along with her husband and her home? He challenged. You're the one managing how the estate is handed over, or however you want to say it. I don't know much about these things. What I do know is that it was up to you to make sure there was some other plan in place in case one or more of the girls was already married, or decided to get married after she came here. You could simply move onto the ranch, the lawyer suggested. Oh yes, that would be an idea. I could quit my job as sheriff, finish supporting my sister and nephew, and move all the way out there. It's just a suggestion, sir. I suggest you find a way around this, and soon. I won't have her or her sisters suffering because I happen to love her, but I don't like the notion of her moving back out there and being apart for 9 months. What if she splits her time? JJ suggested. Half of the week here, half of the week at the ranch. I realize it isn't ideal, he said, raising his voice to be heard over the protestations Rance was about to deliver. But for now, since you seem to be in such a hurry, that's the best I can do. I shall have to look this over with a judge and discuss it with my partners. I wouldn't want to jeopardize the futures of those young women. Considering that I plan on marrying one of them, it seems like we're on the same side. Though it certainly didn't feel that way. I shall do my best. For now, please do get better soon. I understand you had a close call. That it was. You'll forgive me if I don't stand to show you to the door. Not at all. No, it seemed the lawyer was glad to show himself out. He certainly wasted no time doing so. Rance winced as he adjusted himself in the chair. This might have been an ill-conceived idea, coming downstairs to meet with the lawyer. Martha would have his hide, as would Phoebe when she found out. She was visiting with her sisters but would return in the morning, while Martha visited with a friend and took Jessie along. All of this at his insistence. A man can't think straight with the lot of you hovering over me all the time, he'd grumbled. Truly, it did his heart good to know his sister was getting out into the world again, and it did Phoebe good to see her family. He wanted that for her. He wanted the world for her, including what was coming to her as a daughter of Richard Reed. And he would have waited the rest of his life if it came down to that, only he didn't want to if he didn't have to. What man would want to wait nearly a year to marry the woman he loved, when it was as simple as going up before the judge and offering vows? Jess's voice carried into the house from outside, and Rance groaned. He hadn't expected them home so soon. Uncle Rance, Jesse ran across the room as if he was preparing to throw himself at his uncle, but stopped short, to Rance's relief. Why aren't you in bed? Why aren't you in bed? Martha demanded when she entered the house. What are you doing down here? Why does it smell like coffee? Why are you dressed? So many questions, he grimaced. I had a meeting. Ah. She folded her arms, pursing her lips. I see. Encouraging me to leave the house was all a ploy to have the place to yourself, so you could conduct a secret meeting. Ooh, you have a secret? Jessie asked, jumping up and down. What is it? I would tell you, but I know you would give me away, Rance winked. Ah gee. You need to wash up, young man, Martha chided. And change out of those dirty clothes. I need to get supper on. After I talk with your uncle and help him back upstairs. Ah gee, he pouted. At least he got her to laugh. What is it then? She sat beside him in one of the wing-back chairs before the window, leaning in. What was this meeting about? Something to do with Mr. Nielsen. Oh no. He's no longer a problem. It's unfortunate, but he did shoot a lawman while trying to shoot an innocent woman. We won't have to worry about him any longer. What was it then? Rance looked across the room toward Jess's bedroom door. It was still partially open, but he heard his nephew playing. He wasn't listening to them. I was meeting with the lawyer in charge of Richard Reed's estate. Whatever for? This might come as a shock, or it might make her incredibly happy. He still wasn't certain which. I wanted to know for certain whether the estate would be in jeopardy if one of the girls married and moved off the land. Martha's eyelids fluttered. She straightened in her chair. Her hands clasped tight in her lap. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Only if you promise not to fly off the handle, he replied with trepidation. Fly off the handle? She threw her arms around his neck. I've never been so happy. Oh, that's a relief to hear, he laughed. For a moment I thought you were angry. Angry? Why would I be angry? Oh, you don't know how I prayed for this. She squeezed tight enough that he saw spots before his eyes, before finally loosening her hold. I wanted this so much for you. What about you? What about me? She pulled back to frown down at him. What does this have to do with me? Would you want to live with another woman in the house, permanently? She knelt beside him. Let's get one thing straight. While you'll never know how much it's meant to me, having you here when I needed you most, I won't have you putting your life off to the side for my sake. I want you to be happy. What about you? I'll be fine. I can take care of myself and my boy. Maybe I'll take in boarders, women of course. Young ones. No one who will bring bad habits into my house. You ought to have a home of your own, for you and your wife. If I can't marry her now, there's no sense in any of this coming to pass. And why wouldn't you be able to marry her now? If J.J. Brown can't find a way to let her off that ranch, I'll have to wait 10 months. She pondered this. Who's to say you couldn't marry her anyway? What does it matter where you live? Yes, I know a married couple wants to be together in the early days, especially, but perhaps she could spend part of her time here, in town. That's exactly what he suggested. There you go. It seems like there aren't any problems here. Now, I must insist you go to bed. She helped him to his feet in her efficient manner and ushered him upstairs, where she helped him change into a nightshirt. I can dress myself, woman. Not without tearing your wound, brother. You'll be no sort of husband to the girl if you're fighting infection, you know. That was enough to silence him. If it meant being the husband Phoebe deserved, he would allow his sister to take care of him despite the blow to his pride. He fell into a deep sleep then. Even a slight bit of exertion exhausted him, it seemed. When he woke, he wasn't alone. Phoebe sat by the bed, reading a book. What are you doing here? He asked, wondering if this was a dream. He dreamed about her ever since his eyes closed. About their wedding, their future. She closed the book with a smile. I couldn't stand to be away. I hope you don't mind. How could I ever mind? He wanted to ask her. He wanted to ask her then and there. The words were on the verge of tumbling from his mouth. Your sister tells me you were quite active earlier today. She looked down at him, and only then did he note the blankets being pulled down and a spot of blood on his nightshirt. He'd bled through his bandage. When I saw it, I was alarmed. I didn't mean to alarm you. Don't you know you aren't supposed to be out of bed for very long? To say nothing of walking up and down the stairs. I had important business. She was good and worked up now, waving her hands about. Nothing is so important it couldn't wait, Rance Connelly. You don't seem to understand how important you are. If anything were to happen to you, all because you wouldn't follow the doctor's orders and stay in bed as any sane person would do. I want to marry you, hang it all. She froze, hands in midair, mouth hanging open. He regretted it instantly. Forgive me. You deserve so much more than this. More than me. But that's what I was doing today. I was speaking with your father's lawyer. I wanted to know if marrying you and bringing you here to town would put the estate in jeopardy. That's all. And I didn't want to receive the man while in my nightshirt. She lowered her arms inch by inch. Her chest rose and fell at an alarming rate. You want to marry me? She breathed. I do. Don't you know I do? Oh. She placed one hand over her heart. Oh, I can't breathe. Do try. I'm trying. Oh my goodness. She stood, pacing the room. Oh goodness gracious. This isn't at all what I expected. Oh heavens. Are you going to faint? I don't think so. I can't think, it's all too much. I'll call Martha up here if you think you're going to faint. There isn't anything I can do to help you. You'd better try to calm down. Was this truly happening? It was all wrong. I'm trying. I am. She sat again, eyes closed now, breathing slowly and deliberately. All right. Fine. I'll be fine. Well, I'm glad of that, he replied. But what of your feelings on it? Of course. She stared at him, unblinking, as though it were the simplest thing in the world. Of course I'll marry you. That's what I want. I just didn't ever expect you to ask. And not like this. It's all wrong, I know. I should've. No, I don't mean that. She left the chair in favor of sitting on the edge of the bed. He got the hint of lavender from her hair, which was quickly becoming his favorite scent thanks to her. I never expected to feel this way. I've imagined this so many times. Man crazy, Molly used to call me. Not that it ever mattered, or that I was ever entangled with a man before I met you. But I used to dream, oh, you can't imagine how much I did. It was nothing like this, he surmised with a sinking heart. My dear, this is so much better. You're so much better. She touched his cheek. I've never been so happy or so proud. I would be proud to be your wife, and honored that you think I'm worthy of spending your life with. I'm quite overwhelmed, in fact. He took her hand, kissing her palm, then pulled her in for a kiss to seal their engagement. He wanted to more, much more, but injury and propriety had other ideas. He settled for what he could get, as it meant a kiss from the woman he loved. His future bride. Unshed tears sparkled in her eyes when the kiss ended, and they both laughed. It seems like nothing has gone the way I thought it would, she chuckled. How could you have imagined I would put you in jail? He teased. Yes, and after you did, I certainly wasn't in the mood to marry you. She ran a hand over his hair, then down the side of his face until it eventually rested over his heart. He covered it with his own. So long as this heart beats, I will take care of your heart. I will cherish you. Protect you from whatever life brings. I will wake up every morning and fall asleep every evening loving you. No matter what else happens, Phoebe, I will always be loving you through it. She rested her cheek against his shoulder. What else could I ask for? They stayed that way for a long time, just the two of them in their own private world. Whispering and dreaming like two happy children, weaving their future.
Epilogue. Would you please hold still? I'll never get the veil pinned on properly if you can't stand still long enough. I don't even see why you insist I wear it, Phoebe hissed. We're only going before the judge. This is my veil, and I want you to wear it, Molly reminded her. Besides, it would be nice for you to follow at least some of the conventions. Of all the Reed sisters to rail against a big, lavish wedding, You are the last one I would have chosen. That doesn't matter to us, Phoebe said for what felt like the 100th time. We only want to be married, with all the people we love around us. Nothing else is important. She meant it with all her heart. Incredible, really, how meeting the only man she could ever imagine marrying had utterly upended everything she thought she wanted. All she wanted now was him. No more dreams and fairy stories. Just him and their life together. Even if they were starting a bit slow. J.J. Brown was still working on their behalf, trying to make it possible for her to live with her husband always. Until then, she would live in their little house half of the week, then the rest at the ranch. It saddened her terribly to think of those long days without her husband, but it wouldn't be forever, and it was better than 9 entire months without him. He had his work to keep him busy, and his sister and nephew to keep him company. They'd asked Sally Foster to come tend house while Phoebe was away, and Martha planned to employ her on the other days of the week. Now that she was planning to take in boarders, she would have the money to hire help. Perfect, Molly decided, stepping back. You are a beautiful bride. If she was beautiful, it was because she felt so happy. No, joyous. Like she might float clear away if someone didn't hold on to her. Her blue silk and a simple clutch of wildflowers from Martha's garden might not have been the grandest decking out a bride had ever seen, but she felt like a queen. Better yet, she knew Rance would see her as one. Be happy, my dear, Molly whispered, kissing her cheeks and dampening them with her tears. I'm so happy for you. Thank you always. They embraced before leaving the tiny antechamber beside the judge's chambers, a room which was fairly packed with people. All of them, waiting to witness the ceremony. Her sisters were there, all of them weeping into their handkerchiefs at the sight of her. Happy tears, or so she hoped. Kate cried loudest of all, which did not come as a surprise. Louis smiled, nodding, his eyes warm and encouraging. Then there was Martha, also weeping, and Jessie. He looked up at his mother, as though he'd never seen such a thing. Why is everyone crying, Mama? He whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. This turned tears to laughter. Because we're so glad, little one. She beamed. Because Uncle Rance is going to marry Peepsy, and she looks so beautiful. Rance stepped up beside her. Yes, she does, he breathed, taking her in with a look of awe. She is beautiful. If a man could be beautiful, he was. He was absolutely radiant. Like a gallant prince or a brave knight in one of her old stories. A dashing hero. Then again, he was her hero, was he not? He'd saved her life and risked his own to do it. He was everything she'd ever hoped for, and he swore to continue to be. Judge Kavanaugh waited before his desk. Are we prepared to begin? He smiled benevolently. Phoebe looked at Rance, who offered his arm. She took it with a catch in her throat and a throb in her heart. I believe we are, she whispered, smiling joyfully at the man who would soon be her husband.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.